of Purpose Professionals at the J.H. building, Durham, North Carolina. We're here to serve the community.
God bless you. All right now. God bless you. Oh, they already jamming. They already dancing. They already dancing. I see you. Line getting deeper. Amen. Line getting deeper. So we're going to just make sure that we concentrate and get them their food upstairs safely. We got some people that we need to help them. And this has been just an amazing, it's already been amazing just to see them smile, just to see them dance, and just be glad that we're here. So I'm about to get myself to work. And there's a line down the hall. It's amazing. Happy Thanksgiving, baby. We love you. We love you. This is what it's all about. Having fun, fellowshipping. Yeah, that Beatty Boy. Uh-huh. You don't like that camera. You don't like the camera.
Be a blessing to 2 nursing homes. We're going to Maple Square to feed those families over there as well. So thank God.
We appreciate Speak Life and Miss Letitia Nicole coming every year to bless us with this food and grocery. You know, the elderly here and disabled. This is something that we need, and we really appreciate her and the other people who come together with her to do this. We appreciate it very much.
Praise God. We are so excited to be here another year to be a blessing to our people here at J.J. Henderson Towers. You know what? People forget about the orphans, they forget about the widows, and they forget about the elderly. But God has given me a mandate that every year I am not to forget about them, because they are the ones who took care of us. They are the ones that made a way and paved the way for us. So it is up to us to take care of our elderly and make sure that they have food, make sure that they have the corona testing, make sure that they have diabetic things for their feet, and make sure that they have food in their refrigerator, and make sure that they, most of all, feel love. You guys, my name is Letitia Nicole, and I speak life so that we all may have life more abundantly. Be blessed.
Ready? Hello? All right, sis, I'm on my way. Yeah, you have a doctor's appointment, so we'll go do that. I just cut the TV off, so I'm about to leave the house now. I got your bookmark. All right, bye-bye. Whew. Well, you know, it's another day to go help sis. The life of the catalyst, Crystal, you know, and the caregiver. I'm putting on my armor right now, y'all, because, you know, when you're working with people, you have to be patient because sometimes they're a little difficult to deal with. So just a word to the wise. Gird your mind up before you get there so you're ready, you know. That's what I do. Out here today. So guys, this is where my sister stays, and you know it's good if you pick a nice place where they keep the grounds up. You know, you don't want to put your loved one just anywhere. If you look around, they do a pretty good job and they keep it up, you know what I'm saying? So if they want to stay by themselves, pick a good place. Now, let's see if she's ready, because I told her I was coming. Oh, there you go. Oh, that's nice. Oh, look at you. Look at her. Hey, what's you ready? You ready?
Oh, what?
You ready?
What we gonna do?
We're gonna go to your appointment. Do you need me? Hold on a minute. Let me come in. Let me get this. You want to go to the bathroom or anything before we leave? Cut your TV off, and then we can get that. So this is my sister Deborah, guys. This is Deborah. Say hey. Huh?
What?
Yeah, cut it off. Oh, let me give you a bookmark too, because I did get your bookmark. Your dress looks nice. Yeah, okay. So you're gonna go ahead and go to the restroom. So this is where my sister stays, guys. This is a one-bedroom place. She wants to keep her independence, and we watch her carefully, guys. We got a camera right here, so we can actually see her. So when we're not with her, we can actually see her. My nephew Larry and all of us, we watch her carefully because she doesn't quite want to relinquish her independence. So we try to let her keep it, you know, and then I come in and check and see what she's got going on and make sure she's good and make sure that everything is okay for her. You have to be nosy, you know, when you come in, you kind of just got to look around and see what they need, and that's what I try to do when I come in. Make sure she's good. All right, so we're gonna take a ride a couple of places. I have John, and John is gonna watch. We're gonna stroll through memory lane today. Okay, we're gonna go through we're gonna ride through Chavis. We're gonna ride through a couple of places, so we can kind of just take a trip down memory lane. How about that? We got the doctor's appointment at 12:30, so we'll go there at 12:30. So you're good, and then we'll get something to eat and everything too. You feel okay today?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Tell the people what your name is.
Deborah Cleveland.
Yeah. Are you born and raised from Raleigh? Are you from Raleigh?
I am.
Yeah. Where'd you go to school out here?
Chavis Heights over that way.
Yeah. 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 And Charles?
You'll be a Christian.
Mm-hmm. Charles.
Yeah.
Yeah, our brother, you know. And y'all stayed in Chavis Heights. Okay, so we're gonna ride over there. Let's take a ride over there. Let's get your key. Yeah. I'll get your mask so you have it. Let's do the gray one today. 'Cause the gray one looks like it'll match today. Let's do gray today because you got on black and white. How about that? Cool?
Okay. So Chavis Heights?
Yeah, we'll ride. I'm gonna stop at
Since me and Mom.
Yeah, they redid it over. Yeah, I know. So this one is better. We'll just keep it on your chin like I got mine, and then when we go somewhere, when you need it, you'll have it already, okay? Getting cool now. You know, you need anything from the store? You need anything from the store? You need anything from the store? Okay. So you don't. We got everything. You don't need nothing. Okay. Okay. Cool. That's, yeah. Yeah. We'll stop and get something to eat. We will. Definitely. Augustine College from 1978 to 1982. And this house right here and that house, many of my friends here for a home cooked meal. Like they would be like, Krista, you lucky, you got family. And we would come down here to Garner and my aunt would feed them. And that's the memory that some of my friends have right now, is coming and visiting my family and sitting here on this property. So it's nothing like having a good old country when you're coming from the city. Because, you know, you got to remember, I was born and raised in New York. So this was a blessing to have this, you know. So it was a beautiful thing. Hey, yes, ma'am. Hold on 1 second. Lord Jesus, no, I haven't. I'm just here visiting. And I just got here. I haven't seen. Where she live? On Main Street? What does she have on? Wow. We didn't see no woman walking, right? John, we didn't see no woman walking. She said her grandmother had dementia and she's out walking. Was there? Which way did she go? He said he saw a woman going that way. Did she have a cane? Yeah. Older lady, go. Go.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no problem. You see what I'm saying, guys? That's exactly what I'm talking about. She looking for her mom that had dementia. Wow. And we saw her. And see, that's what I'm thinking my sister has. So, guys, man, take care of your family, man. Stay in communication with your family. Wow. 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 Well, hello. I am Crystal Bodie-Smith. And if you're watching this, then you are about to learn about that little girl from Harlem, New York City. Yes, I'm a New York native, for those of you who didn't know it. Born and raised in Harlem Hospital and spent the majority of my life there. My family actually came from North Carolina. You know, I reside in North Carolina now, and it's funny because I watch and listen to a lot of stories from my sister about how she grew up here. Come to find out that they moved to New York City, and that's where they had me. So out of all the siblings from Charleston, Virginia, I am the only one that's the New Yorker. Yes! So shout out to Wagner Project, 125th between 1st and 2nd Avenue. Yes. So many people from New York City. New York City is well known for a lot of things. Excitement, bright lights, and just all out just going, you know, people from New York City are just outgoing like myself. But you're probably wondering, why am I doing this documentary? Well, I'm going to tell you. As I watch many documentaries and I watch a lot of people on television, I realized that I had a story too. And you have a story too. We all have a story. And some of us, the story can break us down, and some of us, it can lift us up. And I've been through quite a bit in my life, and I felt like my story could help someone else. And I just want to be that voice, not just the voice for change, but I just want to be an inspiration to the point to where even my children can look back at this and show this to their children's children, and they can know where they came from and how strong their mother and grandmother was.
Hope Catalyst change agent and author Crystal Bodie-Smith has a new documentary coming soon. You will learn how she became a catalyst and has survived, and see what has kept her hope alive. If you have been influenced by Crystal Bodie-Smith personally, or from her community outreach as a former student, business associate, or colleague from school, you can be a part of her new documentary. Submit your 60 or 30-second video of how Crystal Bodie-Smith has impacted your life to JHG Productions at jhgphotography at jhgfilms.com. And stay tuned for updates on the release date.
Well, Mom, Dad, we're gonna go by to your house today. I got Sis, and we're gonna take a trip down memory lane. Since I wasn't born here in Raleigh and Deborah was, I'm gonna take her for a trip down memory lane. I sure wish people get it, man. I wish they understood that while their parents are alive, to give them their flowers. I love you, and I thank you for everything. I wouldn't be the person I am today if it wasn't for y'all. Love on your family while you can, because this is where my family is. Mom, Dad, brother, grandparents, cousins. Oh my God. This is where my family is, except for my sister and me. Where's your family? That's my question. If they breathing and they walking and they talking, please, please don't sweat the small stuff. Forgive and forget. And just go love on them and apologize. But come, let me let you meet my brother. It's flowers for you, bro. Man. Well, you know, this was Daddy's thing. He did this, but I didn't do this. But so I'm gonna turn you down for a minute because I can't have you with no empty flowers, bro. Man, I never forget the day he called me and he said, Sis, they gave me 6 months to live. Whew. So I'm gonna show you a book I wrote because of this story. So as a result of this, came Final Wishes. I took everything that I went through with Charles, Mom, and Dad, and I wrote this book. When I tell you Final Wishes is a guide for transition from life to death. So, guys, $9.99 on Amazon. It's the best $9.99 you can ever purchase. I just took some things, some simple stuff. Check it out. I even have pages in there where you can write a letter to your loved one. I have some very important things for business owners, so I'd like for you to check it out. And it's not about selling a book. It's about giving you peace of mind. It's about making sure you don't feel what I felt. That's why I wrote this book, because I don't want nobody to go through what I went through. Please find out what your family's final wishes are. I'm telling you, it'll save you from the day you have to make a decision at the ER. It's so much easier.
Uganda is a beautiful country landlocked in East Africa, whose diverse landscapes encompass snow-capped mountains. And the immense Lake Victoria. Uganda as a whole has many different challenges, as many of African countries do. But in all of those challenges, there is hope. The COVID-19 pandemic is associated with increasing gender-based violence in Uganda. COVID-19 restrictions caused a lapse in gender-based violence services, which were not initially prioritized as essential health services during COVID-19 restrictions. In this short documentary, we will speak with 3 young women who have experienced this type of violence. Doza Inc., partnered with Global Peace Let's Talk, along with young entrepreneurs, are involved in crisis leadership in Kampala, Uganda. They are determined to help change the lives of these young women in these shared videos.
Praise God. I thank God for my life. I'm a resident here. I'm a pastor, and my husband is a pastor also. We passed a church in the village down there called Kalangalo. So we thank God for our lives, who has at least brought us on such a day like this. I'm here to talk about the 3 girls who are fellowship with us here. In our fellowship, we have a home fellowship here. I've known those girls for a long time. They lost their mom when they are still young. Yeah, they are very, very young, those 3 girls and 1 boy. And their father is a truck driver. He drives those big lorries from Mombasa to Zaire to Congo. So those girls stayed in that house for a long time. God has brought them up like that. They are there. They are fellowship with us. We thank God for their lives. So we thank everyone who has contributed to their lives. In fact, in this season of Christmas season, we give God the glory, we give God the honor. Those girls, they need help because they are girls which are staying in a renting house. There are 3 girls and 1 boy. For the girls, they have got saved, but the brother is not. So we fellowship with them. We know them. They need school fees. They need to be helped in one way or the other. So thank you very much who has contributed for their life.
We've heard a story that one of them was raped. Did you know about that?
Yes. I was looking for something to eat. So he came out of the house and go to look for the food. So she was left. But we thank God. We went to the doctors. They checked her. She's well.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you stay near to their home? Are you in the same neighborhood?
Yes, they are our neighbors.
Okay.
And we fellowship with them. We have a fellowship in the house. They usually come.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for taking care of the girls. There are some friends who are willing to catch up from there to make sure these girls get a livelihood, and that is why we are capturing this video, so that they can see you speak to them as an elder of this village who has stayed here for a long time and who has seen these girls grow. Thank you very much for your time, and may God bless you.
Amen.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine.
What is your name? Wow, that is a good name. How old are you?
14 years.
You are 14 years. Wow, 14 years. Which class are you?
Senior.
You are senior too. Is your dad here?
No.
You stay. He doesn't live here. You stay. Who do you stay with here?
No.
You don't stay with anyone? And your sisters? You stay with, you don't stay with the parents, but you stay with your sisters, right?
Yes.
Okay. What is the name of the other sisters, your sisters? Wow. Have you resumed school? Have you gone back to school?
No, I haven't started yet.
But school is going on, right?
Yeah.
Why?
Dad hasn't got the requirements yet.
You have no requirements. Okay. I told you about some friends of ours, mothers who want to become your mother. Have you somehow lived with your mother and father at one time? At one time, did you live with them all together in one house, or it has never happened?
It happened once when I was still young.
You were still a baby. Okay. So you have grown like this, no mother, but the father is very far. Wow. Okay. Did you? I think you were here when I came here, and I told you we have friends, some mothers who wish to know who you are. What do you have to tell them?
We appreciate every single thing that you're doing for us. We thank them for showing us this love that they are showing us. And may the Lord bless you. Because all these years we haven't experienced such kind of love, because our mom died in 2016. So life has been challenging because people have been criticizing. These people will not finish out school. Their sister will get pregnant. Such kind of thing. But we thank you so much for all that you are going to do for us. And may the Lord bless you so much. Because there are some things that we face. Your neighbors, they do not care about you. But they just see you like that. Your mother died. You are going to get pregnant. Well, it isn't. But we thank you so much.
Okay. It is well. It is well. So we have friends in America. Some are in America. Some are in other countries. I told you about Mama J Park, and now Dr. Nikki, and many others. There is a Ugandan colleague of theirs who is going to come here to visit you very soon. Okay. So we are going to see what to do for you, and we are going to see that you go back to school until you finish. Okay. Just know God is with you. Is that okay? Do you have any other thing to tell us, to tell them, or that is enough? What do you want to study if you finish school? What do you want to become?
I want to become a doctor.
Doctor.
But I never thought that will come to pass. Because fees.
Okay. May God bless you. We will see what to do for that. Okay. We will be coming around to say hello until something gets to pass. Okay. All right. What is your name? How are you? You're fine. Please, as you're speaking, speak up. I want to hear you speak. Do you remember me when we came here on Christmas?
Yes, I do.
You do. What your name is, right?
Yeah,
How old are you?
I'm 16 years.
16 years old. Which class are you?
Yes,
Okay. So this is where you stay? Tell us about your home. How do you stay here? With who? For how long have you been staying here like this? Tell us.
we live here with our sister, with our older sister, and our big brother. We've been here alone since 2016, and I was 11 years when my mom passed away.
Your mom passed away at 11?
Yeah.
Okay. And what about your dad?
He does not usually come here.
Okay. How about your school?
We study at Cityside College, Makerere, and schools are resumed, but we are not yet to go back. And our dad hasn't got the money to take us back to school.
Okay. Then how do you survive? Where do you get food?
Our sister provides us food.
Your elder sister?
Yeah. She goes and works. Then we get what to eat.
What does she do?
I don't know.
Okay. So, are you okay? We had a story about you. What happened?
I was raped
You were raped.
by a certain man I don't.
You don't know the man. You were raped at which time?
It was 9.
At night.
Yeah.
Where? From around the community?
Yeah.
Sorry. What were you doing outside at 9?
I went to get supper to feed us, I wanted to go for supper for me and my sis, my little sis. Our older sister went for a mission. And she left us here, so I went to get supper. And I came.
Sorry. Okay. What I wanted to tell you is, just like I told you, that there are some friends of yours who saw the pictures when we had brought here your items for Christmas, and they love to be with you. They love to love you. They loved you so much even before they saw you. So they are ready to help you psychologically. They want you to grow with them, and they want to grow with you. They love you so much. They have sent us here to come and say they have seen you and they want to be part of your lives, okay? Okay? Don't be discouraged. Life is going to begin again, okay? All right. How are you? Whoever is watching us, I am Jeremiah. I am here with, and the elder sister is not here. We are still waiting for her. She has gone to make sure they get what to eat. She's the mother and the father of this house. This is the house where they stay. Supposed to be in school, but they are here. They have not yet gotten the means to go to school. Just like I told you in the meeting, we usually reach out to communities during Christmas time as a gift, because we usually want to celebrate with our community, to celebrate Christ with our community. And this is what we do in conjunction with Mama J Park as DOSA and all of us who are here on ground. I want to thank Mama J Park for your contribution to this. I want to thank you for the drive. You have driven this to this level, and we know God is taking us somewhere. I want to thank Dr. Nikki. Dr. Nikki, you are so brilliant with a lot of ideas. I was just loving hearing you speak. I love to see you on time. Thank you for your wisdom. Thank you for the drive and the efforts you have put in. I will thank you for connecting us to our fellow Ugandan here who is going to come here, who we are going to contact. Thank you very much. This is just the beginning. I know God is taking us somewhere. We resolved to begin with these girls. She has told you her story. I didn't want her to continue because she was getting emotional. She has told you her story. She's the youngest, and she's the one in the middle. The eldest is coming soon. We are going to meet her. She's going to come back. In Uganda right now, it is now coming to 6 p.m. So she's about to come back. But we thank you very much, and we are anticipating a lot from this partnership. Thank you very much. Hello. Hi. How are you? Hi. So we've been talking to your sisters. You have been away. They told us you had gone to work. Yes. You'll tell us more about that. But what is your name? How old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
What is your relationship with Anne?
They are my young sisters.
Oh. So, which class are you?
I finished senior 6, so I'm not schooling for now.
Oh yes. I want you to tell us a story of how life has been since your mom died. How have you been managing issues with your young sisters? What challenges? What are you passing through as an elder sister? Because concerning what we have heard from your sisters, you're like the mother and the father. We are at their neighborhood. For her, we have captured her from the neighborhood. We are not at their home. May you just proceed.
Okay, so we lost our mom. I was 15 years old. So I had to become a mother at 15 so that I could take care of my sisters. Our father is not always there. Okay, he has never been there. Actually, he doesn't come home, but he endeavors to send some help whenever he gets. So life has not been so good. It has not been the best life, but we've tried to survive.
Yeah, the young sisters have told us they are not going to school because there is no supply, there is no requirements, and no school fees.
Yes.
Did you have any plan this season?
Yeah, we wanted to take them back to school, but Daddy said he doesn't have money, that he's still looking for it, so they have to sit home until he gets the money. And me also, my job is not a well-paying job, so I cannot afford to take them to school. Okay. So we have to wait for our father to take them back to school.
So, who is 15 years? Told us her story, and she told us what happened to her, that she was raped. Do you know anything about this? How is she coping up? It is you now to understand How is she coping up with life? Is she not scared? Is she so discouraged? How are you? How are you doing it you yourself to nurse her wounds?
We tried to advise her to go through that situation. We prayed about it a lot so that she doesn't get so much stressed and thinking about it. And I know she's fine. I think she's fine now. Yeah, according to how she was when that incident happened. Now she's okay, I think. God is helping us.
Oh. We have, just like I gave you a brief, that there are some friends of ours, some are outside Uganda, some in the US. When they saw your pictures and we gave them a story about your family, how you have raised yourselves from childhood, how your mother died, and then what is happening around you, they were touched and they feel like they want to become your friends. They are willing, they are mothers, and they want to become your mother. So this video, they will watch it and understand what is on ground. So they are the ones that also contributed. Some of them contributed to the items we brought to your home on Christmas Day. What do you have to say to them?
Well, we are so happy. Like, we've been praying to God at least to send one person who can help us, like in any way. So I think God is answering and listening. We are so grateful. We thank you guys for helping us. Thank you very much.
Now, they have recommended your situation to one of their colleagues who is in Uganda and is a Ugandan. She will start coming on ground to your home to talk to you and to coordinate the whole project. She will also help you to encourage and you and all of you. Are you ready for her?
Yes, we are fine. We are ready for her.
Do you go to church? Do you know the word? How about your spiritual life?
Well, we thank God. We've got the best friends. Like, these people really helped us to know more about God. We are born again Christian and we fellowship from Christ Embassy. So our spiritual life is quite amazing. We love God. We read the Word.
Okay.
And okay, that's all I have to say.
Maybe the last question here. You finished senior 6, you finished high school, right?
Yeah.
And you passed?
Yes.
What is your dream then? What is your next step? What do you wish?
I have many dreams and goals, bigger dreams.
Yes.
Okay, I wanted, at first, I wanted to be a lawyer, but it was very expensive and no one could sponsor me to do that course or take me to the university. So I quit. So I just stopped, should I say dreaming. Then I got something to do, something else to do so that I can earn some money which can help us at home, like to buy some stuffs at home, like food, clothes, and paying some few bills at home.
Okay.
But I wanted to continue with my studies. I wanted to do bigger. I wanted to do big things.
It is well. Okay, thank you for your time. I think we shall be letting you know about any other proceedings, but we are doing this because our mothers who are not in Uganda would wish to hear from you. That's why we have done this. Thank you for your time. You have just come back from work. It is right now it is 9 here, so it is night. We have captured from her neighbor's home, because at her home you saw the other videos were not clear. They don't have enough lights, so that there was that problem, but it is well. May God bless you. May you have a good night.
Everyone, praise the name of the Lord. I want to appreciate you for this initiative. I want to appreciate World Peace Organization. I want to appreciate Doza. I am here as a representative of Doza. I am the director of Doza in Uganda. I want to thank Imagines Park for such the drive that you have given, so for us to have reached this far, to have reached out to our sisters. We believe that out of this initiative, great things are going to come. We believe that our sisters are going to be transformed spiritually, psychologically, and also socially. You heard their story. It is a touching story. Actually, we had to cut off the videos because it had reached a point whereby they became so emotional, because some of the experiences they have gone through, they are so painful. But we thank the Lord because you came on board, and it's a reason that you came, so that they can have a better future. Thank you so much. We do this so many times. We reach out to the community. Me being a director of Doza in Uganda, Doza has been doing such kind of activities here in Uganda. We have been doing missions, partnering with ministries and churches to reach out to the community. And the project that we did on Christmas, it was another kind of fellowship that had given us the chance to go and reach out to the community. But afterwards, after I had to share the pictures with Marjorie's Park, and after she also shared the pictures with you, Dr. Nikki, and this is what has come out of that experience. May God bless you and richly bless you. Amen.
For more information and to contribute, contact Doza Inc.
And got in position to align myself with like-minded individuals who helped me shift my thinking positively. I admit, I didn't have my own mindset prior. I wasn't listening to the right people previously. I had not found my own voice yet, neither did I know who I was. God took my mess and turned it into a powerful message. My test became my testimony. I began doing the work so that I could manifest the highest version of the woman God created me to be. Our Our Stories, His Glory, Volume 2 is a continuation in the powerful inspirational series, written to share testimonies of how 8 people broke out of bondage to become physically, mentally, and spiritually free. To order your copy, go to my website, KimberlyAGuest.com, where you can also purchase a copy of the bestseller, Healing Toxic Habits, and your Speak Life Tea Talks. Welcome to The Woman I Am Today TV show, Season 2. I would like to jump right in and share a little bit about the woman I am today. I am the founder of New Vision Foundation for Life, a nonprofit organization where I work with women in transition. I'm also the co-founder of New Vizion Televizion, who produces this show. I want to talk a little bit about why I created this show and why I want to share, a little bit more intimate details of my life and let you guys get to know a little bit about the woman that I am today. So in 2017, I was a co-author in Healing Toxic Habits. This book right here. We have 11 authors in this book, and my chapter is called The Woman I Am Today, and that is why I created this show. I wanted to be able to sit down with other women entrepreneurs and women authors in the community and have them be able to share their story and some of the things that they've gone through, some of the challenges they've overcome. And there you have it. That is why I created this show. I'm going to dive a little bit into my story and share with you guys some of my challenges that I've had with dealing with fear, guilt, shame, and anger. So the first topic would be fear. For the spirit God gave us does not make us timid, but gives us power, love, and self-discipline. I have power, I have love, I have self-control, and I bind fear. The woman I am today, love is patient, love is kind, love does not envy or boast. It's not arrogant or rude. It does not insist on its own way. Love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, and endures all things. Love never ends. Faith, hope, and love abide, but the greatest of these is love. And I have affirmation here, and it says, I am the woman God created me to be. I'm doing everything God created me to do. Everything in my life is going according to God's plan because I believe. A lot of my alcohol abuse and substance abuse occurred in my early 20s. I lost 3 of my siblings before the age of 25, both of my big brothers and one of my younger sisters. Today, I have a better understanding of my purpose in my life, and I know how to stand strong when storms begin to rise. I am always reminding myself I am stronger than my circumstances. I was sexually abused for many years of my life. Those experiences are a part of me and have groomed me into the woman I am today. I lost my sister to HIV/AIDS virus, and that was the heaviest pain I had ever felt. Yet that experience is strengthening me to become the woman I am today. I also lost my brother to gun violence, and it's molding me into the woman I am today. I am still healing from the inside out, and many of those years, drug and alcohol abuse was also a part of my life. And so through those trials, I've learned how to allow God to give me the strength and the boldness that you see today. Prayer and building my self-esteem were vital for me to transition into the woman I am today. So from kindergarten to high school, I was bullied. I had several girls in my elementary school, middle school, and high school. I was suspended several times because of those altercations. I struggled with anxiety and fear, anger, because I didn't know how to process it. I didn't understand why girls that were saying they were my friends were doing things to hurt my feelings, saying things to hurt my feelings. I didn't understand why girls that would pretend to be my friend would put me in certain situations and I would allow it, and ended up, it caused severe anxiety for me. It caused a lot of stress, and because I was also being sexually assaulted and molested, I didn't know how to fight back. I didn't know how to speak up for myself. And my outlet was to fight these girls back, which helped to some extent, but it did a lot of damage because I wanted to have those friends. I wanted to not feel rejected, not feel that I didn't have anyone to talk to. So I gravitated to people that would use me, people that would take advantage of me. And that went on for many years. I'll say I didn't really identify it as a problem until I'd say maybe my late 20s, around 25. I had already begun using substance abuse, I'd say in middle school. Once my sister passed and then my brother, I began to use it every day. I would have an alcoholic beverage several times throughout the week. I would smoke, and I did other recreational drugs that were available to me because of the lifestyle that I was living. And it took a toll on my life. It was very sad. It was very depressing. And I thought that I was actually at a point where I was starting my healing process and had gone through therapy and counseling, working with different mentors and coaches, and started really just digging into what parts of myself that needed to be healed. I never started doing the work. I didn't identify what my issues were. I suppressed everything. I later learned that both of my grandfathers struggled with alcohol abuse. And so it was very important for me to get a handle on that. And when I began to start working on the book, Healing Toxic Habits, I thought I was healing. I thought the therapy and coaching and mentoring was actually helping me heal. But in the midst of becoming a best-selling author, we had a very tragic situation where we lost our 7-year-old niece to asthma. And so that was a rock bottom for me. Those toxic habits that I wrote about, that I thought I had healed from, began to come back up. And so I kind of started my healing process all over again, because I also was assaulted in the midst of trying to heal and process becoming a best-selling author, processing losing my 7-year-old niece. For those of you that don't know, I'm a dreamer. I dream, and several of those dreams have manifested in this life. And the day that my niece took her last breath was one of those dreams, and I'm still healing. It has been a very hard grieving process because I've lost quite a few family members.
We'll be right back after a word from our sponsors.
So losing those 3 siblings before the age of 25 was one of the main reasons why I wanted to launch my organization, New Vision Foundation for Life, so that I could work with children that had been orphaned by substance abuse, gun violence, HIV/AIDS virus, the prison system, and I began to collect clothing, school items. We did a school drive, and I was actually able to bless a lot of the students over at the Boys and Girls Center. And that kind of, for me, it warmed my heart. It made me feel like I was making a difference in my community. And so that's where the beginning, the heartbeat of New Vision started. And I've been able to work with women that are incarcerated, women that are coming out of the shelter. And so I empower them, I equip them with tools and resources that they need to show up for the woman God created them to be. I've had various opportunities that have been granted to me, and I've been able to share those opportunities. While doing the work myself, I had the opportunity to work with an amazing group of women that were a part of the Job Start program. When some of these women were released, they were afforded the opportunity to move into the New Beginnings Home, which is a partnership with Dr. Rita Suter and Women of Purpose and Destiny. We went in and totally remodeled this home for these ladies to have a safe place to live in. Take a look at this video clip.
Hi everyone, my name is Derry Washington. My company is Tranquil Designs LLC, and we are at the New Beginning House.
We started this company. There's a couple things that we really wanted to make sure that we did. Help out, give back to the community, and be a presence there with them.
His guys are in there and they've started painting. They started in the kitchen. Cedric Nelson, he is donating the carpet and installing the carpet. Shout out to Cedric. We thank you so much for giving back. Guys, this is such an awesome project. I can't even tell you. So I'm gonna have Kimberly say a few words.
I just want the community to know that we need you on this project. We want you to be a part of this project. This is really big for New Vision Foundation for Life, Tranquil Design. I want you guys to come out and support, donate in any way that you can, whether it's home supplies. The ladies are going to be needing personal hygiene items. If you want to donate clothes, whatever it is that your heart leads you to do, do it. Do it. Come out and be a part of this amazing experience. Thank you guys.
And like I said, this is the beginning of the project, and we are busy and we need to get this thing done.
We'll be right back after a word from our sponsors.
Along with healing toxic habits, I began doing the work to heal myself. And with that came better eating habits, better mindset, better lifestyle. And I found that I was having trouble digesting my food. I was having migraine headaches, brain fogs. And there was one particular evening I remember going down the hallway at my mom's, and there were just like little black spots. My eyes were, I don't know how to explain it, but I had like the dark spots in my eyes. It was very spotty. I was very lightheaded, and I remember holding myself up against the wall to get to the bedroom. And this was a little bit after my niece passed, which was the same week that we released the book. And so I'm sure it was a bit of grief and sadness and everything that was going on that made my health issues a little bit, it made them stand out a little bit more to me. It actually made me aware of, I needed to see a doctor and find out what was going on with me. So a little bit after that, I went to see my doctors, and I received a diagnosis. I received a diagnosis for Lyme disease, and it affects pretty much every aspect of the physical body for my situation. Chronic pain, headaches, brain fog, nausea, anxiety, just felt really, really horrible. And I found a tea. I began taking this tea in August, and per my doctor, I could not, the medication that they prescribed for me, I could not be out in the sun. I could not lay down at least an hour prior to or after taking the medication. So there were a lot of restrictions and things that I had to go by with that medication. So when I began drinking the tea, I noticed that I felt better. I noticed that I was able to eat. I wasn't having those headaches every day. My anxiety had decreased a lot. And I'll tell you this, when my sister passed in 2001, my doctors had put me on anxiety medication. I never liked the way it made me feel. And so moving forward, the medication that I had for the Lyme disease and another diagnosis that I received, the medication made me sick. I literally was throwing up every time I take the medication, whether it be in the morning or the evening, whether I ate food with it or I did not eat food with it, it still made me sick. So when I began drinking this tea, it literally took all of that away. Like that same day that I began drinking the tea, I felt so much better. And as I have continued to drink it daily since August, I am no longer on any prescription medication. I am taking my vitamins. I drink my tea daily. It is called the Speak Life Tea Talks. And we have 5 different flavors. We have the original, lemon, peppermint, pineapple, and lemon. I think that's all of them. But this tea has helped me significantly. When we would go out to do different events and I would come back in, I would be so drained and so tired. And it's like now I can get out and I can do different things. I can do the events and filming and things that we need to do for this particular TV show. And I feel great. I don't feel just bogged down. Now I have the opportunity to share these affiliate opportunities to experience the entrepreneur lifestyle with the ladies and help them be able to have a sustainable income, to be able to provide for themselves and their families. And it's allowed me to be able to bring other opportunities to the ladies as well. This platform being one where they're able to share their products, businesses, and services that they have with the millions of viewers that we have on this platform. And so with this platform, the ladies that I'm working with, they have the opportunity to share their stories about the woman that they are today. Any of the ladies that have business products and services, they're able to share those as well. Some of the ladies that have graduated from the Job Start program and are no longer in prison, they are creating businesses and services that they provide for the community, and it's just been an amazing journey to see how far they come and see the work that they've actually done with their healing process. And so I just want to say thank you to everyone that has had the opportunity to sit down and watch the show. I want to say happy holidays to everyone, and I will see you next week. Thank you for joining the Woman I Am Today TV show. Hello everyone, my name is Kimberly Guest. I am the CEO and founder of New Vision Foundation for Life. These are some of the products that we have. I am a Speak Life TikToks affiliate, and so this tea has helped me significantly with a diagnosis that I received last year. And so this diagnosis, it affects my entire body. It causes chronic pain. It affects my nervous system. It causes nausea, headache, to the point where I was literally vomiting 2 to 3 times a week. And so this tea has changed my life. I am no longer having headaches. I am no longer having nausea. My stress level and anxiety have been down significantly. And I sleep very well at night. It tastes absolutely amazing. You can go to KimberlyAguest.com and order your tea. We have peppermint, we have peach, we have pineapple, and the original flavor. This tea has changed my life. It is absolutely amazing. So if you would like some of this tea, please go to KimberlyAguest.com and order your Speak Life Tea Tots. On the next episode,
getting weird or whatever. And I did that. But it turned out the first relationship I truly committed to just was the most destructive one of all. And I went through so much as a result of that marriage. I lost so much. I had to start my life over at the age of 40. And I'm just like, okay, this can't happen again. And, you know, at that point, I thought, like, I was so angry, I was so hurt. I was like, I'll never be able to trust anyone again. Like, that's how broken down I was at that point. And I was like literally walking around angry and having like anxiety attacks for like a couple years afterward. And so it was just amazing though that even in the midst of dealing with all those emotions, I was just talking to God like, you taught me how to be a good wife in this marriage. You taught me how to be committed. You taught me how to control my tongue, because in the beginning, I would cuss this man out. You know, it was not pretty. But I learned to be patient. I learned to not have to pick at every little thing that happened. You know, I was just
choosing your battles.
Choosing my battles and just maintaining peace, you know. So I'm like, why did I learn all that for it to end like this? Like, God, you must have something else for me. So the book that I wrote actually came out of some letters that I had written to my husband at some point about just, goals and things that, we could have as a couple. And when I found these letters, I was like amazed because they were written with so much love, even though I'd gone through so much with this man. And I'm like, this is treasure right here. So I took those letters and wrote Dear Husband right as I'm going through this crazy divorce.
and became a best-selling author, right?
Yeah.
That's awesome. On today's episode of The Woman I Am Today, I sit down with community advocate, retired entrepreneur turned businesswoman, Miss Valerie White. Join us as she shares how she's changed the lives of those in her community. Enjoy this episode of The Woman I Am Today.
Hi, my name is Valerie White, and I'm CEO and founder of White Insurance Group. We want what's best for you. We help you put a plan in place so your family will know what your wishes are when you leave here. We service the Garner, North Carolina, and surrounding areas. My number is 919-585-7658. We really want what's best for you. Friends, families, and neighbors, give us a call again at 919-585-7658. We want what's best for you.
Hello everyone, my name is Kimberly Guest. I am the CEO and founder of New Vision Foundation for Life. These are some of the products that we have. I am a Speak Life TikToks affiliate, something to help suppress your appetite, help you get through the day. Like I said, it is an amazing tea. I have been taking it since August of this year. I have had no headaches, no nausea. I've been able to sleep. My stress level has been completely down. And so you guys, this is an amazing tea. It is made by a young lady right here in the North Carolina area. Her name is Letitia Nicole, and this tea has changed my life. It is absolutely amazing. So if you would like some of this tea, please go to KimberlyAGuest.com and order your Speak Life Tea Talks. Now, we also have my book, which is Healing Toxic Habits. You can order a copy of this book. It is $20. And I share a little bit about my journey and some of the things that I have gone through and that I needed to get healed, delivered, and set free. So I share that in that book. If you're looking towards healing from shame, guilt, fear, anger, healing toxic habits, this is the book for you. You need to order your copy today. And this book actually had Amazon bestseller in like 5 categories, you guys. So I took my chapter, which is The Woman I Am Today, and I created these journals. We have the mug and the pen as well. And so while you are drinking some of this delicious tea, you can write down your goals, write down your visions and things that you have planned for your life. Some of the things that you want to accomplish in 2021, we have a journal right here, and you can start writing about those things that you would like to accomplish. Also a part of the Our Stories, His Glory, Volume 2. This will be available early 2021 and Speak Life series. And so Our Stories, His Glory Part 1 is already out. You can go to Amazon and order this. And it's an amazing book. I share a little bit about some of the challenges that I have gone through and why it's so important for me to speak up and share with you guys about the woman I am today and some of the mountains and barriers that I have had to move in my life to show up for the woman I am today. And so I just wanted to come here and share a little bit of our products that we have. We also have our magnetic lashes, which I have on now. You can order you some of these beautiful lashes. Magnetic lashes. You can order your journal set, The Woman I Am Today, the journal set with your mug and pen included. You have these 2 amazing books that have stories from some incredible people that have opened up and been transparent about some of their struggles and challenges. So you can order Healing Toxic Habits. You can go to my website again, that's KimberlyAGuest.com. You'll see the journals and the lashes as well. And you will also see the Speak Life Tea Talks. Mindset and got in position to align myself with like-minded individuals who helped me shift my thinking positively. I admit, I didn't have my own mindset prior. I wasn't listening to the right people previously. I had not found my own voice yet, neither did I know who I was. God took my mess and turned it into a powerful message. My test became my testimony. I began doing the work so that I could manifest the highest version of the woman God created me to be. Our Stories, His Glory, Volume 2 is a continuation in the powerful inspirational series, written to share testimonies of how 8 people broke out of bondage to become physically, mentally, and spiritually free. To order your copy, go to my website, KimberlyAGuest.com, where you can also purchase a copy of the bestseller, Healing Toxic Habits, and your Speak Life Tea Talks.
Are you looking to have more time with your patient? Are you looking to improve the management of your clinic? Are you looking for a way to increase your revenue and decrease your business expenses? Are you looking for an opportunity to streamline your time and grow your practice? If you answer yes to any of the aforementioned questions, then TNC Professional Billing Solutions is for you. Here at TNC Professional Billing Solutions, we can make that happen in as little as 60 days and of course to you.
Hi, my name is Cassandra, and I am co-founder of TNC Professional Billing Solutions. Our company assists private healthcare providers improve their profitability and streamline their day-to-day operations. The more efficient your practice can operate, the more profits you will make. By easing some of the tedious pressures from the business side of your practice, our providers can provide a better quality of healthcare for their patients. We are professional practice problem solvers. Contact us at 803-636-7367. We look forward to hearing from you soon.
Hello, my name is Prophetess Therese Mazul from Garner, North Carolina. I am the prophet and Morah of Yahuwah's Temple, Truth and Praise. What I do is I teach truths, hidden truths about slavery, our ancestors, and who our true and living Abba is, which his name is Yahuwah, and his son, the Messiah, Yahusha HaMashiach. Here, we are a big spiritual family. We embrace spirit and truth, for we are all spiritual beings having a human experience. You can contact me 919-720-6418, or I am on Facebook, Therese Trusting God Brown, and also by email, theresebrown@yahoo.com.
Programming like this for our young men, we really need to do it. We need to get the word out so people know what is going on and that they will continue to support efforts like this. Yeah, so Barbershop Talk was excellent. This is a great opportunity, I feel, to really connect with our young people and to connect with the community. I was really taken aback by just the depth of conversation from our young men. I think a lot of times we just kind of discount our young people and think that they really don't know what's going on or they don't have a lot to contribute. But our conversation was so in-depth today, and my group had to talk about how they would show empathy towards their parent who might have had a bad day. And the way these young men express themselves and the thoughtfulness and the fact that they really care about their family really moved me in a great way. So I'm really just impressed by what Troy is doing with Young Men for Christ. This is a great organization, a great nonprofit, and I just wish them a lot of luck as they continue with the work. This is so needful, especially in our communities of color, where we see our young men either being victimized or victimizing other people. We've got to really push programs like this that have positive affirmations about who they are, who they're going to be and how they're going to make a difference in the community. For programming like this for our young men, we really need to do it. We need to get the word out so people know what is going on and that they will continue to support efforts like this.
Raleigh Chief of Police Stella Patterson will be episode 16 on the Bro Code. Tap in.
Lord, grant me the serenity to understand the things I cannot change. Grant me the courage to change the things that I can. And grant me the wisdom to know the difference. Just for today. Amen. Away from me.
You close to the edge, just don't move. My brother said his lawyer just gave him some bad news. Police found the drugs that were stashed in the bathroom. Not only that, but his court date approaching us fast too. So tell me what to do. Lord, you only seek the truth. If you want to bear fruit, then he needs to abide in you. If you seek transformation, it happens in solitude. Since I never had a shot, God threw me the alley-oop. I believe I can fly. Let me mingle with the angels. Heaven's in my peripheral, I see it from an angle.
What's up, good people? It's your boy, Bro Troy. Bro Smith. And we are the Bro Code. We are right here at Fayetteville State. We are in the TV studio. We have one of the students here that is a...
Communications and Media Studies.
Hold on, you gotta speak up, man. Tell the people, put some respect on your name.
I didn't know you was gonna do it.
Go ahead, man. Okay, get it
My
right.
name is Dormaya Vance. I am a senior here at Fayetteville State University, where I'm studying Communications and Media Studies. I am an aspiring, I'm not even gonna say aspiring, because I'm already doing it. I'm a journalist, you know what I'm saying? But yeah.
Speak that thing. There you go. Put some respect on your name. Well, welcome. We're glad to be here. We're glad that you welcomed us. Great hospitality. We're happy to be in Bronco territory.
Thank you. I'm glad
So
to be here.
I'm wondering, communications major, right? You're, if I heard you right, you're a senior, getting ready to graduate.
Yes, sir.
But where did it start? Like, how did communications and media become a passion for you?
Well, I would say it started after my first year of college, because my first year of college was at a community college. I transferred to Fayetteville State. And so after I basically realized that I was following a tradition that my parents wanted me to do, I was just like, nah, see, that ain't it. That ain't it, Chief. So I picked up a camera and was like, I could teach myself something, maybe start a YouTube, whatever.
Yeah.
And so I decided to do that. And after that, that's where I fell in love with the passion. But once I actually got like into Fayetteville, I knew for a fact that I was locked in after I met this lady. Her name is Shakira Patterson. And I really appreciate her for kind of showing me the way of media, because she did a lot of things. Like, she has a platform that she still runs, but she lives in Texas now.
Okay.
And so she really inspired me, and that's where my first internship was. And she inspired me to get into making content, creating content, writing articles, doing different things. And so I'm just, whenever I came to the 2-6, you know, I was just really excited to really dive into what I love, because the people here are so creative. A lot of the staff and professors here at Fayetteville State are very supportive, and like the student media that we have here, they are so interconnected, and I'm glad that I can kind of bring more unity to what we have going here. So that's kind of where the passion came from, just getting to know people here in Fayetteville and getting to know like the community more and more, because I'm very big on community.
Yeah, I love it. We're big on community too. What was the young lady's name? Sharnetta?
Shakira Patterson.
Shakira Patterson. Shout out to Shakira Patterson. All of us need a Shakira Patterson. That one person that we can really find for support. And it's really dope to hear you say that, right? And it seemed as if it was a timely thing.
Very much so.
You know, it was
Very
a timely
much so.
thing, right? A divine thing, if you may. So that's really dope to hear, man. What you got, Bro Smith?
So why Fayetteville State? And what are you doing on campus now? You shared a little bit with me earlier.
Yeah.
But talk about what you're doing on campus and why you chose this place to be your school of choice.
So Fayetteville State is it's a good school. It's a good HBCU for sure, and I'm really like glad to be here and glad to be available to these resources and different professors and staff. But the reason I chose it is because I'm not too far away from my family. I'm from Goldsboro, North Carolina, which is like an hour away. And I'm big on family. I'm one of those people, you know, so I try to make sure my family can, you know, see me or whatever, but that's about to change because I got big plans for my life.
I got to talk that.
For college reasons,
Yeah.
I stayed kind of close to family, and of course it was pretty affordable, and they had a good program because I toured here before I even decided to transfer, and I was like, y'all got all this, I gotta come.
Yeah.
So I had a plan in my head and I executed. That's basically what it kind of came down to. But my affiliation with like student orgs and all that started in 2019, pre-pandemic. So I got involved with the newspaper.
Okay.
The Voice. Shout out to The Voice. You know, I'm the editor-in-chief at The Voice. And so that's our student newspaper.
Okay.
And so that's where I got to further those journalism skills, learn more about, you know, how newspaper works, how do I get into different things when it comes to like article writing, reporting, that type of thing. So that, getting involved with that, I moved up. So now as a senior, I'm the editor-in-chief, but that door was opening, that door opened to Bronco TV because I learned about the other student media. And so I came over to Bronco TV and I met two women that helped me, like, you know, grow, how to run the studio, how to run the switcher, how to put the cameras together. Shout out to Kiana Smith and Desire Chisholm. They helped me very much. They graduated from here. And so I really appreciate them for showing me the keys to be successful. But that's kind of how I got involved. I also helped revive an organization, NABJ, the National Association of Black Journalists, where we focus on in the field training, like, you know, going out, interviewing people, having discussions, kind of like how we're doing right now about different topics. We recently had a roundtable discussion about sports media and black women, and we brought awareness to Brittany Griner and how she's dealing with different things in Russia and like the detainment she's going through. But we just talked about a lot of different black issues that's going on with, you know, our people in the community, and that's like one of the things I'm really proud to say I was able to revive when it comes to my affiliation with the student orgs on campus.
Super dope, man. I love all of that, man. We might have to have a part 2 of this.
I mean,
with
it.
What's happening? What I love most though is you said 2 of my favorite words, and the fellas talk about this all the time: planning and execution. Right? Write the vision, but it has a comma after that, which means continuation, which means you got to put some action and go get that.
Of course, yes,
and
sir.
to hear you say that and then put the gumption behind it, man, it really warms my heart, and I'm really proud of you, number one, and excited for what's next to come, man.
Thank you.
Indeed. What you got, bro?
So you said a couple of things that really stand out to me. First of all, that you first had the courage, number one, to go to a community college, figure out your path before you get to a 4-year or whatever. That's great. Secondly, that parents may have had a pre-planned path for you, but somewhere inside you're like, yo, I'm not doing it my whole life, and that's hard for a lot of youth. So shout out to you for that. But we were talking earlier, you were talking about language, and you were telling me moving to Atlanta and all this, and you corrected yourself mid-sentence, almost like I'm already doing all these things.
That's right.
So that too. But HBCUs, one of the things that we know there's a shift right now nationwide. Your experience, good thing, bad thing, how do you feel about that?
Being that my experience was kind of invaded with pandemic things, and we had like a whole year off. I would say if I took the pandemic kind of out of it, based on my experience that I did have on campus, it was pretty good for Fayetteville State. Of course, there's always certain things that I feel like needed to be improved, like more awareness of student media. That's why I push so hard and work so hard to make sure we're unified together and putting everybody, at least connecting everybody with the right people. Like, if I don't know them, or if you're not interested in the TV station, I could put you on with the newspaper. If you're not interested with the newspaper, I could put you on with the radio station. And that's kind of how I wanted to form that community and bring more awareness to what we're doing. And it's happening. It's just, I feel like if we didn't have that year off, it would be thriving a little bit more.
So one of the angles, and I love what you just talked about with the awareness, but one of the things the Broco wants to highlight on our platform is the HBCU or college experience. So tell us how, if you could give us one piece of advice moving forward, what area could we focus on when we're at the colleges to bring more awareness to the student engagement?
I would say have a plan. That's my piece of advice, because when it comes down to it, no matter what organization you're involved in, no matter what you're trying to do, if you're gonna like put yourself out there, at least know a little bit about what you're trying to do.
Right.
So it don't matter if you're trying to get involved with maybe student media or the big 8 like SGA and SAC. Just have a plan. Like, don't go in saying, yeah, I'm gonna do this, and then not show up. You know what I'm saying? You didn't have anything in the works or a plan to say like, yes, this is what I'm gonna do while my face is a part of this organization. I just say, if you come into a HBCU, have a plan. It really don't matter where you're going. Have a plan, but especially if you're coming to a HBCU, just have a plan. Be prepared for anything. It doesn't matter what it is, because you never know where adversity may come from. So just be prepared.
I've heard before that adversity is an opportunity for a focused person to show greatness.
I never heard that. Thank you for that.
There you go. Hashtag Troy Jermaine Johnson. Nonetheless, you used this word several times in the last 8 minutes. It's a plan.
Yes, very much.
So what's next?
So I would say it's not necessarily next, but it would be next. Of course, graduating, but my plans are to continue my LLC. I do have an LLC called Baby Talk TV, where I highlight news and culture and hip hop in the local area that I'm in. So right now it's spotlighted on Fayetteville. Okay. There's a lot of underground artists and a lot of different talented people that own businesses that need spotlight, and that's what I do for them with my platform. Being that I'm educated, you know, I have the, criteria or certification to be like, yes, we need to make sure you get as much exposure as possible. You know what I mean? So, and plus having a network and being able to expose them to people, being that I have a network. And so, continuing that, and of course, I want to move to Atlanta. I will move to Atlanta and continue my education, getting a Master of Arts in Communications at Georgia State University, hopefully. Haven't been accepted yet, but I'm speaking it into existence. So I really just want to further my education. And one of the top things that I want to do is get my research paper published. It's about hip hop and the 4 pillars.
Okay.
And so I'm really hoping I can get that published so I can do more things to expand the knowledge of hip hop and highlight different people that have made a real contribution to what we see now, and show people what real hip hop is about.
That's a question all by itself.
Well, 2 questions. So, give me the LLC and or your social media handles. How do people find you and tap into the work?
So my LLC is Baby Talk TV LLC. You can follow me at the correct spelling THATS Baby Talk TV on Instagram. That's the only social media I have, but I do have a YouTube. It's Baby Talk TV without the LLC, so you can see like coverage I've done. I recently did a tour in January, so there's tour footage as well as interviews. So you can definitely check that out there.
And the second question, you've talked about this hip hop scene now. I'm familiar with J. Cole, like many out of this, but who are some of those under the radar artists that you spoke of?
Well, a couple that I listen to and I know personally, this guy, his name is Clark. His full name is Ronald Clark, but his artist name is Clark.
Okay.
He's a backpack rapper, kind of how when Kanye was first starting out, he really, really loves that type of vibe, Outkast type of vibe. And that's the type of energy he's on. He's very lyrical. He has a lot of sports references. So if y'all like sports, y'all probably would like him.
Okay.
But him, there's also this guy named Malcolm Chester, very lyrical guy. He's coming out with an album, I think, this month or next month. Very, very talented. He's also a visual artist. So the Market House, the mural that's around there, the Black Lives Matter, he helped with that. And so he does other things. I guess a third person that I can throw in there would be, that's like lyrical that I like for sure.
Okay.
It's probably gonna be this guy named Nameless Validity. I know him by a different name, but that's his artist name. But he's like I feel like maybe like the Drake, because he makes the women's songs, but he also can rap. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta bring Drake in there, right?
Of course, you know what I'm saying. I love Drake.
I knew it was coming.
Drake, if you see this, I need something. Whatever you need, an article, or if you need like a video, an interview, like we can set it up. You know what I'm saying? Just a little something.
You got to put it out there, right?
Shameless plug. Yeah, I can dig it though. I really can, for sure.
It's definitely more than just those 3 guys. But also one more person, Jamie Davis. He's actually He's an artist, but he's actually a student here, and he works for the radio station. So I got to shout him out, being that I know he's a student here. But those 4 guys, and of course there's a plethora of artists just trying to really make it out the Ville, other than who you see like J. Cole and Murray. But
I thought you would have shout out some women, given your taste in female hip hop.
I do know some women, but they need some work.
Okay.
I do know some women artists, but they need some work. Just a little work.
I'm just curious, Clark, is that with an E or without an E then?
Without an E.
All right, I got to look him up. We'll listen to that on the way home.
Yeah, he got an album out called Respect. 14 song album. Pretty dope.
We're going to check that out. Well, we are right here. I also see, fellas, maybe a Baby G Bro Code collaboration in the future. Like, we use this platform for the same thing, to amplify the voices of others, to show the human side of humanity, and really give individuals a platform to tell a little bit more about themselves. So we're glad that we got a chance to come to Fayetteville State, meet Baby G, get ready to graduate. Congratulations to you. Thank you for sharing. You ready to go? Yes. Well, you ready to go too. It's your boy, Brett Troy.
Brooker.
So tell me what to do.
We are.
Lord, you only seek the truth. If you want to bear fruit, then it needs to abide in you. If you
have fun.
Lord, grant me the serenity to understand the things I cannot change. Grant me the courage to change the things that I can. And grant me the wisdom to know the difference. Just for today. Amen. Away from me.
You close to the edge, just don't move. My brother said his lawyer just gave him some bad news. Police found the drugs that were stashed in the bathroom. Not only that, but his court date approaching us fast too. So tell me what to do. Lord, you only seek the truth. If you want to bear fruit, then it needs to abide in you. If you seek transformation, it happens in solitude. Since I never had a shot, God threw me the alley-hoop. I believe I can fly. Let me mingle with the angels. Heaven's in my peripheral, I see it from an angle.
What's up, good people? It's your boy, Bro Troy.
Bro Smith.
And we are the Bro Code. Usually I say what the Bro Code is right now, but we got a special edition now. Here we are again, right here at Fayetteville State University. We are on the couch, Bronco TV. We have a special guest, Miss Harriet Burnett. Did I get it right?
Yes, indeed.
Oh, I got it right that time. Miss Harriet, I appreciate you coming on the Bro Code show. But for those that are listening and don't know who you are, I need you to run me your resume, put some respect on your name, and that camera right there in 90 seconds.
Absolutely. Like you said, I am Harriet Burnett, and I live here in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Not from here. I'm from a little small town called Whitaker, North Carolina. And I'm founder of Del Carlos Production, which is a mentoring modeling agency here in Fayetteville. I've been acting, for about since 2014. And I have several movies. If you want to check me out, go to Amazon Prime, and I have 4 movies up there. I'll talk to you a little bit about that a little later. But I love acting, singing. I direct and all that good stuff. So you'll get into all the other good stuff a little bit later on. So.
Okay, all right, Miss Harriet, you're going to get a little stuff, okay? Well, I'm curious, how did acting and modeling and mentoring, how did that become a passion?
Wow. Well, one would say that I've been acting all my life. I've always been the person like to keep people mellow and do little stuff to kind of, get them going. So I've been doing that. But far as the modeling, actually fell into that, was brought into that in 1980 when I graduated high school. Mm-hmm. I was performing because I was a singer before I was anything else. And I was performing at a fashion show. And one of the models didn't show, and I just happened to be her size.
Okay.
So the person asked me if I would take over her spot. So I did that in '79 and loved it. Loved it.
You literally fell into it.
I said fell into that, yeah. Okay. So from there, I went off to college. I Did not come to Fayetteville State. I love the Broncos.
Okay.
But my son went here. I went to Winston-Salem State University.
Okay, go Rams.
And so left there, went up north, went to New York, and worked in New York, and followed my modeling career. Moved back to Washington, D.C. and started Del Carlos Productions.
Okay.
So from there, lived there for a while, came back to North Carolina. I've been on my present job for almost 28 years. And in 2014, I kind of fell into that acting thing.
Okay.
Okay. A friend of mine from here asked me to come and audition for a TV show called Sisters the 40s Club, which I did. And I got cast for that right on spot.
Okay.
For that. Did that for a while. A young lady that was a part of it called Shawnee Hardy. She's a writer, director, producer out of, she's from Jamaica.
Okay.
But she lives in Clayton, and she asked me if I would read a script that she written called Provision. Provision is a Christian-based film that she cast me in for that. From that one, and that's also on Amazon Prime too.
Okay.
From that one, she wrote another movie called My Three Boys.
Yeah.
And it's based off a true story. She had a cousin that had cancer who lived in Jamaica who had boys, and asked her if something happened to her, would she and her husband help out with the kids. So before she could finish writing it, her cousin passed away.
Wow.
So I play the sister that takes over the kids in the movie. Very touching, very touching movie. And I also have two boys, so it worked out pretty good.
Yeah.
The awesome thing about that is I had my own boys at the end of the movie play the grown-ups.
Wow.
And my mom was actually in the movie, so my mom was actually so that was
Yeah.
that was awesome. So those and again, like with the Polished Soul we talked about earlier, Mike Anderson, absolutely amazing writer, producer, director of A Polished Soul. Y'all have to get him on this show. That's all I got to say. If I start talking about that, he'll probably start crying too. But The Polished Soul is an awesome, true movie.
Okay.
Also on Amazon Prime. So I've done several stage plays since then. I have short films, and it's a long list. So we could sit here all day and talk about it. You know what I mean? So
let's lighten the mood just a minute. So. Oftentimes, we all have people that we look up to that have encouraged us in whatever genre of career that we do. So I'm curious, give me one of your favorite actors and what are your favorite singers?
Wow, okay. My favorite actor would have to be Angela Bassett.
I like that one.
Love her, period. One, because she's very true to her craft. For one, she's very true to herself. For two, she's very strong, and she's what can I say about Angela? And I've had an opportunity to meet her.
Really?
Thank you, God, for that. So I just love that she's so serious about her craft, and she's strong, and she does not waver on what she wants and what she's going to do. She stays true to her craft. So I love that about her. My favorite singer, Anita Baker. That was my all-time favorite singer. I love myself some Anita Baker. I used to sing with the band back in the day, and that was a lot of stuff that I did from her. If I had to say a second singer, she's passed on now, Phyllis Hyman. I'm a jazzy bro. I mean, I like all types of music. I do, but jazz is my heart. I grew up around it. But those two singers, amazing. Viola Davis for actor. Princess, I could look at that over and over and over again. I'm gonna get that cry with the whole snot thing. I haven't mastered that yet. I'm working on that.
Okay, what you got, bro?
Well, I want to jump into this modeling agencies, because you said you went to New York, and they say if you can make it in New York, you can make it anywhere. But you left there to start something of your own. Tell us a little bit about this LLC, the modeling agency.
Well, and let me back up a little bit. Okay, because when I said agency, I'm not really an agency as of yet.
All right.
I am a modeling mentor.
Okay.
Del Carlos Productions, I started in Washington, D.C. in 1985, and it just basically started out at that point. It's just been a modeling group where we did shows here, there, and everywhere.
Okay.
So as the years progressed, I saw the need of young ladies and young men that was kind of falling behind, you know, and it just had their low self-esteem and stuff like so. I turned it around to something else. It wasn't just the modeling thing for me anymore. It was teaching them how to love themselves inside out. So from there, I launched my modeling business as doing workshops. So I start my workshops in just having fun and teaching them that, first of all, this is not, no one's being judged here. It's not about you walking the best or looking the best or none of that. It's not what it's about. It's about how you look inside. So that's the main reason why I started Del Carlos Production. And it's named after my mom and my brother. Del is, my mother's name is Dolores. So that's where Del comes from, and my brother's name is Carlos.
That's an interesting spin you put on it. You know, you think modeling, you automatically go to the outward appearance, but you're focusing on that thing that makes them you.
Sounds a little bit more about the work we do, man. What you got, bro? Go ahead. That's all I thought. That's all I thought.
Where does this happen? What city? What state?
Anywhere you want it. I'm mobile. So whatever city you want me to come to, whatever county, I'll come to you.
Right now.
You know, and the fee is not big at all. Like a lot of people say, well, you know, you can charge this, that, and the other. God put a certain amount on my heart, and that's what it's going to stay.
What you got, bro?
So, Harriet, they say that there's something that you learn in small towns, but you can't learn anywhere else. What is that for you?
In my small town where I was born, oh my God, I owe my small town everything. I promise you, it's the love. It's the, you know, you can be poor, is with holes in your shoes, with torn out whatever, and your next door neighbor can love you so much that you don't even know about that. You might not have enough food on the table, but that love that you get, a piece of cornbread and some black-eyed peas to do the job. So I've learned in my little small town of Whitaker, North Carolina, from my grandmother's house down the level, what they call it, all the way down to the church and past there, I can walk down there and everybody loved everybody, and I can go sit on anybody's porch and eat at anybody's house.
Never met a stranger.
Never.
Yeah, that was my
You know,
grandmother,
so
too.
I took that, and I don't know how to not love people wherever I go. So and it bothers me that people like that, because I wasn't brought up like that, and it's to love every race, every creed, every, you know. So
Awesome. Harriet, you've played in a many movies, but I hear that we got a clip from one of your movies, so we're going to watch that clip, and we'll be right back.
Okay.
Excuse me, ma'am, you know you don't have to sit there.
Excuse me?
I said you don't have to.
I heard what you said. Now, I'll sit wherever I please. And I please to sit right here in this wide seat. See, I can put my feet up. You know, what? You've been living up on the rock for the last 50 years.
Now, Miss Harriet, we just saw a clip from your movie, Listen, right? One of the many projects that you've done before, but tell us more about that one.
Listen, well, first of all, Listen is written by a man by the name of Randy Wren.
Okay.
And Randy also was in two of the movies that I talked about earlier, My Three Boys and Vizion. Wow. And he called me one day and said, I got this short that I want you to be in. Would you be interested in it? And it actually started out as a little short play that we did at Wingate University over near Charlotte area. And then he turned it into a little short film. So Listen is about this young man, well, not young, but it's this man that he's riding the bus. He get on the bus every day at the same time, and there's several different people that get on the bus, and he has something to say, or they'll speak to him or whatever, and they're trying to tell him what's going on with them, but he kind of cuts them off, right? So the whole concept is he don't listen to what they're actually saying. He don't know what Harriet's going to, you know, which my name is Clarice in the movie, and he don't know what she's going through. She's been, you know, she's an older lady. She walks to the back of the bus, as you saw in the clip, and she sits down and put her feet up, and he makes reference to, well, you know you don't have to sit back there no more. So I get offended. Like, I know I ain't got to sit to the back of the bus. Rosa Parks already took care of that. I'm just sitting back here because my feet hurt, and I'm going to rest my feet. So it's basically just that, how people hear you, but they don't hear you. So that's where the listen comes from.
I love it. I love it. Well, before we wrap this thing up, earlier we talked about dreaming big, and you seem like a person that throughout your whole career, whether that was through acting or modeling, you have always put your all into something. So I have to ask, like, what's next? Like, what is your perfect role? What does that look like?
Mentoring kids. That's my heart right there. It's like I like being in front of the camera. I like acting. I enjoy singing. Singing was my first love. And I brought up in the church and sing. I do, like I said, I do a lot of jazzy stuff as well. But if I would say, I really would like to just Del Carlos production will be just watching the kids smile and seeing that inner person come out on the outside. And that mentoring the kids would be my number one. And all over.
Collaboration, gentlemen. Another one, right? Yeah. Hey, man, just coming down to Bronco.
That's some great things
to the Broncos, right? Fayetteville State. Did you guys have any more questions, man? Did you have anything you thought of? Now, I gotta ask. Like, they say black don't crack. Do you have a special serum, a mud pie, or something that you use to keep your elegance? All divine.
All divine, and drink water and don't bother nobody. How did I think of drink water and mind my business?
And mind your business, right? Stop messing with people. Leave folks alone.
Your water, mind your business.
Mind your business.
And I work out every day.
And smile.
I walk every day.
There you go. And that's important.
I try to get at least 5 miles in it.
5 miles? Well, we got to step on
that.
Yeah, she drinks whatever Angela Bassett's drinking.
Exactly.
See, I learned from her, right? I haven't gotten into that learning yet. I haven't started running yet. I can't. Well, I'm not gonna say I can't. I haven't done the running yet. But yeah, she's my role model for real.
Something you inspire and look up
yes.
to. All right. Well, we appreciate you sitting down with the Bro Code. We look forward to all of the great things that are coming. And please follow this. Matter of fact, how can people stay in contact with you? How, other than Amazon Prime? You done said that about 5 times, right?
Okay.
But
Amazon Prime, yes. There's 4 movies on Amazon Prime right now. You can go see My Three Boys, Provision, A Polysoul, and Take a Stand. Okay.
Any website, social media?
Website is www.harrietdburnett.com. It's my website. My Instagram is hburnett50. My Twitter is harrietburnett54.
What's your TikTok?
You be tweeting?
Nah, I'm listening.
I'm about to say, you on TikTok too?
Look, if you go to TikTok and pull up Harriet Burnett, you'll hear me doing that, drink that water and mind your business.
Okay, I believe it.
I love that particular because I do. I'm a stickler about, you live life long if you drink your water and mind your business.
True. I can dig it. That's a shirt. That is. Drink it.
Yes.
Like that.
That's a shirt.
It is a shirt.
That's it.
I can dig it. You heard it right here on the Bro Code.
Yeah, let's do that.
That's it. We gonna make that happen?
Yes.
We got a collaboration right here. Bronco Radio, TV, all that good stuff. HBCUs. It's your boy, Bro Troy.
Kirk. Bro Smith.
And we are the Bro Code.
Oh yeah. Oh, we gotta get it. If you want to bear fruit, then it needs to abide in you. If you seek
Lord, grant me the serenity to understand the things I cannot change. Grant me the courage to change the things that I can. And grant me the wisdom to know the difference. Just for today. Amen. Away from me.
You close to the edge, just don't move. My brother said his lawyer just gave him some bad news. Police found the drugs that were stashed in the bathroom. Not only that, but his court date approaching us fast too. So tell me what to do. Lord, you only seek the truth. If you want to bear fruit, then it needs to abide in you. If you seek transformation, it happens in solitude. Since I never had a shot, God threw me the alley-oop. I believe I can fly. Let me mingle with the angels. Heaven's in my peripheral, I see it from an angle.
what's up, good people? Welcome, and welcome to the Bro Goat Show. It's your boy, Bro Troy, aka Mr. Y4C, but better known as Coach TJ. And this show is sponsored by Papa Murphy's Take and Bake Pizza. Make sure to visit your local Papa Murphy's Pizza retail store near you and load up on fresh, made-to-order, gluten-free Take and Bake pizzas, desserts, and salads. Make sure to use that mobile app for faster service and to earn additional savings. Now, for those who are new to the Bro Coat Show is a live talk show to discuss, uncover, justify, and dismantle the issues that concern us most as brothers, as family, and in the community. We like to give that to you raw, uncut, and real respectful. Now, our greatest desire is to embrace everyone in positive, popular conversation. So no, we're not in the business of bashing or belittling anyone, but we do believe in being comfortable with having uncomfortable conversations. Why? Because that's where understanding starts. So as Grandma would say, let's chew the meat and spit out the bone. Fellas, it's been an interesting week, man. You got a lot going on, man. Talk to me, man. Bro Kirk, how you feeling, man?
I feel great. We've been busy.
Yeah, man.
Right?
You know, I don't even like that word. I like productive.
Oh, that's a better way to say it.
Yeah,
We've been productive.
Because we're perpetual, right?
Yeah.
This has to be a wheel that's in motion.
Yeah.
Because where you're stagnant is disease. Man, we too dope for that.
I'll take that.
Indeed. Bro Smith, what's good, man?
Oh, just enjoying life, man. Glad to be here. Glad to have an opportunity to talk with the wonderful judge in person and not just behind the screen. So excited for the conversation.
Indeed. Well, let's get into this, man. Really quickly, there's been a lot that's been going on in the world, in our city. I think one of the earliest things, you sent me a text earlier, man, and I know it's a saddening thing, it's a death, but what was going on with that, man?
So the rapper Young Dolph was murdered, shot and killed.
Memphis, Tennessee. I heard earlier on, and we say that life and death comes in the tongue, right? There's power in the words that we speak. And there was I guess you could say a showing off, right? Because that didn't come to him. I think he was shot at numerous times.
Oh, yeah.
And he got past it, and I believe, and don't quote me on this or correct me if I'm wrong, made a big deal out of it to say like he was unstoppable or untouchable.
Put a song out, 100 shots.
I think that's a touching thing. Clearly, death comes for all of us, and there is a pandemic on our young black males. I think that speaks volume to the work that we do, gentlemen, and why every day it's become not just a one-off, but a lifestyle. And that's a testimony, not to just the work that needs to be done in Memphis, but worldwide in the nation, and really a call to action for those that are looked at as change agents to stand up and speak out. So condolences to the family and anyone that's been hurt by that. But I guess I would hope that as many of the other things that keep happening, especially the things that we do to ourselves as a culture, right? Those are the things that we can control, that we can really tap into that more frequently, man. So, on another note, when we talk about mentoring and the things that we do in the community, man, you talked about being busy. We did another event yesterday. As legs of our works continue to extend like an octopus, Y4C being at the head, walking in our purpose of sparking creative mindsets in youth continues to broaden. Talk to us about that, man. What are your thoughts?
So, the church. Let's talk about the church. Let's go to church. And we just had an episode with 15 youth, and we just walked in and encouraged them. Sometimes a lot of the mentoring we do, we don't talk about God, right?
Yeah.
Because of some of the spaces we go in, we're told we can't.
Yeah.
But it was kind of encouraging to go into the church.
That is true, man.
Right?
So shout out to Pastor Robinson at Juniper Level Missionary Baptist Church. I had to make sure I said that real slow. Get all them initials in there. But shout out to you, Pastor Robinson. We look forward to that work. And something we did with Judge Ashley not too long ago over at AHOP.
Yeah,
ACLA. Shout out to Coach Dane, Coach Fields over at ACLA. We got a chance to talk about knowing your rights, doing small group activities and role playing. And had some fun, right? Had some fun. Talk to us about that. Talk to me. Things like that you do a lot, Judge, right? Like when we look at your page, you're somewhere everywhere, and you can go from t-shirts and jeans to elegant and getting your Beyonce on. And I think that being a chameleon in the community is a skill. It's a gift. So outside of the work that we did that day, why is that important to you?
I mean, it was what you talked about earlier, and it's our youth. right? It's our kids. That's what it's all about. It's about reaching them. It's about encouraging them because they're going through a lot, right? As children, what we had to deal with, but now we have that dynamic of social media. We have that dynamic of the internet and all these things that, you know, were kind of just coming up as we were there. But seeing the impact that it's having on the mental health of our children is really what's so important to me. And I saw it before I was a judge, but even more so being a judge, I was like, oh no, I've got to step out here and make sure that we are educating our kids and loving on them. That's why I love the work that you all do and support the work that you all do, especially for our young black men as well. It's important to see people that look like you, and that's really why I wanted to become a judge, and that's really why it's important for me to be visible and be out in the community for people to see that I'm a regular person with a family, and you know, I'm not perfect by any means. I'm just a regular person. But my job is not to judge people, it's to help people.
Well, I think that's a great segue, right? So thank you for that. We talk about being human and being a regular person, so I'm going to give you 90 seconds. So for those out there who don't know, you've already used the word judge, right? We've talked about the impact that you've made in the community, but let's put some respect on your name. So I want you to look into that camera right there, and in 90 seconds or less, run me your resume.
All right, well, I'm from Hickory, North Carolina, born and raised. Yeah, from Catawba County, if you can't hear in the accent a little bit. And I grew up in the church. Grew up with my mom and my dad. My dad was actually the first black prosecutor on the western side of the state. So I grew up watching him, and also myself dealing with a lot of racism, a lot of racist individuals, a lot of people that were holding him back from just wanting to do great things in the community, similar to the things I'm trying to do, he also wanted to do. I say all the time, I stand on his shoulders, right? I ended up going to Wake Forest University because I wanted to be a doctor. I think we're going to talk more about that later. Ended up going there to do that. That did not pan out very well. So my junior year, I ended up going to the North Carolina Central University School of Law, which is where my father attended. And I knew I wanted to be a prosecutor, and I thought I wanted to be a career prosecutor. That was the plan. I was grateful to graduate from there and end up at the Wake County District Attorney's Office. I served there for 2 years. At the time, I was the only black female out of about 40-some attorneys at that point. We can get more into why I became a judge or kind of how God spoke to me, but the short of it is, one day I looked out in the audience and it was full of individuals that looked like me, and I looked up on the bench and that was not represented. And I literally feel like I heard God call me at that point and say, God, he said, actually, there's more for you. I said, no, I'm good. I'll pass. I'm good right here. But thankful for my mentors that looked out for me. So many judges on the bench that of similar color who looked out and mentored me through that process. I ended up leaving the DA's office, going to the Attorney General's office, representing the Division of Motor Vehicles, which gave me a great opportunity to travel the state, see a lot of different judges, see a lot of different individuals, ensure that our roadways are safe. And that was that job. But then in 2017, I was offered the opportunity by Governor Cooper to serve the citizens as a district court judge. I was 30 years old. I was the third and youngest African-American female to ever serve in this position when the courts were established over 50 years ago. I say that not to applaud myself, but I say that to say how sad it is that in Wake County, the capital county of North Carolina, we're talking about somebody being the third in 2017 of something. So today marks my 4th anniversary on the bench, so that was...
Congratulations. We're not going to skim over that, right?
We're going to hold up.
Absolutely, absolutely. Go ahead.
It's fine. So it's 4 years. I have served in all of the different courtrooms in so many different capacities. Learned so much over the last several years, and just blessed and grateful to be in this position to hopefully effectuate change and to continue to do that both on and off the bench.
We admire, we celebrate, and appreciate you and all the work that you do. Representation does matter. And you're right, that's a large part of the reason why, as black unicorns and baldhead greatness, that we do what we do. So I indeed appreciate that. Now, you mentioned something when we were talking about putting respect in your name. Just so y'all know, put some respect on her name now. So, and wanting to be a doctor. So I'm curious, let's make believe that was true. Let's make believe that everything that you wanted did happen. So, let's say it was true. Which one of these hospital TV series do you think you would most relate to?
Okay.
So we got ER, Hawthorne, or Grey's Anatomy, and why?
So I have not watched any of those shows. So I have no idea.
Do you like hospital shows? Any of them? None?
I don't even like Law and Order. I don't even like law shows that are fake. Now I love some snapped, like some real crime documentaries on Netflix. Like, oh my gosh, I will watch those.
Law and Order is fake? They don't solve crimes in 30 minutes? Oh man.
I know.
They undefeated, right?
Shocking.
They've never not solved a crime.
We could try a whole trial, like 3-day, 4-day, week, 2-week, 3-week trial.
Oh, so it ain't so. I
know. I'm sorry.
Oh man, I was waiting on the answer to that question too. Just shot me down. What you got, bro Smith? My question just sucks. I'm gonna call it a camera. There you go.
I'm waiting for the first paper cut, man. Now, Judge Ashley, you're being incredibly humble. I was looking at your page, and I'd imagine your wall at your house is just littered with plaques and degrees and combinations. So you're one of the National Black Lawyers Top 100, North Carolina's Top 40 Under 40, Black Catawba County Honoree, and the list goes on. It would look like a CVS receipt, by the time I'm done reading it. But
the discounts.
Are there any awards out of all of the accolades, not diminishing, any of them, that stick out more to you as, that's my favorite. Like that's the one that I put as soon as you walk in the house type thing.
So I don't have anything in my house as far as my awards or anything along those lines. They all go to work. I'm never in my office, honestly. I'm literally on the bench and I'm in chambers, so I never even get to go to my office. It's like dust in there. I mean, but I hang those in my office because it's more of a representative of what God has done. And I would like if somebody were to walk past my office that they can see the work that God has done. More so, to me, I personally don't look at those. I mean, I appreciate and I'm grateful for anything that anybody honors me for, but I give all glory to Him at the end of the day, and so that's where all of those actually are, unfortunately, collecting dust.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm gonna try a different question now. I'm gonna reload.
Sorry, y'all.
I'm gonna reload. Let's try this one now. You talked about TV. You don't watch the law shows and different things. I had learned something right before this show in regards to judges. You talk about representation, and you see a decent amount of representation, at least on TV. Especially with black female judges. One, is there a particular judge that you like over the others? And is that real? Like, are these official judges, or is this all for the camera?
So, no, I don't watch any of those either because I'm at work when they're on TV. But when I was on maternity leave, my mom was at the house and she was watching a bunch of them. I mean, I think they're all great. I think they're great at what they do. I mean, there's obviously an entertainment factor to it. I can tell you personally, I have felt like I've been on the Judge Ashley show. I've actually said from the bench, y'all are making me feel like this is the Judge Ashley show, like I'm being pranked, like there's cameras everywhere. I mean, just some of the things that I hear. But, it's not real. I mean, in the sense that people have agreed that they will allow this person to pretty much mediate and arbitrate their case for them. But as far as what you see in the courtroom, I would say there are times that it could be extremely, extremely dull. What's happening in the courtroom. People would not probably just want to watch a camera that's just put in there. But there are times that it is extremely entertaining as far as some of the things that people will say anything to get at somebody else, and then there are times, that's extremely sad. And I think that if we did put a camera in the courtroom, I think it would be impactful for people because I feel so many times they see that on TV and they think that this is how life is, this is how it is. And here I'm like, no. How y'all going to be interacting? We're going to stay respectful. This is an actual courtroom. This is an actual court of law. So I do have to have those conversations a lot because I feel like people look at TV and say, that's how I'm going to act. Right.
Not up here. I love it. I love it.
So in regards to just building representation and taking those younger individuals that are trying to aspire to be where you're at, what would you say are some of the top qualities a person like yourself should have, both when they're learning and as they get to your level?
I would definitely say that humility piece, like you said earlier, I can always learn and I always need to learn, but I also need to remember where I came from. So it's always important for me to bring, so if someone reaches out to me and says, hey, can I shadow you? Absolutely. So I constantly have young people coming into the courtroom, watching and observing, answering any questions, trying to get on Zooms with people when it was virtual or phone calls. Like I'll talk to anybody about kind of my journey. I never get tired of doing that, and I can't tire of doing that because it's important to do that work. And I think that for me, it's going back to looking at where we were and where we are. Like I said, I think that humility piece, not being afraid to ask questions, and also not being afraid to accept constructive criticism, understanding that you're not perfect, understanding that you have areas to grow in. I'm not always going to do everything the right way. I'm not perfect on the bench. I'm a human, right? But I'm trying to do my best. I think I said that in my post earlier today. Like, I try my best every day. I try to get it right. And I think that's the piece that anybody can do, is always learning, knowing that you can grow in anything that you do, but also pulling back and reaching back is always important.
Appreciate it.
Love it. Judge Ashley, you put up a number 4. So I want to talk about 2 numbers.
Okay.
We're going to start with number 4,
okay,
and then we're going to jump to number 9.
Okay.
Right? So number 4.
I was like, uh-oh.
Yeah, number 4.
Okay.
Your 4th year.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about your journey, and like maybe one thing that you're like, wow, I didn't know this. And just like full circle.
Okay, so when the governor called me for the interview, he asked me, he said, what do you think the biggest challenge is going to be when you become a judge? And my answer was, I don't know. Like, I don't know.
It's a very good interview answer.
Well, you would think it's the worst answer, right? But it was the best answer, because it literally was like, until I get there, I'm not going to know what's going to happen. You know, I'm sitting there, and as a lawyer, I'm judging judges, right? Oh, this way and all that way and all this, that, and the third, and all that, you know, and they should be like this, or they should rule this way, or whatever else. You get up there, and it's like, wow, right? Think about, I tell people all the time, it's like, if you want to know what it's like to be a judge, take one situation and listen to all the facts of it, and do not make a judgment call until you hear the other side. Somebody calls you up and they say, this is my side of the story, da 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 da, blah 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 blah. You do not make a judgment call on that. There have been so many times I've started to hear a case and I said, well, state got it. Well, plaintiff got it. Nope. Boom. Actually, no. Back up. Be neutral. Right? Back up from that. Listen to the other side. Hear the other side. Wow. Completely different. Right? When you can do that neutral piece, that takes a lot of training, and it takes a lot of listening. And those are things that I've developed over the years. So that was something I did not have very early on as well. And I'm continuing to develop that as well. And bias, right? Something that we all have. It's something that implicit biases, things that we don't even know about. So, you know, I'm really huge even in the judicial community and the legal community about raising awareness about implicit biases from the bench and how that can come out in decisions that you're making and sentencing that you're doing. And so all of those things are definitely something that I did not know, but are continually learning and trying to grow.
So for our listeners, you heard Judge Ashley say, listen to both sides before you make a judgment. That's a life skill. That's right. Very important. Yes. So the number 9, November 4th, 2012, you said I do. So you're celebrating your 9th year anniversary, right? And you're very big about family. Now, I only know that because I see it, right? Can you speak to us on how valuable it is to have a supportive husband and kids as we talk about you and what you do, all of it, I guess, as a judge?
Absolutely. So I met my husband in law school, and he's a man of God. Turns out we went to the same church, didn't know it. Church was really big, so in different service times. So we found out we go to the same church the very first night we met, and very early on we were dating. Like I said, I'm in law school, I'm in my 2nd year, and he says, I had a dream that you're going to be a judge one day. Literally laughed at him. Laughed so hard. I was like, you're crazy. I don't even know you like that, but that's crazy, right? And he was like, no, I see myself, because he does videography, so I see myself doing commercials for you. And I was like, okay, whatever. So this was 2011, right? So 2012, we're married. 2013, 2014. I mean, the whole time he's kind of in my ear, like, you're going to be a judge one day. Like, you're going to be a judge one day. So, to me, I look at my husband and I think about the support that he always provided, even early on, how he spoke that into my life, even before I even saw it. I wasn't even barred, licensed, a DA, nothing. I wasn't anything yet, and he was already speaking hope and a future and life into me, right? And so fast forward to, when it was actually time to run. And the backstory is I did not get the appointment. There were 2 appointments that came up in 2017. There was one in February. I did not get that one. But even during that, I was running and campaigning, and he was so supportive. We had just had a child. He was barely 1, and he was, making sure he's got the kids right now, watching the children and just supporting me and all the things that I was doing and just encouraging me. And that was just so important to me. And so when I think about where I am, I could not have gotten here without my parents, obviously, God, and of course, him. And so I'm grateful for him for that.
Wow.
I think he better be watching. I think he is.
Yeah,
He always watches.
Thumbs up, D. Thumbs up right now. Like and share, D, right now. For those that are watching on Facebook, we appreciate you diving into this conversation with the Honorable Judge Ashley Parker Dunston. We're going to continue this conversation. Go to our YouTube page, Bro Code TV. Like, subscribe, share, tell a mama's mama to be prepared for this conversation. Feel free to go to our Instagram page at Bro Code Show and keep up with all of the courageous conversations.
I had 99 problems. I had 99 problems. Ain't got one now, the hood's still crazy. Police getting gunned down, the devil on the loose. From sun up to sundown, these kids ain't fighting no more. Not even one round, I don't condone violence. Ain't the one to ride, I've been fighting with the flesh so long, I'm getting tired. And God said I kept prolonging what he desired. I was busy throwing rocks at the pen, fighting Goliath. It was me against the giants, a cat against the lions. They booked me for robbery, plus I had a couple priors. But everything changed on that day I met Kaya. She the best I ever had, so of course I had to wife her. I hope you didn't catch that, if so don't judge me. I be spreading the message on the corner where the thugs be. And Rock said be careful when the world start to love me. I've been getting recognition, a lot I'm starting to work.
For tomorrow, if you ain't promised today, or could you walk on water if you don't stand on faith? It's like I'm going through circles, I'm in the same old place. I see you closing the curtains, but I got something to say. I got something to say. GTD, stand up. I mean, I just don't get it, as if they can't see you making the way. City lights, what up? He's preparing the way. City lights, what up? How could you live for tomorrow if you ain't promised today? Or could you walk on water if you don't stand on faith? It's like I'm going through circles, I'm in that same old place. Tomorrow if you ain't promised today, or could you walk on water if you don't stand on faith? It's like I'm going through.
Welcome back to the Bro Code Show. It's your boy Bro Troy, aka Mr. Y4C, but better known as Coach DJ, and we are here live at Juiced. As you can see, must be pretty good because mine's gone and half on the floor.
That's right.
My fault though, my fault. But please come by 3301 Rock Quarry Road, Suite 102 to get your all natural, no fake, no preservatives, no powders, none of that. All greens are natural and it preserves and heals your body. Make sure you come check out Juiced. I'm curious though because we got a pretty drink right here. Like this one right here looks real pretty. I don't know what's in it, but tell me about that. What you got going on there, Ashley?
Well, there were so many great choices, but I wanted something really sweet.
Okay.
So I think it's pineapples, mangoes, strawberries, and what else we have? Pineapples, mangoes, strawberries, and peaches.
And peaches?
All of my favorite things.
Now, do you have a name for this drink?
I say we just call it All Rise.
All Rise. Right here for the Honorable Judge Ashley.
Wait, she has
Parker.
her own, wait, she has her own smoothie.
I'm telling you, man, we in here shooting, but she gets her own smoothie. Like, where they do that at? Right? Come holler at the folks here at Juiced off Rock Quarry Road, man.
And get a nice cut while you're here, too.
Oh, yeah, you can get a fresh cut, too? So you telling me you can preserve your body, heal your body, and look good?
And pick up some nice artwork.
And pick up some merch for some black entrepreneurs right here at 3301 Rock Quarry Road, Suite 102. So I'm curious, actually. We've talked about a lot, but all of us, in one way, shape, form, or fashion, have children, whether that's through kids or animals, right? So, nonetheless, I'm just curious, how has motherhood really enhanced your perception on life? Like, how has that added value to your life? What have you drawn from that?
Oh my goodness, it has absolutely changed my life because not only am I a mother biologically, but I'm also a bonus mom. So my bonus daughter,
that.
my daughter is 11.
Yeah.
I've been in her life since she was 7, 8 months old.
Wow.
My son, my oldest birth son, biological son, he is 5, about to be 6 in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And then my baby is 9 months old.
Yeah.
So 3 kids at 3 different schools doing 3 different things, at 5 years apart, all of them. I mean, you talk about enhancing life. I mean, it is loud in there, you know, but it is amazing. I mean, just to be able to see them grow and just see how I'm growing as a mom and how I'm changing and how I'm adapting and my perception of the world. And I mean, I already had a passion for kids anyway, but like now I really have a passion for kids because I'm like, these are the most precious things that God ever gives us and asks us to train them up in the way that we should go, knowing that we're not perfect by any means.
That's right.
But man, we try our best, and they are just so innocent and just bundles of joy, you know, and to see some of the situations that they are in that they can't even help, that's outside their control, due to parents and due to poor decisions and due to generational curses. It just really makes me even more passionate to make sure that we reach those children as well, so that they have every opportunity to learn and grow.
Yeah, so definitely a burden for us. Our children are a burden. That's part of our why and what we do, right? They're not next, they're now.
That's right.
Yeah, so I love it, man. What you got, fellas?
So, social media. You post a little bit. I mean, you tell a little bit about your family, your story, and work. But one thing I really loved is that you post about fitness. Talk to us about your fitness journey and kind of like, not only are you in the gym, but you kind of flexing and, you know, you kind of like, I see you, you see me here, right? But can you talk a little bit on a serious note about how important that is and where that came from?
Well, it wasn't always important to me. It's been important to my husband, and I would see him get up, go to the gym, and that kind of thing. He's like, you know, very subtly, why don't you come?
You don't say it like that, though, I'm sure.
Oh, your
knees by the door. Like.
Yeah, your knees hurt. Why don't you go to the gym? Maybe it might help you feel better, you know, that kind of thing. So it really wasn't always a big part of my life. And so it wasn't until my son was about 2 years old that I really started to take it seriously and started taking classes and finding the time to do it and realizing how much I needed that for my mental health. I talk all the time about mental health for everybody else, and I'm, you know, recommending therapy and ordering therapy for everybody else. And I'm like, man, what am I doing for me? It's self-care is so important. And I started to find that it was my self-care. And the only time I could really do it was earlier in the morning. So it's like 5:30, 5 o'clock I'm getting up, which is usually when we alternate to go. But I just love how I felt afterwards. And then I started to love how I looked and how I felt about myself and the confidence that I was gaining. Because you can look like you have all the confidence in the world when you put on makeup and a wig and whatever else. But, you know, what do you really feel like? And when you have children, your body changes, you know. When you gain 40 pounds and lose 40 pounds, like I've done twice, you know, that's a lot. You know, it's a lot. Skin is doing what it wants to do, and stretch marks are going where they want to go. And one thing you know about my social media, I'm very transparent about that too. I'm very transparent about my journey. But also I have scoliosis, so my back hurts a lot, especially when I'm pregnant and I gain a lot of weight. I get sciatica and can't sleep and those kind of things. So. Fitness has been important to me mentally, but also physically, so that I can be my best, so that when I'm serving anybody, whether it's my family, myself, the you know, the community, whatever, that I'm at my best. And so that's important to me.
Yeah. Stuff, man. What you got, Bruce?
Well, inside the courtroom, I want to get back into that topic. You know, there's a lot of high-profile cases happening at the moment, but I'm curious, what's a case that kind of stuck with you? You know, what's something that you lose sleep over, or just an important moment inside of the courtroom or outside of the courtroom in terms of a tough decision you've had to make?
So there's a couple, and I'll give you 2 real quick examples. But there was one time very early on when I was a judge, and let me preface this by saying I try very hard not to bring home what happens during the day. I feel like I have to be very careful with that, right? If I have a bad day at work, I try not to bring that home to my family and my kids. Vice versa, my son doesn't want to get out the car in the morning. I can't necessarily bring that to the bench either. So I try to be very careful and very just calculating in the way that I'm doing things, and compartmentalization. That's what I'm looking for. Compartmentalizing things that I hear and see. But there was one day I was unable to do that, because it was one day that I was in serving family court, and I had 3 mothers lose custody of their sons, of their children that day. I had one mother that was in a domestic violence relationship with her boyfriend at the time. So that was not a safe situation for the child, and she actually gave the child to her mother. Had another situation with a mother who was on drugs and had been doing heroin in front of the child, and he had been finding the needles and the spoons in the house and that kind of thing. So I had to give that child to his grandmother as well. And then the third situation, it was a young man that clearly has some serious mental health issues, and the mom was like, I don't want to have him anymore. If the dad thinks he can do better with him, then so be it. I'll see him when he's 18. And my son at the time was about 2.5, and I just went home and just held him and just cried, because I just thought about those children and the impact that decisions that are outside of their control are now going to affect their lives forever.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so that was really difficult. And another difficult decision that I had to make right when I was pregnant, right before I went out on maternity leave. I was serving in our abuse, neglect, and dependency courtroom, which is a specialty courtroom where only 2 judges serve in that. And I had the honor of serving in that courtroom, and had to make some very difficult decisions for newborns and infants that had been in some situations where these children were going to go, what was going to be the situation. A child had died, and trying to figure out what we were going to do with the other children, but also trying to give parents a chance.
That's a sensitive situation, especially when we're talking about making decisions for our youth and our babies, especially when they're not old enough to even understand what's going on. Like, this is a decision that will change the dynamic of their life, and some of them won't even know it until they're 8, 9, or until someone tells them. And I think that brings up a great point in our next question. Like, you're doing great work. When it comes to foster care, you recently partnered with Wake County Cost Team, and also Vizion RDU is where you attend church. And one of the things that I saw you post about in your transparency is how these children would have to go to their next place with their clothes in a garbage bag. And when we talk about representation, and a sense of pride, right, and knowing your worth and your everything you own is put in a garbage bag. I can care less if it's a clean garbage bag. It's a garbage bag nonetheless. You know, what piece is torn from a child? So with that being said, you have made it your purpose to partner with these individuals in the community to do something great. Tell us more about why that's important to you, how it came about, and how people can help.
No, that's exactly what you said. So when I first took the bench 4 years ago, we have a chief district court judge, and they're the ones that assigns us to courtrooms. And I told our chief judge at the time, he said, you know, where do you want to go? And I said, I want to be in juvenile court. I'm going to be in our juvenile courtrooms, our abuse and neglect dependency courtrooms, and our juvenile delinquency courtrooms. And he said, okay. He said, well, there's a line. You know, you're brand new, there's a line. And I said, that's fine. But he supported me in allowing me to get trained. Which is a 2-year course. It was turned into 3 years because of COVID, to receive my certification so that I could serve in these courtrooms at the highest capacity and level, to receive that extrajudicial certification in juvenile. So I have completed that training, and so now I'll get certified once I'm back into one of those courtrooms, hopefully soon. Letting them know that's my passion. Plug. Hopefully soon. But I've let it be known that's where I wanted to be, you know, the entire time in my entire journey. But during one of those trainings, we learned about that situation. We learned about children having to, it was put yourself in their shoes, right? Sure. And you are literally taking your things and putting them in a trash bag when you're already being uprooted from your family, from your life, from the only thing that you know, possibly in the middle of the night, possibly while you're at school. You don't know, you know, can you imagine that? At whatever age, right? From teen all the way down. And to put that in a trash bag and to put that, how would you feel? You would feel like trash, right? And so, like you said, that self-worth piece is so important, especially whenever you're already feeling like, what's wrong? You don't know what this kid has seen. You don't know what they've been through. You don't know if they've been molested. You don't know what it is. And so, thankfully, I had been wanting to do this even before the pregnancy. But thankfully, when I got back, I was able to partner with the COST team, which is the Wake County Wake County Health and Human Services, or DPS, or CPS, or however you want to call that. They have a team that really tries to meet the needs of the children that are entering the foster care and kinship care. And they go out of their way to do that. And I said, listen, I'd love to do a suitcase drive. She said, perfect timing, because we are out. They have been trying to do that anyway. They really try to make sure the kids are not ending up those situations to have garbage bags. They said they've done a really great job of trying to prevent that. And so I said, well, I'm one of the 4 leaders of our Women's Life Ministry team, and we dropped a couple bucks and bought 15 bags immediately to give them, since they said they had an immediate need. And now currently continuing to collect those bags for those children so that they will have something.
And that need will always be needed, right?
Always,
like
always.
This is a reoccurring thing. So
Absolutely.
This isn't a holiday thing. This isn't a giving season thing. This
Right.
is something that's reoccurring.
Absolutely.
And can happen all year. So tell the people that are listening, how can they donate to this? How can they either give financially or potentially just drop suitcases off?
Absolutely. So my church is Vizion RDU. It is at 5808 Departure Drive in Raleigh, North Carolina, 27616, across from Buffalo Lanes. And they also do, so get your COVID test, and then you can go in from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday to do either one. But also, if you just want to send it directly, you can drop it off at 5808 Departure Drive, Raleigh, North Carolina. Ship it directly, Suite 101. But that's something that you can always do, is to drop those off, and we ensure that it gets to the team so that they have those for the kids. And different sizes as well. Duffel bags, little kids suitcase, big suitcase. They need a variety of whatever. And new. They have to be brand new.
That's
and that's what we want. We want our kids to have brand new. Please don't go in your attic. I appreciate that, but give that to Goodwill. These kids, this might be, and it might be the only new thing that these kids have. That might be the only thing that they really have and have ever gotten in their life. So we really want to make sure that they get the best of the best.
That's
so.
absolutely, we deserve that.
And I will say, I know that this is airing in December, but there's just a lot of opportunities throughout the year that those suitcases do go on sale. So we'll take them anytime.
Absolutely. And on Vizion Church website, is there more information?
Yes. So Vizion Church, VizionRDU.com is the website, and so you can definitely go on there and get more information, or you can message me on any of my social media platforms at Judge Ashley. So happy to.
Please, let's get those suitcases for the babies and support.
Yes.
I want to say on camera, on behalf of the Bro Code Show, that we will be donating to this cause.
Yes,
and making sure that these babies have a small piece of pride.
Absolutely.
We overlook that, right? We go on vacation, we just grab one. Hey, boom, let's get it.
Which one?
And we're talking about moving homes and just being uprooted. So please, let's get behind that, man. So if you're just checking into the Bro Code Show, we are sitting here at Juiced at 3301 Rock Quarry Road, Suite 102. Enjoying, mine was good. Yeah, it really was. Enjoying these great treats that enhance your body and give you cell life.
Never had a smoothie with collard greens before.
You got what in yours?
Yeah, this is the soul food. So it's got everything you could think of.
Wow.
Plus collard greens.
I heard somebody had one with sweet potato pie. Like, I got excited about that thing. That was my inner fat boy right there. But so we've talked about fitness. We've talked about purpose. We've talked about marriage. We've talked about kids and motherhood.
Which I do have a quick question.
What you got?
My mom was a nurse. And anytime I faked an illness, I had to go through the gambit of medicine. She gave me a needle once. I was like, all right, I'm okay. I'm okay. You've got two young kings in your household. I'd imagine that they can't lie to you easily. How does you being a judge impact and shape not just your kids, but even your husband and the household?
Do you make them say your honor?
Yeah.
Do they walk around like your honor?
I like a good argument every now and then, but I'd have to imagine it doesn't go very far with you.
No. First of all, this is such a great loaded question. All right. First of all, I hate arguing in the house. I don't even want to argue. Like, you do it all day. Like, you hear it all day. You hear contention. Like, you don't even want that. And my husband is super laid back. Like, super laid back. So that's one good thing about it. Because I'm the extrovert. He's the introvert. That kind of thing. But as far as the kids, so Isaac, the middle one, that right there is me. He beat me in an argument at age 3. Wow. Like, his argument made complete. I was like, and Dana was like, "How's it feel to argue with yourself?" I was like, "Pretty bad, actually."
Honest though.
And he is me in just little boy form, and it's amazing to see it. It's sometimes difficult to see yourself emulated in your child, but the good, the bad, the ugly, all of that. But he's super smart, and he's a trip. He's a trip. If you ever meet Isaac, he is the life of the party. He's the life of the show, right? But he's amazing. And the baby is just like the most chillest baby, and then Yana's just like her dad, and she's the sweetheart, the sweetest girl. But as far as the argument piece, nobody calls me Your Honor off of the bench. I literally step off the bench. I'm like, I'm Ashley. I take that robe off. I'm Ashley, right? Like I'm off work. It's 5 o'clock. It's Ashley, right? That's it. Like I said, it's a title. It's a job. It can go and You know, it's one way or the other. So to me, it's not anything I carry with me.
But so many people get trapped in that title, right? What is it? Because you already mentioned God many a times, and we can all see you centered. Is that where it comes from?
Absolutely from God, because He's the one that gave it to me. He's the one that could take it away at any point, and it's literally a title. Like, that's literally it. And I said, God, if you give me this platform, I'm going to use whatever amount of time that you give me to make the biggest difference that I can make. Yeah. But understanding one day it may go. And and I'm okay with that, right? I'm okay with whatever He has for me. I said, God, use me in the way that I'm here for your purpose. Like I said earlier, I want to be a prosecutor. I actually want to do a lot of things. I want to be a doctor. I want to do a whole lot of different things. God said, I live to do what He's called me to do and the purpose that He has for my life. So as long as I'm fulfilling that and making the biggest impact I can make in that period of time, so that at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, He says, "Good, well done, good and faithful servant." That's all Ashley's here to do, right? Is make that point to Him and serve Him. But yeah, that's the most important thing to me. But I'm thankful for that piece of the centering and understanding that He is the one that gives me this.
Now I gotta ask now, because you done shot my little TV question down. So I'm just curious now that I'm rethinking everything that we've talked about. So you don't watch hospital shows, you don't watch courtroom shows. So I gotta ask, what do you watch?
Documentaries, some just random shows. Netflix. I binge a lot of whatever on Netflix. If it's like number one and people are talking about it, I'm like, all right,
I'll try it.
I'll try that out.
Seen that Colin Kaepernick?
I haven't seen that yet. I haven't heard that was really good.
Boys really sit down and
Yes, I really want to watch that.
I watched that in one night.
I appreciate that. I'm glad that he's we won't dig into that, but it was reassuring.
That's good
to see that they gave him a platform to really tell his story.
That's really good. That's really good.
All right. Well, Judge, you told us that you're transparent. You use social media as a platform to share your story, let people know who you are, to inspire. Well, we did a little research. Okay. So all of these pictures you've already shared with the world, but we're going to bring the picture up. We want you to take a look at it, and I want you to let us know why you shared it, why it was important to you, and a little bit more about what's going on in the picture. So we're going to start with this one.
All right. So that was when I went to Kenya with the American Council for Young Political Leaders. So that's an organization out of D.C. that's been going on for, I think, 50-some years. For a really long time, where they gather young political leaders, hate to say that part, but they gather them and take them on an exchange. You have to be under 40 years old, and they take you on an exchange. And that was the first time they had gone to Ethiopia. Wow. And only the second time they had ever gone to Kenya. And so I was blessed with that opportunity to go in November of 2019. And it was just absolutely amazing to go to the motherland. I had never been. To see us in positions of power. That's right. To go and interact with their senators and their legislatures in Kenya, and the same thing, and interact with judges out of Ethiopia, and I got to talk to them about our system and how their system works, and dealing with corruptness and those kind of things, and being paid and bought, and how they don't want to do that, but this is kind of the situation. They had never had elections there. It was phenomenal to learn, and also to have that exchange with those countries, and just something that I would never forget.
Wow, that's awesome. And we're all traveling men. Like we've all had the privilege of doing such. So I have to ask, just as a follow-up, what's the dopest place you've ever been so far?
It was that year, 2019 was awesome, because I went to Israel, Costa Rica, Kenya, and Ethiopia.
Excuse me, I need to step my game up.
Oh, awesome! Yes. My uncle and my aunt moved down there, so my dad and I went down there and got to see them. So that was really cool. They retired down there, and Israel was amazing to be baptized and see Galilee, and to go down to the places that Jesus walked, and to see Calvary was really impactful.
Surreal.
Yeah, and that was through APAC, and that was Black political leaders from along the East Coast. So. 2019 was a great year pre-COVID.
Right. We call it BC before COVID.
Before COVID.
Tell us more about this picture here. Why it was important to you to share?
So this right here was the Don't Touch My Crown discussion, Sip and Paint. So in 2016 maybe? I'm not sure what year that, 2016, 2017 maybe. Myself and I might have been a judge. I was a judge at the time, so it had to be 2018. So a young lady and myself that was a DA, district attorney, got together because we really wanted to talk about natural hair. Natural hair being professional. When I was a DA, I had my hair in a straight wig and relaxed and black. Being the only black female, I didn't want to stand out any more than I had to. when I went to the Attorney General's office, I saw other black female attorneys and their hair in locks and dreads and, you know, different natural styles and fros and everything. And I said, man, I want to do that too. And so I immediately, as soon as I became a full-time, you know, just cause firing employee for the state of North Carolina, I cut all my hair out, big chopped, and dyed it blonde and went natural. Yep.
All the hair.
All my hair. Blonde. I got pictures. All my hair blonde.
I didn't see those. Like,
it's short. It's on there. It's on there.
I'm slacking. I'm like, man, I missed that one.
It's on there. So I've been natural now, I guess, 7 years, and it has been amazing. So long story short, when I went back to the courthouse, it was like full circle, right? So now it's 2017. It's full circle. The very first day on the bench, I wore my hair in a natural state. In my wash and go state, because I wanted the other black female attorneys and anybody else that was coming in to see that black hair is beautiful, and to see it represented from the bench, and to know that they should be comfortable in their hair. After that, I started writing articles about it, and I wrote an article about it for all the lawyers in Wake County. It actually just won an award, a national award through county bars, I guess, or something like that. Which, but in that, I told them about, like, what is a wash and go? Like, I gave them a glossary. Like, what is a blowout? Like, what does natural hair mean? You know. And I had a courtroom full of black females. It was, I think, 7 or 8 of us all lined up in the courtroom that were black attorneys, in our hair in natural states, in different natural states, dreads and locks and everything, and just trying to normalize black hair. So I partnered with the Crown Campaign to raise awareness to stop hair discrimination in the workplace and those kind of things. Like I said, I wear my hair in braids, cornrows. Every month it's something different. And I love that, and I want people to see that, so we normalize professionalism in black women's hair and how beautiful it is.
That's amazing. That's good stuff. So if you're listening, if you're checking in, sorry. Give me a second. You're just checking in with the Bro Code Show. We're talking with the Honorable Judge Ashley Parker Dunston here at 3301 Rock Quarry Road. Juiced right here in Southeast Raleigh 27610. We're going to take a real quick commercial break and we'll be right back. Tune in next week as we'll have Renaissance man, Durham City Councilman, entrepreneur, just all around dope dude, Leonardo Williams. Tap in to the Bro Code.
Heaven's in my peripheral, I see it from an angle. Still crazy. Police getting gunned down, the devil on the loose. From sun up to sundown, these kids ain't fighting no more. Not even one round, I don't condone violence. Ain't the one to riot, I've been fighting with the flesh so long, I'm getting tired. And God said I kept prolonging what he desired. I was busy throwing rocks at the pen, fighting Goliath. It was me against the giants, a cat against the lions. They booked me for robbery, plus I had a couple priors. But everything changed on that day I met Kaya. She the best I ever had, so of course I had to wife her. I hope you didn't catch that, if so don't judge me. I be spreading the message.
Welcome back to the Bro Code Show, live right here at 3301 Rock Quarry Road, Suite 102 at Juice. Come to Juice for all of your raw ingredients, natural ingredients to increase your body and make you feel good and glow. Right here at Juice. So with that being said, we were talking about pictures, Judge Ashley. We got one more for you. Tell us more about this picture here, why you shared it, and what does it mean to you?
So that is Isaac, the middle baby, with all of his toys, and he's in the bed, and he is just knocked. I mean, the lights are on, and he is just knocked out. He's got his hand over him. I mean, that's just how you sleep. I think I said then how you sleep when you don't have a care in the world, but now they say how you sleep when you don't have bills to pay. Like, that's how you sleep. I mean, just the peacefulness of our children, right? And just all his little toys around him, and him just feeling safe with his toys, and just safe in his bed. And I mean, that's what all kids deserve. Yeah. You know, at the end of the day, is just to be kids and to have peace in their lives. And it's just so many that don't. And it's why it's incumbent upon us to do their work. for those kids too.
I gotta ask, as I tell my children, they fight sleep. So nap is a bad word.
Yes.
Like you can't say that word right there. They're like, oh no.
Yeah.
But I told them, I said, look, you become older, you're gonna appreciate this now.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
You gonna search out 20 minutes of your life that you could just take that. So
that's
appreciating this, like I looked at that, it was so peaceful. And as an adult, it was like, man, I want to sleep like that.
I know.
That's the type of sleep that I look forward to. So that's encouraging, man. And you're right, the babies do deserve that. They do. That's a sense of, like you say, not a care in the world. They haven't experienced fear yet.
Right.
They haven't really experienced disappointment to a certain degree.
Right.
So they can sleep peaceful.
We gotta preserve the innocence.
That's the word.
We've got to preserve the innocence in
That's
kids. I tell parents all the time if they're, having some type of domestic dispute or something like that. I told a guy earlier today, I said, look, at the end of the day, we're setting examples for our children for what they see, what they hear, and how to be in relationships with people, right? You're setting the example as a father when you're yelling at mom or putting your hands on her or doing whatever else. Mom is doing the same thing by setting that example for that. And at the end of the day, your kids are going to grow up. We have one chance to show them and demonstrate for them the right way to do it. So you need to ask yourself if being together is more important to you or being a better parent is more important to you. And those are just kind of the real conversations I try to have with people, that come in my courtrooms, because at the end of the day, I'm hoping that we can effectuate that change for those kids so they can maintain their innocence. Knowing that as parents, we're not perfect. I've yelled in front of my kids before. You don't want to, you don't mean to. But just being cognizant of that and making sure that we don't put ourselves in that situation or allow ourselves to get outside of our character in front of them.
How do we keep them innocent in a social media? It's all right in front, because none of us grew up that way, right? It's so much information now. How do you preserve that in?
Well, first of all, I think we need to be careful about the appropriate time to, number one, let them on social media. And also the appropriate time to give them cell phones. Some things are very easy, and sometimes we make the excuse that, like, oh, these kids, need a cell phone because they're going to be away from me, or they're going to be here, they're going to be there. If you're not going to take the time to monitor those cell phones, do not give those kids those cell phones, please. Because seriously, they're able to get on there and do whatever else. You don't know what they're saying. You don't know what they're doing. You need to be checking that constantly. There are apps that you can monitor not only where they are, but also what they're putting on there. But also with my daughter, which we gave her a phone and that same night got taken away, I made her sign a contract. I had gone online and I found a social media contract, and it had things in there that talked about, you will not bully anybody, you will not let anybody bully you, you will tell me. You will not post any nude pictures or send any nude pictures, and you will not receive any nude pictures because it is criminal. And I explained to them that you can go to jail for sending these type of pictures of yourself or receiving them of anybody else or asking for them, etc. and so forth. It laid it all out. The phone stops at this point. You turn the phone into me, it charges in my room. You get the phone back at this time. On the weekends it's this time. There was literally, you don't watch these type of things. You don't watch inappropriate things. Like literally, unless you're going to sit there and be, the police on your kids with their phones and their computers and stuff, don't give it to them.
Yeah. Accessibility. That was the downfall when it came to our kids, because the information highway gains a new HOV lane every month. It just continues to get broader and broader and broader.
And Lord willing, my kids will go up in the metaverse. They'll be in the virtual world all day, every day.
Yeah. And it's hard. Even like the school computers don't have they can get on YouTube. And that's another thing. You gotta be careful about that. You gotta be careful about YouTube. These people are making cartoons that are not for kids. So they look like a regular cartoon. You think your kids watching SpongeBob, and all of a sudden somebody starts cussing and killing somebody. It is crazy what is out there. So it's hard as a parent. Obviously, you can't sit there with your kid, all the time. But unless you are willing to, like I said, really monitor that, don't give it to them until they can. They can get a flip phone and text you and call you. They still exist. They sure do. They sure do. A man had one go off in my courtroom just yesterday.
I know you were looking like,
give him 500 minutes for 3 nights a weekend.
You're going to mess with street cred with that flip phone, right? I love it though. That's
good. We've asked you a lot of questions, and we appreciate you coming and spending this time to just chop it up with the bros. But we have a segment, and it's called Flip the Script. So in this segment of Flip the Script, now you get to ask us questions, and you can ask us anything you like, whether it be individually or collectively. So you have the mic.
All right. So I met you guys several years ago because we had our law day at the courthouse. Right, and that Law Day event we have every year. We have not been able to have it the last 2 years because of COVID, but knock on wood, we'll be able to get that back, where we bring the kids to the courthouse and they get to see minority police officers and chiefs and engage with them. They get to see minority lawyers that look like them and ask them questions and engage with them. They get to do a mock trial and get to pretend like they're in the courtroom. And they get to go to the jail and see it and see the food and see the clothes and all that. So my question for you all was, what was the most impactful part of that event to you when you brought the boys?
And I think this is before. So YM4C started in 2017, and I've known Bro Smith since we started. So to answer your question, I was the only one there.
Okay.
I was the only one there, so I can really be the only one to answer this question. So I got it. But, as a servant leader, representation does matter, and opportunity and exposure play a huge part in shaping the minds and the hearts of our children. So for me, it was watching their faces. Like the experience I got, or the girth I got, was the experience of them going into the courtroom when they had the folded clothes and looked at the food that is served, and they were able to touch it. Like they were really able to say, "Man," and unfold it. And I was intentional in saying, "Hey, turn around. Let me put it on your back." I said, "Ooh, this fits you." And watching their being intentional about watching their expression when I say that, to see if it has gotten to a place where they feel normalized, which is unfortunate because it's been glorified.
Absolutely.
So for me, it was the experience of them being in it. Then we went into the jail. They were able to engage with those that were in there. They were able to go into the cell. So for me, it was watching the impact that it made on the boys that we brought. I think we had 12 young men. That was the first time I met you. I remember when we were coming back outside, they had the paddy wagon, and the kids got a chance to get into the paddy wagon. And then we crossed the street and went to the courtroom or the jail part. I don't remember, but I know we crossed the street. So I appreciated the whole experience. And another one that added value is when we were able to go on the panel. I think Sharif and Judge Christensen and it was a few other I don't recall that were there and were very transparent about their story. Like they would share true impactful stories, and that's what I appreciated most. When I remember and I recall now, there was great representation of us too.
Oh yeah.
There was, and I don't know if that was intentional I figured that, and diverse. Men and women, that look like us. So regardless of who was there, as far as gender, for our youth, they could take something from it. So for me, I would love to see things like that more often. I mean, obviously doing it the way it's done is very impactful, but maybe a quarterly. Where now more kids can have that opportunity, or we could just add layers to a kid that saw it the first quarter but maybe didn't get it.
Yeah.
So we got to add another layer and be a little bit more intentional.
That's good.
Just one? Oh, okay. I was about to say, don't let me shut you now.
I do this for a living. I ask questions for a living. Okay, so for you, what do you think? Because I sit up high, I guess, right? And I try to get in the community, but I'm not as entrenched as you are. What do you see as the biggest challenge for our black males right now?
I would say, first of all, understanding who we are and our power. One of the things that really hurts me is when I'm dealing with other black males and there's this thing when I'm around my black males, it's like, yo, I know you, even if I don't. Right? And so just the way we represent each other, I think if we just really understood that and worked on that relationship, I think a lot of things would change, because once we stand up and understand our power, and that's why we do this work, that's why we go into schools, I think it would change the game when they say, wait a minute, they're unified now, right? I can't get at them individually, they're unified. And so that's the biggest thing I would love to see.
And I love that, because I know that I've seen the dynamic change for black women whenever we started encouraging each other and started getting, you go sis, like, just loving on each other. I mean, limitless, right? Black girl magic, hashtag black girl magic, hashtag black queen. I mean, celebrating each other instead of bringing each other down has really impacted the black woman and has impacted our mental health and just really made us feel good about ourselves with having that encouragement from our sisters. So I think you're exactly right to see black men to understand their power, understand their worth, and that dynamic I think is fantastic. And I think it's important, definitely in the courtroom, for men to know their power as a father, know their rights as a father, knowing what they can do, and that you can't let anybody pull away the fact that you are 50% of this and you have just as many rights as somebody else. So I love the work that you are doing for our youth. And so for you,
I'm scared. It's getting deeper and deeper. I'm like, oh man.
Okay, so you're how old?
39.
39 years old.
Yeah.
You interact with children who are about what age?
7 to 17.
Okay. What do you think is, how do you relate to them being at 39 but looking young, right?
Yeah.
Don't tell him that. don't tell him that. I'm sorry.
And looking young, how do you find yourself adapting since you've been in this since you've been in with the group and in the code? How do you see yourself adapting to these young people to relate to them?
Yeah, well, you hit on the youngness. It's a gift and a curse. I'll be out in the basketball court, and you wouldn't be able to tell them from me. They're taller than me and everything. Yeah. So, right there, it gives me an instant connection. I'm a kid at heart. I still play video games and try to keep up with music as much as I can. And there's a lot of young this, young that, little this, little skis, dirt, all these folks. So I try to keep up with the music, and that's what makes me, or I feel allows me to connect with them. The tough part is making sure they understand I'm a man now. I'm not your someone you just push around or disrespect. Still call me Mister, even though I look like such and such. So that's what allows me to connect. It allows me to live through them and keep my youthfulness through them.
Yeah.
I love it. Well, I just want to say once again that I love and support everything that you guys are doing. I've seen it firsthand in my ability to come out and speak when you give me opportunities to talk to them. But just from what I see from the courtroom, our youth need you. And our young men specifically need you. And I just appreciate you filling in that gap and filling in that need. You may be the only black, as y'all know, the only black male or the only person that they can see of authority that has been in their life, that voice that they need to hear because they're tired of hearing mamas or whoever, grandma or auntie or whoever else. So I just thank you for letting God use you in this way and continue to push forward and make your platform known to touch as many men as possible, young men as possible. So
absolutely, we appreciate that. The best is yet to come. Absolutely. Now we don't want to. Did you have any more? Do you have any back pocket? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Right, absolutely.
And we can call the Ashley coach out.
You already got a drink. I mean, why not, right? So we appreciate you. Those sentiments share the same way. We're here to encourage each other. This is a fist, not a finger. We all collectively make this world better and to make it a better place than how we found it. That's our job. And we've really encouraged and received that. When you acknowledge that and live your life not just as a mantra but as a lifestyle, that power that you talk about, right? And really letting that resonate with you. And the kids feel that. They feel that, one way or another, they're going to feel it. So do some push-ups. So anyway, nonetheless, we appreciate you too. Thank you for coming on the Bro Coach Show. We have a segment though, right? So I'm curious, did you enjoy the experience?
Absolutely.
Was this dope?
Of course.
Right?
Always.
And I can only imagine there'll be other people that are in your circle that may enjoy this experience too.
Okay.
Well, this segment is called Calling Them Out. This is your opportunity to look into that camera right there, and I want you to call out 2 people at least that are in your circle that would appreciate a Bro Code experience. Let them know.
Definitely Judge Baker and Judge McCullers are 2 newest black male judges on the bench. I think would be fantastic. They are my brothers, and so excited to have them with me, and I think they would be excellent.
Awesome. So you look right here. Look, Judge Baker, right here. Bro Coach Show. Judge McCullers, that's the homie. Dame? Yeah, Dame.
Exactly.
Dame, we need you on the Bro Coach Show, man. Holla, let's make this even better. And I think Judge Baker is bald too, isn't he?
He is.
So you can part of this bald head greatness. Let's get it.
All
right here, we need you on the Bro Coach Show. Well, Judge Ashley, we appreciate you. We've celebrated your 4-year anniversary. The best is yet to come. Your 9-year anniversary. Daniel, what's up? Keep being the cool dad too, man. As long as they ain't bleeding, it's okay. But we appreciate you. We wanted to take this opportunity to give you your roses, but we're not done yet.
Okay.
So before we started this conversation, I asked you a question. You can describe yourself in one word. What would it be? And you told me resilient. I think, and the fellas have talked about this, That word is a wonderful word. It speaks volume, especially of what has been going on in the last 18 months. Like, that's something that you really had to divine and work on, because we've been rubbed the wrong way, regardless of your age. And we want to do something special for you. So we know that word is one of your words, and Bro Kurt wants to share a gift from the bros.
Yeah, so my individual brand is called You Matter. And I created that in 2018 because I saw so many people hurting. And I don't want a person not to fulfill their life purpose simply because they don't believe in themselves. And it's just not okay. So You Matter it is. I go into schools, I speak. But a tool I use, and I could not give it to you, is I use these $2 bills. We write You Matter on it. And so I use it, and we are trying to do 1 million people.
We will do 1 million people.
That's We're going to do it.
That's
Say
right.
again.
We will do
1 million people, all 50 states. But we have one for you. On the back it says Bro Code Show. We wrote your resilient word, and we want you to have it. You can put it in the office with all the
That's where it's going.
Right?
Yeah.
With all the other
I'm
awards.
gonna laminate it.
Oh, wow. I have it. I use it as a bookmark.
Yeah. Love that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Awesome,
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
The $2 bill is unique. You're unique.
It's rare.
It's rare.
It is rare.
And that's a symbol of such.
That's right.
So I can only hope the next time she does an interview, when they ask her, what is a gift or something special that has been given to you amongst all of your service years, that $2 bill. $2
bill, my resilient
right here on the
$2
Bro
bill.
Code Show. Right. Shout out to Judge Baker, Judge McCullers, and anyone else that's dope. Come get your $2 bill.
We got one for you.
On the Bro Code Show.
Love it.
So with that being said, 90 seconds or less. What's next for Judge Ashley?
Whatever God has for me.
Straight like that.
3 seconds.
Yeah, I mean straight like that.
That's all I got.
Hey man, it's His glory, our story.
That's it.
So with that being said, we always close the show with something positive. Tonight will be no different. I think it's timely too, because the word that was used was resilient. And the quote says, life doesn't get easier or more forgiving. We get stronger and more resilient. It's your boy, Bro Troy, aka Mr. YM4C, and we are the Bro Code.
Amen.
Thank you, guys.
You close to the edge, just don't move. My brother said his lawyer just gave him some bad news. Police found the drugs that were stashed in the bathroom. Not only that, but his court date approaching us fast too. So tell me what to do. Lord, you only seek the truth. If you want to bear fruit, then he needs to abide in you. If you seek transformation, that happens in solitude. Since I never had a shot, God threw me the alley-oop. I believe I can fly. Let me mingle with the angels. Heaven's in my peripheral. I see it from an angle. Lord, grant me the serenity to understand the things I cannot change. Grant me the courage to change the things that I can. And grant me the wisdom to know the difference. Just for today. Amen. You close to the edge, just don't move. My brother said his lawyer just gave him some bad news. Police found the drugs that were stashed in the bathroom. Not only that, but his court date approaching us fast too. So tell me what to do. Lord, you only seek the truth. If you want to bear fruit, then he needs to abide in you. If you seek transformation, that happens in solitude. Since I never had a shot, God threw me the alley-oop. I believe I can fly. Let me mingle with the angels. Heaven's in my peripheral. I see it from an angle.
What's up, good people? Welcome, welcome, and welcome. It's your boy, Bro Troy.
Bro Kurt. Bro Smith.
And we are the
Bro
Bro
Code.
Code. Tonight's show is sponsored by Papa Murphy's Take and Bake Pizza. Make sure to visit your local Papa Murphy's Pizza retail store near you and load up on fresh, made-to-order, gluten-free take and bake pizzas, desserts, and salads. Use the mobile app for faster service and to earn additional savings. Now, for those who are new to the Bro Code Show, the Bro Code Show was created to amplify the voices of others, speak life into the community, and express a code of standards by which we treat all people. Our greatest desire is to embrace everyone in positive, popular conversation. So no, we're not in the business of bashing or belittling anyone, but we do believe in being comfortable with having uncomfortable conversations. Why? Because that's where understanding starts. So as Grandma would say, let's chew the meat and spit out the bone. Now make sure to follow us and subscribe to the Bro Code Show on all popular podcasting platforms such as iTunes, Google Music, and Spotify. Also subscribe to our YouTube channel, Bro Code TV Productions, to keep up with all of the courageous conversations both in the future and in the past. Whew, fellas, what's good, man? How you feeling, man? Talk to me.
I feel good, man. I spent the whole day Netflixing,
Binging,
chilling, just chilling, wasting time, just watching TV, not doing anything on my day off. And so I feel real relaxed.
Yeah, I can do that. Sometimes that's needed, man. That's almost a way of venting and processing, man. How about you, Kurt? What's good, man?
Same thing, man. I didn't do much today.
Yeah.
I wasn't watching Netflix. I was on Prime.
Yeah.
Prime.
Okay.
It was chill today.
Well, 137 shots, if you ever.
I was watching that.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! Like they were chasing, all of that, man. Yeah, I'm still looking at it, so
it'll make you mad.
Yeah,
but it's a good one to reflect on.
And we're gonna talk about that too, man. I love that. Appreciate that, man. Fellas, I'm curious, man. We always start off with something to get our minds going, man. There was a movie that came out back in 2006, and the main character had a remote control that could be used to manipulate life, whether that be from fast forward to pause to rewind, so on and so forth. So I'm curious, would you rather have a pause button in life or a rewind button? So if you had a choice, would you rather have a pause button for your life? You could pause life whenever you choose to, or would you like to have a rewind button and go back?
For me, it'd be the pause button. I'm real wary about changing things that have already happened, but if I could pause and have an opportunity to dissect, all right, should I go left, should I go right, should I say this, or should I clean the house, pick this thing up before somebody sees it, that's the way I would go.
What do you think, bro?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to pause. I'm a thinker, and I like to process. So and it don't have to be a long pause.
Yeah.
But just a pause, for sure.
I agree wholeheartedly. For me, family man, I always say live life in moments, not minutes. So yeah, definitely a pause, but really being able to do what we always talk about and just be present. So for dope moments, I want to sit in this just for a little bit longer and bask in it just a little bit more. Because life is fickle. So yeah, I'm right there with the pause button, man. Really being able to celebrate that progress, and, like living in the journey in its fullness. Because we move so much, like we move a lot. We're doing a whole lot, man. So yeah, I definitely can dig that, man. So fellas, we always say that greatness is a team sport, and tonight is no different. Tonight's guest is a country girl at heart. Her story is one of an overcomer, conqueror, and certainly of strength. She's a serial entrepreneur, author, and speaker, but her greatest title is that of mother. Tonight we have the pleasure of chopping it up with Ruth Proctor. Ruth, what's going on? How you feeling?
I'm good. How you guys doing? Thank you so much for having me up here tonight.
To the Bro Code. Well, hold on. We're going to put a pause real quick. We didn't talk about this this nice alluring space that we're in. First thing I want to hear about, man, before we ask you our question of the day, where are we?
We are at the Beauty Bar in Wakefield.
Okay.
In Raleigh, North Carolina.
What's the address here?
13600 Falls on News Road.
Out there, man, Raleigh, North Carolina.
The Beauty Bar XO, okay?
That's it. Period. Put some respect on the Beauty Bar.
Shout out to Jessica, yes.
Indeed. So we are in this lovely space, the Beauty Bar. I have to ask, who is Ruth Proctor at the core?
I would say Ruth Proctor at the core is a go-getter. She's loyal to a default, strong, fearless. But I would say the most thing is courageous because I fought and got on this book. Yeah. So I would definitely say Avery Proctor is courageous.
Yeah, we definitely gonna talk about that book too. We're gonna dig into that. It's funny you say that. Words matter. We talk about alignment. We call our young men kings in the work that we do with YM4C, and the G stands for go-getter. Right. So I definitely could dig in line with that, man. So indeed. So we're gonna dig into this conversation, but before we do, I got one more question for you. What is a secret fetish or love of yours that most wouldn't know about you?
Romance.
Ooh, talk to me. You're not just gonna give me one word with the lip shiver and all that. Tell me more. Like, tell me more about this. There's a story behind that one, man. The way your face just tickered.
Oh yeah, we need to answer these questions.
Tell me more.
I'm dead. I would definitely say I really didn't understand the true meaning of that word rather, until recently. I think we all throw that word around, but until I was sitting down with my coach, and she says, everything that you're telling me, you say that romance is one of the major things that you want from a man, right? But you're not even letting God romance you. And I sat with that thing, and I sat with it, and I was like, wow, I'm spending a lot of time by myself right now. You know, in the last 2 years, I have been doing a lot of stuff by myself, things that I would have never thought of, going out of the country by myself, internationally, all of that. And that's God romancing me, and I didn't understand that. I say I want romance, but I'm not even letting my father romance me. And so I think that it's very important. I say that I want that, but I truly have not at the time hadn't allowed my guard down to allow anyone to romance me. And if I don't let God romance me, how can I let a man romance me? It can't happen.
And how can we get the reflection? What does that look like?
Correct.
Right.
So all the other times, no matter what fault it was, I truly wasn't in my true self until now. And so everything is like full circle for me. Shout out to, I would say getting into your 40s.
Yeah.
I'm 30. I just turned 39. So I would definitely say, I've always been an old soul, but man, am I loving this peace and this space of clarity and truly taking time to love myself.
Love it.
Well, happy belated birthday.
Thank you.
How recent is recent?
Like last week.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. 19. Shout out to Sagittarius baby.
Yeah, someone they celebrate their birthday all month.
That's right.
Birthday month.
That's right. I know it's Capricorn season. It's Capricorn season, but I'm on the cusp. But I'm still celebrating until we get to January 7th, 8th, and then I'll relax.
You deserve that.
That's funny.
I say every day is my birthday.
I do too.
Exactly.
I do too.
Life is short.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yes.
What you got, bro?
Well, I'm just pleased that you're giving us this space on Women Supporting Women Wednesdays.
Right.
To where that's where I noticed her originally with all her fantastic conversations. I'm curious though, out of all of the impactful conversations that you have had, are there a few that stand out to you the most?
I'm serious about being intentional, so I have to go with that. I would definitely say Serena Williams. She's my mentor. She's an attorney. She runs Practical Skills University. She was up there, but she was more so interviewing me.
I was about to say, I didn't see Serena Williams.
I was like, I almost got excited.
I know, right?
I was like,
look, but she was the first one. She's the second.
Let's make that clear.
Let's be clear. Let's shout out to Serena. But definitely her. I had Yazara, which is a national recording artist. She was up there. She was amazing. She sung for me. Oh my God, that was one of my first. I would say, man, that was early on. I only been doing this for not even a year yet. So being in front of the camera was very different for me, and I wanted to shy away from that. I didn't want to do that, but my girlfriend pushed me in front of it. She was like, "No, you're doing this live.
That's it.
And you're doing this YouTube." And I'm like, "No, I don't want to do a YouTube." She's like, "No, you got to do this." And so week by week, I get more comfortable. So I would definitely say I have to say Uzara, and Ohavia. She is a powerhouse, and she's a force to be reckoned with. And immediately, we didn't even know each other. I moderated for an event in Charlotte a couple months ago, and she was one of the guest speakers. And immediately,
what's she do?
She has the O Show. She's a TV personality. Okay. She has a YouTube. She has a podcast as well. Okay. She's been doing a lot of hosting. The O Show. Shout out to the O Show. But she has some amazing. She just opened up for Tara Abrams.
Okay.
So she's doing some amazing things in Charlotte and in the North Carolina area and surrounding areas for that matter. Definitely.
Now I remember that conversation you were talking about how you used to hide.
Yep.
And it was through those conversations, getting more comfortable with yourself, that you were able to push forward. What was the impetus of you even beginning that show? Like, was there a moment in time that jumped you out there?
I have to say all of this jumped me out there. This is nobody but God. I'm a very private person. Anybody that knows me, my page is private. Like I'm such a private person. And until recently, I had to realize that I've been hiding 5-year-old Ruth Ruth that was scared, being in the attic by herself, being in foster care by herself. That's who I've been portraying this entire time. Because Ruth don't like the attention, because when I got the attention at 5, I was being molested, I was being touched, I was being taken from my mom, I was alone, I was abandoned. And now 39-year-old Ruth is like, you're no longer that. You don't have to hide no more. So I have my moments, but I would definitely say this book really pushed me forward. And I cried. I mourned this book before anybody seen this book. I mourned this book. I cried. I cried typing it. I cried, doing all of this. And I would have to say, piece by piece, day by day, I found my strength in not hiding. And even just to give you guys an example, I went to Aruba for my birthday. Okay. And I took myself there. I was just like, I don't want to wake up in North Carolina. I just want to wake up to some water and just some peace, some mojitos. I'll be good. Okay. And the restaurant was inside the hotel. I go there. I'm just sitting down eating, and they sing. I know they come and sing to me, and I'm like, oh my God, like how did they know today was my birthday? And I just start crying because I don't like the spotlight, right? And so I get back and I tell my girlfriend about it, and as I'm telling her, I realize that God says, even when you're by yourself, I'm gonna put the spotlight on you. I'm gonna continue to make you feel uncomfortable until you feel comfortable.
That's it.
And so, this is a constant journey. I tell people all the time, I'm still surviving. Childhood trauma is real, and it really it affects us as an adult. And so, definitely, I have to take baby steps, but day by day, I'm beginning to come into my space of A. Ruth Proctor.
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing.
Yeah.
Kurt, what you got, man?
Yeah, all that. We talk about mental health so much.
Yeah.
As a culture, we know what that is and the stigmas that are there for us.
Yep.
We want to hear how you attacked the ACEs, which we talk about, right? Which most of us have, and we don't really know it.
Right.
And it affects our lives, like you just said, as adults. And we talk about it all the time. We really talk about taking care of ourselves, as men. Having those emotional conversations, right? Because not only does it affect me, it affects our families, right? And so, talk to us a little bit about where it started for you. You said age 5. Tell us more.
First, I want to say I commend you guys for speaking as men, as black men, about mental health, because there's not enough of us doing it. So I definitely want to commend you guys. I would definitely say, like, my mom was diagnosed with schizophrenia and bipolar at a young age. I didn't know what that was. I just knew she was talking to the light. I knew I knew I was unsafe. I would run next door to my cousins. I knew I hadn't eaten, so I knew to run next door. I remember one time, my mom put me on the top of the house, and I'm naked. I just have on like a coat, and she has pictures and kerosene lamps and everything on the roof of the house. And it's a one story, so it's not really that high, but no 5-6-year-old needs to be on top of a roof, okay? And I remember chatter. I was so young, but I do remember family members and people in the community calling, safe, what is it called? Safety check. And that's how I knew the mental health. I didn't know what it was called at the time, but I knew something wasn't right. I knew my mom talking to the light wasn't right. I knew my mama banging on the wall wasn't right. And even though, you might see these things, you still yearn for your parents. And so I would say at a young age, they began to drag me into social services weekly and have me speak to a psychiatrist or a therapist or whoever I was talking to at the time. It probably wasn't a psychiatrist at the time. That was a long time ago. But whoever it was, they would bring me in frequently and ask me questions, how I'm doing, that type of thing. But mind you, you don't look like me. Right. I can't relate to you. And me telling you that I'm being touched, for what? I'm going to be separated from my brother. I'm thinking all of this as a kid. So I would definitely say I was going through traumatic stuff and didn't even understand it, and dealing with mental health at a young age without even understanding it. Being a caregiver for my own mother at 5-6 years old. Watching her saying, nah, we ain't doing that, Mom. That ain't right. She would pick up hitchhikers on the way to Raleigh. It was just, she was exposing me to a lot. And I would say I probably didn't really truly understand and truly accept, because I knew even in high school that my mom had issues, but I was embarrassed. And so I'll never forget, I played sports. And so I remember being on the bus. We had left a game. And I remember seeing my mom on a bike. And I remember getting down so low in the bus because I didn't want nobody to know that was my mom. And so for a while, I wouldn't invite her to stuff because I was embarrassed, you know. And so I think that mental health, it comes with so much that we don't know how to deal with it. We don't know, you know, I don't know to say, okay, this is going on, but this is my mom still. I was embarrassed. And so I think as an adult, and I'm still battling with even being a mom to my mother now, I still take care of my mom. And it's an everyday struggle. Being in the mental health field don't make it no better, because I see it every day, and I still got to deal with my mom. When she calls me 10 times, when she, you know, is upset or in her feelings or whatever she's, you know, manic, you know, episode she's dealing with, I still have to be the mother, the 5-year-old mother and the 39-year-old mother to her. And so it's a daily struggle. I try to have grace with myself. That's the most I can do. And I go to therapy. I do therapy once a month. And I couldn't even really dig into my stuff until I dug into my divorce. And the divorce brought me to therapy, and now I'm able to continue. And so everything has a way of, you know, lining up correctly. God knew I needed to go to therapy, but I wasn't gonna go until I went through that, because I didn't think I needed therapy. I'm good.
We want to talk more about that too, because we talk about having purpose into pain. So if you're just checking into the Bro Code Show, we're inside the Beauty Bar off Falls of the Noose Road in Raleigh, North Carolina, chopping it up with entrepreneur and author A. Ruth Proctor. We'll be right back on the Bro Code Show.
This show is sponsored by Papa Murphy's Take and Bake Pizza. Make sure to visit your local Papa Murphy's Pizza retail store near you and load up on fresh, made-to-order, gluten-free take and bake pizzas, desserts, and salads. Now make sure to use that mobile app for faster and to earn additional savings. The Bros just got stronger. We've added a new member to the team, A. Ruth Proctor. The blonde bombshell herself will be hosting this new segment called The Proctor Report. This segment will share behind-the-scenes footage and engage questions from our listeners from a female point of view. Tap in to the Bro Code. Stay tuned for a new segment on the Bro Code Show called The Rehash. You'll learn more about the bros personally and what drives them as men and community leaders. The Rehash will be available on YouTube and all audio podcast platforms every Friday evening at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tap in to the Bro Code.
Grant me the courage to change the things that I can, and grant me the wisdom to know the difference, just for today. Amen.
We're back on the Bro Code Show. Make sure to go to PapaMurphy'sPizza.com and sign up for My Slice Rewards to be in the know for exclusive deals, sneak peeks, and savings for the Papa Murphy's My Slice Rewards family. We're right here back at the Beauty Bar. We've got A. Ruth Proctor. Now, Ruth, before the break, we talked about many of things. One of the things that really hit home for me, and especially in the work that we do with kids, is support. You know, as a child, you were supported in many ways, but not in positive ways. And one of the questions that we ask our youth is, do they feel consistently supported by 2 to 3 positive adults? And it's a yes or no question, but sometimes shockingly, the answer is no.
Right.
So I'm curious, going through the layers of 5-year-old Ruth, now a sexy 39, right? Got the strawberry blonde hair swooped to the side. If we went back to your 5-year-old self and you can kind of revisit with the wisdom that you have now as an adult, where did the adults go wrong? And really more so, what is it that they could have done more in support for you?
Ask questions. They not once did anyone ask, you know, what happened there? Were you okay? Are you okay? Do you need anything? Do you need to talk to them? Do you need to talk to someone? That was never asked. And I think that, you know, I'm not going to even just say in the black community, because it goes on in all communities, but we turn a naked eye to things that we know. Uncle Tyrone has been touching the girls in the family, but y'all don't want to tell nobody. It's not right.
Because we got to keep everything in house.
Correct. And it's unfortunate, because they're going to continue to do it to another little girl. And the cycle continues, because they don't stop until somebody blow their brains out. You know, so it's like, what? So I would definitely say the questions. They didn't ask questions. Even being adopted. And, you know, I don't touch on this a lot, but I'm going to touch on it because it needs to be said. My adopted family was my cousin, my first cousin. Well, she's my second cousin. And she would say, I'm going to send you back to foster care. I didn't have to take you and your brother in. Not knowing sending me back to foster care is painful.
Right.
Because I was being touched. I wasn't loved. I wasn't supported. And I wasn't supported per se there either. But I knew they loved me. You know, the way they showed love was different. But they loved me. And I was safe for the most part.
Talk about that, because love is an action word, and it's reflected how it's absorbed.
Correct.
Yep. So what you absorb is what you reflect. So let's talk about that false version of love and how that affects children, and how has that, or has it at all impacted your life?
Oh yeah. I'm gonna just take you guys down a memory lane. I was in pageants, talent shows. I played sports. I was very active. Who was in the audience? A boyfriend. Nobody was in the audience. Okay. I told you guys on before that break that I wouldn't tell my mom about certain stuff because she would be, you know, ready to go out there. Okay. But mom embarrassed me at times. You know, I didn't know what she was gonna say, how she was gonna act, what she, you know, what episode she was having that day, and so I didn't tell her. So my adopted parents, they didn't see a need to come. So I always felt abandoned. Even though I was in a pretty safe environment, I still was abandoned. I still felt like the little girl that was left in foster care because where y'all at? I'm doing all this amazing stuff, and I know that this is things I want to do because that was just my personality. She didn't all the way flourish until, you know, as an adult. But as a kid, I wanted to do so much, and I wanted to be involved in so much. I had no cheerleaders. So I would ask my girlfriend, you know, my girlfriends would ask me, you know, is somebody picking you up? Or, you know, my boyfriend would pick me up. So it was convenient to let my boyfriend pick me up, but it wasn't convenient for me to date. So I was just having this conversation with my niece, and I said, it's funny because I couldn't date, but my boyfriend was okay to pick me up for my games, to go to my games, take me to work, pick me up from work. So I would definitely say just being abandoned, not being heard or seen.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, when we talk about the needs of children and reflecting on your life, asking good questions, listening, and being present.
Yeah. And even with my children now, I always ask them, has anybody touched you? Has you touched anyone? Has anybody looked at you? Has anybody said anything inappropriate? Is there anything you want to tell mommy? Because I want them to always know that I'm going to ask the questions because I was that little girl that wasn't asked that. So I really make sure that they understand all of those things.
I love it. What you got, Bro Smith?
You touched on a lot. You know, working through the pain of divorce, the power of therapy. You've gone through a number of different journeys. You've got an incredible testimony. From salon owner to mental health champion to supporter of women. You know, what have you learned throughout your journey that you make sure to pass on to others? Like, what are some of those nuggets that stick with you that you want to impart to others?
I would definitely say never give up. No matter how bleak it looks, I have had my moments, and not having support, not having family, not having, you know, anyone to love me, truly love me correctly. You know, you do kind of feel like, okay, is this my life? Is this okay? Yeah. So I would definitely say never to give up. Never stop dreaming. And never stop talking to God. Even at 5, you know, being so young, I was brought up in the church. Church was always the forefront. Praying, reading my Bible. I probably couldn't even read at 5, but I had a Bible with me. And I remember that. I had a Bible and a teddy bear. And so I would definitely say, you know, your foundation. Whatever that foundation is, and if it's not positive, create your own space of a foundation. And, you know, thank God, God has always been a foundation for me. So even though I felt alone, He was present. And so I would definitely say foundation all day because I probably would have committed suicide I probably would, would be in the streets on drugs, something, if I didn't have God in my life.
I love it. So I want to talk about education.
Let's go.
You're an educated black woman, right? Salute. Tell us a little bit about your college experience. Now, we know, here we go, right? You went to the, right? I'll let you tell them where you went to school, because I already know what's coming. It happens every time.
Shout out to the Eagles, okay? Shout out to North Carolina Central University in Durham, North Carolina, one of the best black HBCUs out there, okay?
Eagle pride.
Yes, period. Eagle pride all day. E-Funk. I would definitely say my experience was amazing. Being around like-minded individuals, especially being black. I went to a predominantly, I would say it was like half and half. I'm from a country town, so initially the school I was at was predominantly white. And then when the cities and the counties merged, I started going to more of a black school. So it was like a culture shock. And so going to Central, I was scared. We always heard things about Durham, and my adopted dad lived in Durham and had his store robbed and all of that. And so I was a little scared to go to Durham, but I really wanted to go to Howard. But because of my upbringing and the things that I was dealing with, even at 17, 18 years old, I had a car payment. Yeah. I had bills at 17. Yeah. I had real life issues at 17. And so going to Howard wasn't really on my spectrum, because I'm like, how am I going to DC? How am I going to work? I'm going to pay for this car. So Central was my next pick. And so my college experience was very different than most people. I didn't stay on the yard. I worked full time and went to school full time. I carried a full caseload and still graduated on time with 2 degrees.
Congratulations on
Thank
that.
you.
Yeah,
and pledged. So, I mean.
With 2 bachelor's.
Yeah, 2 bachelor's degrees in 4 years.
Yeah.
Right? So definitely.
Speaking of that pledge, now I see a lot of pink and
I know,
green.
it's okay.
We gotta talk about it. A lot of pink and green. Pink in the hair.
And turquoise is one of my favorites. My favorite color. But don't get it twisted. We look good in all colors.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Look.
But
shout out to the reds. Shout out to the deltas. Alpha Lambda to be exact.
Okay. I just had to clear that up. You don't know when you're in here.
It's okay. It's just flowers.
All right.
Okay.
Let's not zoom by what's going on right now with HBCUs. Right. Now there's 107 nationwide. Right. Michigan just signed a bill that they're opening one up that was open. Right. So that's a big deal, because I'm from Michigan.
Wow.
We didn't know about it. Right. When I was younger, it wasn't something we talked about. But we were on campus a month ago.
If that.
And the energy, right? We looked at each other like, yo, this is different.
It was homecoming too.
What?
Yeah, which look, no, you see her on social media on homecoming. We saw you. We saw you.
We had a day party. We have one of the official day parties for homecoming. Dark Eve, me and 4 of my line sisters, we do the day party at Durham Arts Council. So we really big on homecoming. We love party hopping and just seeing everybody. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing to, especially now in this day and age, to have been, I went to a HBCU. It's definitely an experience like no other. It's no other experience than going to a HBCU. It's different.
Definitely not the same. NC State's homecoming, it goes by every year. And I'm at A&T's homecoming, you know.
Right. And I mean, I remember, even, classmates that went to PWIs, and I envied them in a sense. I didn't get into some of those schools, and I was like, man, what? But now I understand it's all God's plan. I think we get so caught up in what we expect life to be and where we expect to be at in life. But that ain't God's plan. Yeah. And so me going to Central makes all the sense now. Me, becoming a Delta, definitely I found my voice in that space. Going through a bonding moment and going through experiences definitely helped me to find my voice. Yeah. Even though I was crying, I still found my voice. And so I love the HBCUs, man. It's a beautiful experience to see us.
Opportunity, exposure, and experience.
Definitely.
Those are some of the pillars that we instill and stand on when it comes into the work that we do in mentoring. So to hear that being just another piece of the puzzle for you, man, is definitely encouraging. We want to dig a little bit more into the space of entrepreneurship and business. Right? So we are in this great establishment, and we're going to get more into that when we come back from break. We'll be right back on the Bro Code Show.
Tonight, this year has been beyond just amazing. I said tonight I didn't want to do a lot of talking. I just really wanted to enjoy you guys. I wanted to enjoy my family, my friends, my supporters, everyone that has walked this journey with me. Each and every one of you guys know how hard this has been for me. But every time, I try to hide, God continues to put me in spaces to not hide. He has connected me with people that make me pull the best out of me. And I couldn't do that without you guys. I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. In 1 year, I have been on ABC. I have been on NBC. I have been on Fox. I set out to do this book because God told me to do this book. And so I want to encourage everyone in this room to think about where you want to be in 1 year. This is my 1 year anniversary, but I really want it to be a reflection. Because if you set 10 minutes, 15 minutes of your day, each day, to reach your goal, the same way that I survived, you can too, you can do the same thing that I did. Because if you set that goal, you can do anything you put your mind to. I love you. I appreciate everyone here. And let's make 2022 the year that no one has ever seen. I love you.
We're back on the Bro Code Show right here with A. Ruth Proctor. Now, Ruth, we talked about a whole lot, but I really want to tap into the business and entrepreneurship. We have this book here. We've got this T-shirt, or your T-shirt, excuse me. Tell me, right, like my T-shirt right there.
Get y'all one.
But I want to hear more about how did the book come about? How did you get to this place? Why was it important for you to share it with the world? And then for those that read it, what do they hope to get out of it?
I would definitely say, really just pushing back, the fear.
Well, let's start with the name of the book. What's the name of the book?
I Survive, You Can Too, by
Awesome.
Ruth Proctor. I would definitely say God kept piercing it at me, but I just kept ignoring it. And I was just like, no, I'm not doing no book. What you talking about? And he kept having people come at me, whether it was ministers saying, finish that book. And I'm just like, what? Or, sorority sisters or friends, or, when they would hear a piece of my story or any one of my stories, they were like, you need to write a book. And that just he just kept having people say that to me. Outside of him already saying it to me. The vision, seeing it, all of that. And I was just like, I don't want to do no book. And then being in a relationship. And I was already journaling. I've been journaling probably for over 10 years. My girlfriend in 2001, I was in an abusive relationship, a domestic violence relationship. And she said, here's a book. You need to start journaling. And from that point, I started journaling. I wasn't consistent, but from time to time, month to month, year to year, I would journal. And that's how the book started. So I took those journal entries and I just continued writing.
Right.
So I remember, talking to my publicist, and she's like, some of this is redundant because some of it was journals and some of it was me writing and remembering everything. And so I would definitely say it took me 2 years to really say, okay, I'm going to do this book.
Yeah.
After the 10, 15 years where I suppressed it. So once I really started writing and being intentional about writing in the middle of a divorce, and my ex telling me, you're going to embarrass yourself, why are you going to put this out? People don't need to know this. I heard that, and you internalize things that are said to you, especially when it's someone that's supposed to love you.
Sure.
And so I think that definitely played a part, but I more so played a part in my fear, played a part. And that was just the devil using my fear to hold me back because he knew what this was going to bring.
So now that you've overcome that fear, when readers read it, what are some key points that they can get out of it so they can survive too?
Definitely perseverance, never giving up, never allowing one no to stop you. How many times did Walt Disney try? How many times did these major multi-million-dollar companies try until they were finally told yes? And so don't let one no deter you from the next yes. And so I would definitely say that. I had a million doors closed on my face. I went on plenty of interviews. I was in D.C. interviewing after college. I mean, I've done it all. I've scrubbed toilets. I've been the CEO. I've been in so many facets of life, which is, writing the book, it made sense doing the entrepreneur part, writing about, being an entrepreneur. But I didn't understand the pieces. I was like, God, why am I here scrubbing these toilets? You got me, this is the bottom, and now it makes sense. He wanted me to understand every piece, every person, so I have so much respect for all my employees, no matter what their position is, and they'll be like, this is our boss. And I'm like, nah, I'm just a director. I don't care to have that title. You know, that title don't mean nothing. A lot of people walk around with titles. And so I would definitely say just really understanding that it's more to me. It was more to my story that could help other people. It wasn't about me. It was about other people. And once I mourned my pain and my trauma, I could help other people. So that's how I Survive You Can Too truly came about.
Turning purpose into pain. I love it. What you got, brother?
On top of everything, the salon, the book, the podcast, you also lead a nonprofit called Building Foundations. Can you tell us a little bit more about the mission and the purpose?
Yes. 2008, I would say even before that, I was just like giving out turkeys and book bags and stuff during the holidays and during book bag drives, and I'm like, man, I'm just doing all this stuff. It needs to be more than just this, right? So 2008, I'm doing it. I'm doing stuff in the community because I remember being that little girl that didn't have anything. I remember sleeping on the bus bench when we couldn't get into the homeless shelter because my mom was running from the police. So I know what it feels like not to have anything to eat. I also know how it feels to be in college and not have much support and only have $52 in my account. So I really wanted to be the voice for the unheard, for the people that couldn't speak. Coming from the system, you know what it's like. You know what food stamps look like. You know what all of those things look like. And so I really wanted to be a voice for the unheard. And in 2013, I finally incorporated Building Foundations together while I was in Atlanta. And I just continued to expound. And so I started doing my nonprofit in Virginia, Georgia, and North Carolina. And I just continued to expound. And more people, so basketball players, football players, began to just say, I want to help. What you need? And it just continued to expound. And so year after year, it's been a blessing. And just continuing to expound on that little girl that didn't have anything. And that's what birthed Building Foundations together.
Before we move forward, I'm going to jump to Bro Kirk, but I need two things from you. One, where can people go to buy your book? And two, how can they support Building Foundations?
Yes. You can go to my website, www.aruthproctor.com. It's also on Amazon, but as you guys know, I'm a self-publisher, so I encourage the website. Support. Okay, listen, I need all my coins. And Building Foundations is building-foundations.org. So it's not an underscore; it's a dash. Building-foundations.org with an S. Building-foundations.org.
You heard it right there, right? Building.
And you can donate, you can support, you can volunteer. I know everybody's in a trying time. You don't have to give monetarily. You can donate, volunteer hours. Anything you can do to support another kid is big. I will be starting in January the James Baldwin book program. We picked 7 kids in the inner city of Raleigh to write a book for the James Baldwin program that starts next month. And so shout out to the Boys and Girls Club, New Bern Avenue, Rashad, for picking 7 boys and girls that want to write a book and want to be authors. And so I will be leading that program along with Evolve and My Brother's Keeper of Wake County.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah.
Nobody but God.
Nobody but God.
Nobody but God. I stand on
it.
that.
Indeed. Well, we support you. We want to continue to support you in any way that we can. If you're just checking into the Bro Code Show, we are right here with A. Ruth Proctor. We're in the Beauty Bar off of Falls of the News Road right here in Raleigh, North Carolina. We'll be right back.
Grant me the courage to change the things that I can, and grant me the wisdom to know the difference, just for today. Amen.
We are back on the Bro Code Show. Make sure to go to papamurphys.com and sign up for the My Slice Rewards to be in the know for exclusive deals, sneak peeks, and savings just for the Papa Murphy's My Slice Rewards family. Bro Kurt, what you got, man?
So, divorce, trauma. Let's talk about relationships. 2022, Ruth. First of all, what's important to you in a relationship, number one?
Romance.
Romance I didn't flicker that time.
Definitely romance is very important. I would definitely say being God-fearing. I do not believe in serving a different God. I do not believe in serving a different master. I do think you do definitely have to have similar characteristics, aspirations, beliefs. So I would definitely say definitely God-fearing, but for sure romance.
What about income? How much money he got? How much money he got? How much money this brother got to make?
I twitched.
He's got to keep up with her business.
So he got to be an entrepreneur? Can he work a 9 to 5?
I don't have an issue with either one. You can do whatever you do, as long as you ain't doing nothing illegal. But I'm not really big on, by default, that has hurt me in the past. But I've never been big on dating someone just because they have money. I've always dated because I cared about the person, I liked the person, I loved the person, they had swag, whatever. So for me, I would definitely say it's no number, but they definitely got to have their own stuff. They got to have their self together, mentally, financially, spiritually. They don't have to, make the same amount as me, but they definitely have to come to the table and be a provider, because I'm a provider naturally. And that has hurt me in relationships in the past, because if you don't lead, I'm a lead. And not because I want to, but naturally it's just, I'm a Sagittarius. I'm half man, half beast.
That's a conversation all by itself, right?
I definitely will rise to the occasion, and that has hurt me in the past. So I would definitely have to say, I don't have an issue with income. They definitely have to have their own income and own stuff. Okay. And we can grow together and come together and join forces and be great. But they definitely have to have their stuff together, financially, emotionally, spiritually.
The emotional piece.
Oh yeah.
Let's talk about that. So,
because I work too hard for mine, so I can't accept and go backwards. Because your trauma could hurt me too. Your triggers, everything, boundaries, everything could hurt me.
Or lack thereof.
Right.
I'll talk about it. So eventually, there's a book that's being birthed in me called "The Power of the Unpacked Box."
Wow.
And it talks about some of those same things. Being able to talk to those aces. Reflect on them, acknowledge them, and then work through the process of being a better you. Right. Working through that so it doesn't exhaust on the next generation, so it's not showing up in your children. So let's touch on that for a moment. Like in this whole conversation, we've talked about ACEs, we've talked about mental health, how that affects us personally as men, as women, as people of color.
Right.
How we've even talked about therapy and how in some circles that's almost odd or taboo.
Yep.
And how we can normalize.
Right.
The ability to have a sound ear, we call it wise counsel, right? And why that's so important. So talk to me about how that looks for you. Here it is, you're 39 years young, you got two girls now, right? You still have that 5-year-old roof that you're working through.
Yep.
How old are your children?
12 and 9.
12 and 9. I have a 12-year-old.
Yep.
She's a tween.
Oh yeah.
And I see every lens of it. So talk to me. How do you stop that toxic, or that trauma, or that bruising of those traumatic situations in the past to not be poured into them, but for them also to be aware? What does that look like?
Educate. I educate them, even in experiences. I remember one day we were in Sam's, and an African guy walked up to my daughter and said, "Are you such and such?" And because I've had these conversations with her, she immediately came in front of me, in front of the cart. And I'm just still kind of puzzled, like, is this a parent from school? I'm not really realizing what's going on. And so then I said, "Don't talk to my daughter. Why are you talking to her?" And so she knew, and she always knows, and they both always know that mommy got you. If mommy got to go to jail, mommy going to jail. But I got you, And so I think it's important to explain to them circumstances, even when they're in front of us. At the time I was so caught off guard, I really didn't react the way I wanted to, and that probably was God. Because knowing me, I probably would have pulled a gun out or something. Because I'm just like, why are you talking to my daughter? Because of my trauma. That was years ago. I wasn't where I'm at now. And so
I saw the snap, the crackle, and the pop. That was all up in here.
When it comes to my kids, and because of my trauma, I be down.
Mama bear.
I be down if that happens. When it comes to mine. And so I definitely would say educating. I think if I was educated enough, I probably would have told. I probably would have, not waited to be an adult to say, "Yeah, cousin such and such did this," or "this person tried to do this." Because even though I'm adopted, I still was having cousins come at me trying to have sex with me. And so I knew by that point, I'm 13. I'm like, yo, you my cousin. What you doing? So I think it's important to educate them, and also don't let them go to people's houses. My mom didn't let me go to nobody's house. My adopted mom, she didn't play that. She was, a preacher, very spiritual, so she didn't really play, and she was old school, so she was very strict. So that was God covering as well. you know, but I would definitely say educating them. You know, they ask me all the time, can I go to my friend's house? No, you sure can't. They can come over here. Because I don't know what their dad does. I don't know what their uncle does. I don't know what none of those people do. But I know what I do. I know what happens in this household. And so I explain those things to them. When they go to family members' house, I explain those things to them. And I really don't let them stay much places. When my daughter was my firstborn, when I was pregnant, for the last 6 months of my pregnancy, I begged God. I said, you know what, God? I think she's safer here. I think she's safer in my stomach. It was PTSD. I'm really dealing with all the things that I had been through as a kid. Putting them on her in my stomach, right? And so I continued to battle with that. And God, He worked with me. I wasn't even in therapy or nothing at the time. And I eventually got, I would say I got through it piece by piece, but I won't let nobody change her. I won't let nobody watch her. It took me to her being really able to talk for me to really feel comfortable leaving her with someone. Even her dad, I'm like, I got her. So I took on a lot because of my trauma.
Well, one, I appreciate you sharing. Two, I'm glad you didn't pop off.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Have
I ever seen a life?
Moment, right? It's a
Yeah.
woosah moment.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna downshift just a little bit. Look, we asked you a whole lot of questions, Ruth, and we appreciate you sharing. We appreciate your transparency, your vulnerability, all of that. When it comes to business, relationships, entrepreneurship, ACEs, trauma, all of those things.
Yeah.
Your story definitely is empowering, not just for yourself but others. So thank you for sharing. But we have a segment called Flip the Script, right? And in this segment, you now get to ask us questions,
Y'all ready?
right? So either individually or collectively.
She was too happy about
Yeah, exactly, right? I don't know what we about to get into, right?
Y'all lucky I ain't got my whole crew with me. Let me make the phone calls real quick. What questions I got for you?
Yeah, we don't need to make that option, but the floor is yours.
I know we talked about what women want in 2021, but what do men want in 2021? Especially me being one of my I was on a podcast a couple months ago, and he said, "Stop saying you independent. Say you self-sufficient, so men can know that you want to be, you interested in being in a relationship." I'm like, okay, so being self-sufficient and being able to, hold my own. What, would make a man know that I am open to being submissive? Or, when you say, like, looking at me, you would think initially that I'm independent and I don't want anyone, I don't need help. What will show you that I do need help, or I am open to a man and to being submissive to a man? Because I think the status quo is she's independent, she got her own, she don't need no help, she good, she don't need anything, and she don't want a man. But women still want men. We just had to step up to the plate. So how can we soften that? Because I've heard that before. You're not soft enough or whatever. So what does that mean? What is, how does that look for 2020?
I'm gonna jump out there.
He's ready.
Yeah.
Let me turn my seat over here. Go ahead.
Floor is yours, brother.
There are three powerful words that a man and a woman need to hear, but it's not said often enough, and that's "I need you." Saying those words breaks down that wall a little bit, and saying those words with action go even further, because that tells the man that, okay, I could be your knight. Like you really do need me to. Looks like you got everything going all on your own without me. Where can I fit in to your world? And then once you got that hook, then it's a matter of saying it yourself, or reciprocating it somehow, some way, to where now he's like, okay, I need you too. Here's what I need from you for me to get to this next level, so I could be the support that you may need, so we can do this thing together.
Right.
It's, one thing that everybody saw in 2020, 2021, and hopefully 2022 is you got to have multiple ways of doing things. You can't depend just on that one job, that one income. And so that guy, that woman needs to feel supported somehow, and it's easy to get into your own head about, I got to do this, and someone else is going to do it for me. But someone wants to help you with it.
When you just said that, you said that, and show that you need. Can you give me an example?
Yes. So, I'll I'll use myself. I'll use myself.
Look, y'all all ready for these questions?
Yeah, I'll use myself. So I've got a number of things that I'm trying to get off the ground, and one is real estate.
Okay.
Lady that I'm with currently, and hopefully going forward.
What you doing? Look, you put yourself in the hot seat.
You know, she.
Not too late. Put your hand down. You gotta put wait a minute, pause. No, you can't pause this. Yeah, ain't no pause on this one.
Whoa. Well, so what I'm getting at is I've told her I need your help, with what you do well.
Okay.
It's not my strong suit. She's very organized.
Mm-hmm.
She's been in the real estate world as a property management manager but that's what I need your help with context. How to find the best properties, how to manage the best properties.
Right.
So once I do start acquiring multiple properties, you can help
Manage.
manage this. So we could add on.
Right.
Let me do this part.
Right.
You add on to your part. So some of it's just a matter of sharing what it is that you do well that person may not, and getting him or her to really believe. Oh yeah, you're right. Like that is not my strong suit.
Right.
But I see you excelling in that area.
Right.
And from there, it's just a matter of repeating the process.
I would definitely say in my past, even though I definitely, I've been like this pretty much my entire life when it comes to just being, going after what I want, working hard. I've always worked. I worked since I was 14. So, and I was saving. I'm one of those college students that had more money in the bank than probably, most of my friends in college. This is just what my mindset was. I knew I didn't have anything to fall on. But that also comes at a crutch, because then you're looked at as, you don't want help, you don't need a man, and that type of thing. And I've definitely been a safe haven and been a support system for anybody that I've been in a relationship with. Whether that's me helping you start a business, starting the business for you, running the business for you, whatever it was, I've always been heavily involved. So if I'm doing all those things and you still don't say, I need you, what do you do?
So quick answer, communication. So first of all, I don't think any person, woman or man, should have to dumb down their level of success to be in a relationship.
Right.
I think it's mainly how you communicate with me,
right,
and just make me feel like I'm needed, right? But just communication is so important, right? How you talk to me, so important.
Not at you.
At me. Don't talk down to me. Don't make me feel small.
Okay.
I think men need that more from women now than ever, because there's a lot of successful women who are growing businesses and educated.
It's true.
And so.
I can add value to any of that, just to kind of wrap it all up. One, I agree. For me, I'm a married man. Been married for 9 years, it'll be 10 in July. I've known my wife for about a dub. Yeah.
That's amazing.
When it comes to business, she's taken care of my money for a long time, or our money for a long time. She's my administrator.
Right.
That's how I met her.
That's
Now,
right.
totally different stage of life.
Right.
But nonetheless, I will say this. One, never dumb yourself down. Two, your goal is to level up.
Right.
Like, there's nothing wrong with withdrawing and reaching out a hand back, but when I believe that, when we talk about being evenly yoked, that there'll be a man that understands what you do and will do it to a certain degree, that you do it, if not more, that you'll live a productive lifestyle, and what you already do is not, so that energy will be matched.
I agree with you.
It doesn't have to be, someone's out there that matches that same energy.
Right.
And for a dude that really has some swag like that, he gonna shoot a shot anyway.
Right.
Because what's the worst you can say is no.
Right.
So I truly believe that when the time is opportune, the question is how are you making yourself available for when that does happen?
I don't. But I will make myself available if it's presented to me.
No, I'm talking about you. Like you talked about earlier that you're romancing God. Right? That's what you said.
But, God
right?
romancing me. Yeah.
And that was a piece that you're needing now to level up. So how are you preparing yourself as the wife or as the girlfriend to say, when this comes, I'm acceptable, you know what I mean?
He flipped that script right on back.
It's what I do, right? So, all right.
Oh man,
You ain't gotta answer. Remember, you asked us questions. You ain't gotta answer. But we gonna, what'd you say? Period. We gonna let that pause and marinate right there. So if you're just checking in with the Bro Code Show, we are right here at the Beauty Bar on Falls in the Noose Road in Raleigh, North Carolina, with A. Ruth Proctor. You know, Ruth, we did a little research. We did, you know, as a socialite and, you know, someone that, though you're private, doesn't mind showing off a little bit, you know, showing, like you just said, if you went to your IG, you would be like, well, good Lord, I don't know if I do want to run in this DM or not. It's like double dutch. Let me just take my, I don't know.
See, that's tight.
So what we did is we took pictures off of your social media, not just you as the author, but also as the philanthropist, you know, really showing your care and heart for the community, kids, and so on and so forth. So I have these 3 pictures. I'm gonna show you each one of them. They say pictures are worth 1,000 words. We don't need 1,000 now, Ruth.
Right, I got you.
But I would love to hear why you shared it with the world, who's in it, why it's important to you, and yeah. So we're gonna start with this one right here. What you think about that one?
That's my baby. I definitely wanted her to understand, you know, doing a 5K walk.
Who's in the picture?
Me and my daughter.
Okay.
Yes, my youngest. And actually my little cousin is in the back.
You got a photo, Mom?
Yes. And we were supporting my girlfriend, Rhonda Marie. Shout out to Rhonda with Goldie Bell. She was doing a cancer walk, a part of a cancer walk for her mom.
Okay.
And we did a 5K. And so I wanted my children to get up in the morning early and understand what it means to do a 5K, no matter how they felt about it. You know, you think I want to get up at 5, you know, you didn't walk to be early, but I wanted them to experience it.
Yeah.
You know, I really want, I have always had my children in the forefront of everything that I do. Business, speaking engagements, my business, they were in my business in strollers, walking around. Like, I've always had them involved. And I think it's important to have them in the room.
That's right.
So that is having them in the room.
Well, first of all, you're absolutely right. Thank you for sharing.
Yes.
But yes, representation matters. They need to see that, right? That's how you build business acumen.
Yes.
Right? It's being around it. And most people work well with on-the-job training.
Right.
Kids are no different.
Yep.
They're going to learn today.
Yeah, and our parents, they were the type that did it and didn't tell us nothing, didn't have us in the room to do any of that. My adopted dad was an entrepreneur, but he never explained anything. He never explained the money. He said, get land, but he didn't explain it. You know, I'm putting them in the room and explaining it. Now, if you don't grasp it, that's on you. And mommy will continue to teach you, but I'm going to put you in the room. You can't say I didn't expose you to it.
Ask questions.
Yep.
Listen. Presence.
Yep.
Tell us about the second one.
That's my girlfriends.
Who's all of them? Those want to know who all
of
of
them are entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
All of them are in the mental health field. They are therapists, realtor therapists, mental health providers, go-getters. All of us graduated from North Carolina Central University.
Eagle Pride. Okay.
We Reds, you know. So, you know, definitely have a lot in common, but we moms and we bosses. And we roll together and we call ourselves the 4 Fave.
The 4 Fave. Now tell me about this. We're not going. What you say? We're not going to glance over that, right? Yeah. So how did this 4 Faves come? Like, everybody's got a squad. We're the Bro Code, right? So talk to me about this 4 Faves. What's that about?
Just, you know, boss chicks just teaming up, really supporting one another, prayer partners, supporters. They support everything I do. They have always supported me. We've had our hiccups at times, but I would definitely say they have been a rock, especially through my divorce. You know, they know my story, similar stories in our group as well, and just really being a voice. Samara, she's a therapist and she's in the group, and these last 2 years I have really picked her brain and just trying to understand a lot of the things. Even though I had a therapist, I'm still like, friend, help me. You know, this is what's going on. And she knew times when I needed help, when I didn't, you know. And so she was definitely a voice. And I was on a show a couple months ago and they asked me about my tribe.
Okay.
And they asked me, how did I pick my tribe? And I told them, you don't pick your tribe. God picks your tribe. And I stand on that. The people that I have been surrounded by these last 2 years have been amazing. They have pushed me, they have encouraged me, they have supported me in ways that my family have never. And so I realized, having a conversation with her, that I didn't pick none of these people. God did. I can't tell you how I got connected with this. I mean, you know, like, one of the girls in the group is my line sister. We're sororities. We cross together. But, you know, the rest of the people, when I would say my tribe now, 2021, 2022, that's all God. I can't even, from my mentor to even like Jessica, God putting the right people in my life that I needed, and vice versa. They needed me as well. And so, your tribe don't find you. God finds your tribe. So.
Well, let's talk about this. So tell us about this last picture, Ruth. I saw this on your website, and it was full of joy. What space were you in when you took this picture? Mentally?
Completeness. Finally coming to a space of, I would even say completeness as well as triumph. Because I released this book on my birthday last year, 2020. December 20th is when I released it. My birthday was the 19th. And I didn't want anything for my birthday. I just wanted to do the book. I wanted to finish the book. And I said that's a gift to me. So I would definitely say in that moment, I felt full circle. It definitely felt like, wow, it's here. Everything I fought, everything I cried, all of that,
I could dig that.
It's here. And so I didn't even know that we were, these pictures were going to be per se for the book or be the actual picture of the book, because that's in the same family. This was the same photo shoot. But when my graphic designer I sent her pictures, and when she sent me back the cover, I was like, oh man. I didn't even connect the army fatigue. I didn't connect the survival aspect. I didn't connect any of, the pink is my favorite color, so the pink was there, but I didn't understand any of it. So I would definitely say in that picture, definitely full circle.
Full circle.
Yeah.
I love it. Well, we've gotten to the point where we're at a segment now called Calling Them Out. Now, on this segment right here, this segment right here, Ruth, I need you to look into that camera right there, and I want you to call out. Well, first of all, let's back up. Have you enjoyed a Bro Code experience?
Amazing.
Have you had a good time?
Yes.
We're pretty dope?
I love y'all.
Awesome.
Yes.
So is it safe to say that others would appreciate this experience
Hell
too?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yes.
So I need that same energy right there to look into that camera, call out their name, who they are, what they do, and let them know they need to be on the Bro Code show.
Okay, Tamika Nishalay, you need to be on this Bro Code. She's an MUA, brow specialist, brow makeup artist, and she's amazing. She's dope. She's been doing brows for over 15 years, and she's an entrepreneur. She works for 105.1, and she's a radio exec, so she's definitely a force to be reckoned with. So shout out to Your Beauty Entertainer. That's her IG. Okay. And I would definitely make sure she links up with you guys. That's who I was just talking to earlier. So definitely Tamika Nishalay. Yeah.
That's what she was getting you right before the show?
Her personality, she got me together for this entire book. Yeah. Speaking, doing the YouTube, that's her all day because that's her area. Marketing, business management and marketing was what she went to school for. She worked for 97.5 for years.
I was about to say that name. Tamika.
Yeah.
Tamika, we need you on the Bro Code show. I don't know which camera's mine, but whichever one's looking at me right now, right here on the Bro Code show.
The other person is Serena Williams, attorney, owner of Practical Skills University, a force to be reckoned with. She's a realtor, she's a coach, she's my mentor. She is a powerhouse. And she did a meditation book a couple months ago, and it's amazing. She dropped the jewels. Y'all need her.
No, she's not local.
Yeah, she's in Durham.
Okay.
Durham.
Yes.
Okay.
She's
well,
local.
Again, I don't know which camera is mine, but
Serena
just off the name alone, Serena Williams. Yeah, we need you both literally and figuratively. Yeah, we need you right here on the Bro Code show.
Definitely.
Indeed. Well, we talked about a lot, Ruth. Prior to the show, I asked you what is one word that you use to encourage yourself, or that you would use to describe yourself. And it was right on time. The word you used, grateful, right? Having a sense of gratitude and appreciation in spite of.
In spite of.
In spite of, ... whatever comes after that, right? So we got something special for you. We want to do something special for you. What you got, Kurt?
Absolutely. So you already know this because I've been on your platform, your lives, and You Matter is my brand. But we always want to leave you with something to be in the room. And today's no different. So we got your $2 bill. We wrote grateful on the front, the Bro Code, our whole team signed the back of it. Your story is bigger than you. And so you have to keep pushing because there's other little girls, little boys, adults who are in that space. And so You Matter is just about that. So we appreciate you and we'll make sure you get this.
Indeed,
Thank you guys. I'm honored.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I got my $2 bill.
Yeah. And just like that $2 bill, you are unique.
Thank you.
You are
Thank
different, you know, and we just want that to resonate as a bro code experience. So we love you like cook food.
Thank you. I finally own that uniqueness at 39.
I love to hear that.
Yeah, that's new.
That is.
That's new.
You know, one of the words I got from that picture too, that last picture, was accomplished.
Thank you.
And so congratulations to you.
Not done yet.
Not yet. And this won't be the last time that you see the bros with a Ruth Proctor. So stay tuned for great things in 2022 and to come. So Ruth, we always end the same way, on a positive note. Tonight's no different. Tonight quote says, there comes a time when you have to choose between turning the page and closing the book. It's your boy, Bro Troy, aka Mr. YM4C, but better known as Coach TJ, and we are the Bro Code.
On the corner where the thugs be, and Rock said, be careful when the world start to love me. I've been getting recognition, a lot I'm starting to work.
For tomorrow, if you ain't promised today, or could you walk on water if you don't stand on faith? It's like I'm going through circles, I'm in that same old place. I see you closing the curtains, but I got something to say. I got something to say. GTD, stand up. I mean, I just don't get it, as if they can't see you making the way. City lights, what up? He's preparing the way. City lights, what up? How could you live for tomorrow if you ain't promised today? Or could you walk on water if you don't stand on faith? It's like I'm going through circles, I'm in that same old place.
This show is sponsored by Papa Murphy's Take and Bake Pizza. Make sure to visit your local Papa Murphy's Pizza retail store near you and load up on fresh, made-to-order, gluten-free take and bake pizzas, desserts, and salads. Now make sure to use that mobile app for faster and to earn additional savings. The bros just got stronger. We've added a new member to the team, A. Ruth Proctor. The blonde bombshell herself will be hosting this new segment called The Proctor Report. This segment will share behind-the-scenes footage and engage questions from our listeners from a female point of view. Tap in to the Bro Code.
Lord, grant me the serenity to understand the things I cannot change. Grant me the courage to change the things that I can. And grant me the wisdom to know the difference. Just for today. Amen. Away from me.
You close to the edge, just don't move. My brother said his lawyer just gave him some bad news. Police found the drugs that were stashed in the bathroom. Not only that, but his court date approaching us fast too. So tell me what to do. Lord, you only seek the truth. If you want to bear fruit, then it needs to abide in you. If you seek transformation, it happens in solitude. Since I never had a shot, God threw me the alley-oop. I believe I can fly. Let me mingle with the angels. Heaven's in my peripheral, I see it from an angle.
What up, good people? It's your boy, Bro Troy.
Bro Smith. Bro Kirk.
And we are the Bro Code. The Bro Code TV show was created to share unique and courageous stories that amplify the voices of others, speak life into our community, and celebrate the humane side of humanity. The code is a set of standards or values a person lives by. The code sets the tone for how we treat all people, starting with ourselves. The code matures into the Bro Code when we're fortunate enough to find men that share in those same values and standards. Tonight's show is sponsored by Angel Oak Creative. The #1 mission of Angel Oak Creative is to amplify the voice of nonprofit organizations through marketing, branding, digital design, and multimedia strategies, providing their clients with a proven strategy for success. Angel Oak Creative is currently celebrating their 10-year anniversary of love and impact, and that's what we're going to celebrate tonight. In 2012, President and founder Caitlin Clenard envisioned a marketing firm that served only nonprofits. Now here we are 10 years later, and Angel Oak Creative has been blessed to partner with hundreds of nonprofit organizations who are changing the world by taking on difficult issues like homelessness, addiction, hunger, poverty, education, and also living with developmental disabilities and so much more. And tonight, we have the privilege of sitting down with one of those amazing nonprofits to hear their amazing story. Fellas, I'm curious, we've had a busy week, but tonight we're talking about a topic, right? And we hear a word called refugees. As we dig into this conversation, I'm curious, from your perspective, when you hear that word, what's the first thing you think of? What comes to mind?
For me, it's kind of what the media has portrayed them out to be. Foreigners who may be going through some things, but may not even want to be here.
Yeah.
I go kind of to the negative stereotypes, knowing that can't be the case necessarily. But I kind of go back to the Haitian refugee after the earthquakes. That's the first thing that really popped to my mind. It's the Haitians that were displaced and kind of the negative reaction that they received as far as entering this country and struggling to get into this country.
Yeah, I could dig that, man. What about you, Broker?
Well, excuse my ignorance, but I was thinking more migrants. But they're two different things, because migrants, it's a choice, versus refugees they're leaving for reasons they need to leave. And so the more it comes out, man, I've really started to study it, and it's a big deal.
Yeah.
Having to be forced to leave your country.
Yeah. So, yeah. I always say it doesn't affect you till it affects you, right? Until it hits home.
Yeah.
And I can't honestly say that I know of anyone personally. And oftentimes we don't know what other people are dealing with. So it could be the person in the grocery store. It could be the person in food. It could be the person at anywhere, in any public place, and you never really know. And honestly, before we came to this space and really doing the research, it hit home. Even with the kids that we serve with YM4C, you never really know. And really being able to add another layer of understanding to the work that we do. Yeah. So I could dig that. Man, we always say that greatness never happens alone. And tonight, is no different. This Refugee Hope Partners, that's the space that we're in, that's the space that we're talking about. Yeah, we're going to talk a little bit more about that today. But we have the pleasure of talking to the Executive Director, Michelle Suffridge. I think she's around here. Michelle, you around here, Michelle?
Hey, guys.
I think she's in the house. What's going on, Michelle? How you doing tonight?
I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, well, we're glad to have you, man. Welcome to the Bro Code. You are honorary guest.
Thank you.
Right here as we celebrate the work that you do in this stage. So, for those that don't know, Michelle, tell us a little bit more about who you are at the core. Let's start there.
Michelle Suffridge?
Yeah.
Michelle Suffridge.
Who are you at the core?
So I am a mom of 5. Someone that was not expecting to be serving refugee families, but one day in 2007, a refugee family walked up the hill to my church, and work God had been doing in my heart for probably 5-7 years was realized in that moment, and I knew that those were families that I wanted to walk toward.
Yeah. Let's dance in that faith space just a moment there, right? Because the work that we do as servant leaders in the community really resonates. Our 4 cornerstones for the work that we do are love, consistency, opportunity, and exposure. And we really believe with those 4 cornerstones we can rebuild, right? We can rejuvenate, inspire, and equip. So let's talk about that faith space. How has that become a staple for you? How did it become important for you?
I think it's always been important. I think I've always, my heart has always been tender toward individuals, families that are going through difficult circumstances. And it was something that I haven't ever been able to look away from, and that God has just continued to build a greater and greater love and desire, not just to love, but a desire to move toward, to gather other people and see if we could move toward suffering.
Yeah, I love it. They say, with love and kindness have I drawn thee, right? To compel them, right?
Yeah.
So I definitely can dig that. If you weren't doing this, Michelle, I'm just curious, if you weren't doing this, if you weren't loving on the babies and giving back, what would you be doing? What's the secret passion that some may not know about Michelle Suffridge?
I can't imagine anything else that I would be doing, honestly. This was what God made me to be. And it took me until I was in my late 40s to see that. But as soon as he revealed that to me, I can't imagine. And I think I will always, as long as the Lord allows, will be serving refugee families in some way.
Where he guides, he provides. I love it. We're going to talk about that a little bit more. Let's chew the meat and spit out the bone. What you got, Bro Smith?
Yeah, well, let's get into it. You know, we earlier talked about our ideas of what a refugee is, what do we think about. I'm hoping you can explain for our audience the process of becoming a refugee, the intense vetting that occurs, and any other insights that you want to share in terms of how that looks within this area.
Yeah. Well, no one chooses to be a refugee. You know, no one chooses to put their children in a boat unless the boat is better than the land that they're on. It's not anything anyone has chosen for a better life, a more successful life, a more affluent life. These are all families that have had to flee. Either because of who they are or what they believed or what ethnic group they were a part of. There was no choice. They often suddenly, just like we're seeing in Ukraine right now, life changed like that and they ran. And so a refugee is defined by someone that crosses a border. And they can prove upon crossing that border that they can't return home for fear of death or persecution. So that it's a legal definition, it's a legal process when they cross, oftentimes at checkpoints, which we're also seeing right now in the Ukrainian crisis. There are United Nations workers or nonprofits that partner with the United Nations that register those families, those individuals as they come across. Sometimes those families go into a contained camp, like a refugee camp, those first families that I mentioned, or in refugee camps for 15 years in Thailand. They left from Burma, went through the jungle, people came in, burned their villages down, caught their, captured men, captured children, those that could fled. They crossed a border and they were in a camp for 15 years, unable to work, sometimes no education for the children. And so after a certain period of time, and it's really overseen on an international level through the United Nations, families are able to opt in to be resettled, but only less than 1% of those families are actually resettled into another country. Often they just stay where they are for many, many years. Hopefully things improve in their country of origin. If not, they just make a new life where they are. And so once a refugee family is resettled, and we'll focus on the United States, that process is overseen by a governmental office, and there are certain rights and privileges, but families are protected in the beginning, but expected to be self-sufficient in about 90 days. It's not an easy process for families to go through.
I didn't realize it was just 90 days.
Yes.
How have you seen, not just the crisis more recently in Ukraine, but the one prior to that in Afghanistan and others, impacting at least this area within the Raleigh space, the Raleigh-Durham area?
The Afghanistan refugee crisis has been really, really interesting. Those families are actually not coming through the normal refugee process because things happened so quickly and there was nowhere for them to go. So they were evacuated out of Afghanistan. They were internationally overseas at military bases, and there is intense vetting that goes. Those families were almost all of them associated with the military or some other U.S. service in some way. That's what made them so vulnerable to the Taliban. And so I've lost the question.
No, you
were
on it, right?
Yeah. I was tracking, but I lost the question.
Well, before we get too far away from it, we're in an amazing space which you've showed us around. Talk to us about this location for Refugee Hope Partners.
Yeah, we are so excited to be in this space tonight. This is going to be the North Raleigh Refugee Welcome Center. Historically, we've been serving in an apartment complex just over through the woods from here, but we serve over 1,000 refugees in Raleigh, coming from over 40 different countries. The number of refugees arriving is really increasing. Resettlement has been very low over the last several years. Last year, only 200-ish refugees were resettled in all of the Triangle. This year, we're expecting 10x. resettlement here. So the numbers are just increasing. Many of those are Afghans right now, but we are also seeing families from Syria, from Congo, from different African countries, different Middle Eastern countries. We just welcomed a family from Burma last week, and so it's just kind of a mix of families from different places. But right now, really, we are seeing predominantly Afghans because so many left in such quick order. Getting them settled in some type of permanency is really important right now.
Good stuff. Good stuff. I'm curious. So, talk to us about the process. So, you painted a picture for us that started the work because a family came down the hill. So, walk me through that. A family comes down the hill. They come to the Welcome Center. What's next?
Well, we're here to say welcome. We're glad you're here. We're glad you're our neighbor, and we want to walk with you through time as neighbors and friends. And that's really impactful because families have come from places where they have been persecuted for who they are, and they're anxious about coming here. And so be able to come to a place where community can develop, where they can get to know other people from the same place that they came from, but even more importantly, meet people from all over the world, that we can all link arms together and become a community where there's no barrier. They can walk up at any point, and we'll move toward them and get to know them, get to know what they desire for their life, and see if we can walk alongside them and be support.
I love that word, support. We use it all the time.
You used the word community. Let's stay there for a second.
Sure.
Because I believe that is the word, that is the lifestyle that I think would fix some of the things that are happening right now. But can you talk to us about your version of what community should look like?
Yeah, I think community is understanding, is taking time to get to know each other, what's important, get to know other cultures. American culture is really different than cultures that most people come from. Even our focus on time and efficiency and scheduling is really different than most people. We're a much more direct culture. We say what we mean, and other cultures hold back. And we have to be careful that what we express doesn't come across as a command, but comes across as just an idea. And so just learning about each other, growing in community, forgiveness when we do the wrong thing or step on the wrong place, because that's going to happen, but a safe place.
Yeah, I love it. I always think about perspective and then grace.
Yes.
Right, having a sense of grace. So if you're just checking in, we are here with the Bro Code Show. We've got Michelle Suffrage, we have Refugee Hope Partners, and we'll be right back.
God threw me the alley-oop. I believe I can fly. Let me mingle with the angels. Heaven's in my peripheral. I see it from an
angle. Tonight's show is sponsored by Angel Oak Creative. The number one mission of Angel Oak Creative is to amplify the voice of nonprofit organizations through marketing, branding, digital design, and multimedia strategies, providing their clients with a proven strategy for success. Angel Oak Creative is currently celebrating the 10-year anniversary of Love and Impact. Angel Oak Creative has been blessed to partner with hundreds of nonprofit organizations who are changing the world by taking on difficult issues like homelessness, addiction, hunger, poverty, education, and also living with developmental disabilities and so much more.
Stay tuned for a new segment on the Bro Code Show called The Rehash. You'll learn more about the bros personally and what drives them as men and community leaders. The Rehash will be available on YouTube and all audio podcast platforms every Friday evening at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tap in to the Bro Code.
Grant me the courage to change the things that I can, and grant me the wisdom to know the difference, just for today. Amen.
We're back with Michelle Suffridge with Refugee Hope Partners. So Michelle, I'm curious, we've talked about a lot. They say pictures are worth 1,000 words. Now, we don't need 1,000 words. But I would love to hear, what is one, if you can narrow it down to one, what is one of your fondest memories while doing this work? Paint the picture for us.
Yeah, I have kind of like a collection of memories, but it'll be less than 1,000 words.
Just want to make sure.
And I think it would go back to the beginning of COVID, which we're almost at a year now. We shut down on March 13th of 2020. We had a very normal week leading up to that day. It caught us by surprise, and then it was clear. We had no idea what was coming, and just like everyone else, that we closed down. Our programming, which we serve several hundred kids a day, packed in pretty tight spaces. But we gathered together to pray as a staff. And the Lord just gave me the words of, we know what we can't do. Like, we can't be face to face. What can we do? What are the challenges our communities, these families are going to face, like in the short term? We knew job loss. We knew lack of access to food. You know, how are we gonna step into that space? And to watch my team come together to activate into providing food, visiting families, even socially distanced. You know, we started with gloves and no masks, but we were, you know, things have changed a lot since then, but just visiting with families. And then going into the summer and my team saying, we've got to get back face to face with people. We know it's scary, but we've got to do it. And then moving into the fall with remote learning. You know, we're supporting a community of 168 apartments. Everyone was remote. Never had that happen before. People don't have internet. People don't have devices. And just jumping in and just doing what we could. And God just made it clear every step of the way. And people came along around us and they're like, we can do that too. You know, if this is hard for me, we imagine that this would be really hard for a refugee family. So it's just like a collection of moments of beautiful things that happened during that time.
I love the glow that you have when you talk about it. It really resonates with your heart. I can see it, the passion, right? And we definitely can, resonate, the tone, all of that. We always talk about giving people their flowers, right? Now, and you know, you do so much for so many. Right? So we want to do something for you.
Well, I'm excited.
Yeah, we got something for you. What you got, bro?
So you told us your word earlier, which is persistent. And with the work you do, you have to be persistent. We wanted to give you one of our $2 bills. Now, we write "You Matter" on it, and it fits the work you guys are doing so much, making people feel like they matter in a new country. So we all signed it for you, and we want you to have it and just kind of remember, you know, how important the work you're doing is. So
thank you so much.
Absolutely. Indeed.
That's really meaningful. Thank you.
Yeah, unique, rare, all that good stuff.
Thank you.
Just like you.
I love
So
it. Thank
we
you.
appreciate you. Thank you.
Thanks.
So if you're just checking in, Michelle Suffridge, Refugee Hope Partners, follow them, doing great things. And I'm curious, if someone did want to reach out to you, like if they wanted to have a conversation with you, maybe talk a little bit more about some of the things that we talked about, how could they do that?
Yeah, they can email me, Michelle with 1L, I'm a weird 1L, Michelle, at refugeehopepartners.org. And I love to tell the story of what God's done in our community through Refugee Hope Partners, but most importantly through the families that we get to serve. They all have a story to tell, and it's my joy to share that. And I love meeting people, and I love coffee, so I'm always happy to grab a cup of coffee with someone.
Too. You know that's a T-shirt, 1L Michelle. You need to go ahead and brand that one. That's a T-shirt all day, right here with Michelle Suffridge, 1L on the Bro Code. We'll be right back.
God threw me the alley-oop. I believe I can fly. Let me mingle with the angels. Heaven's in my peripheral. I see it from an angle.
Tonight's show is sponsored by Angel Oak Creative. The #1 mission of Angel Oak Creative is to amplify the voice of nonprofit organizations through marketing, branding, digital design, and multimedia strategies, providing their clients with a proven strategy for success. Angel Oak Creative is currently celebrating the 10-year anniversary of Love and Impact. Angel Oak Creative has been blessed to partner with hundreds of nonprofit organizations who are changing the world by taking on difficult issues like homelessness, addiction, hunger, poverty, education, and also living with developmental disabilities and so much more.
The Bros just got stronger. We've added a new member to the team, A. Ruth Proctor. The the blonde bombshell herself will be hosting this new segment called The Proctor Report. This segment will share behind-the-scenes footage and engage questions from our listeners from a female point of view. Tap in to the Bro Code.
Grant me the courage to change the things that I can, and grant me the wisdom to know the difference, just for today. Amen.
We're back with Refuge Hope Partners, and we're talking about the ins and outs. We just got off of the hot seat with Michelle Suffrage. Now we have the great, illustrious Amanda Herbert. Did I get it right, Justin? You know, sometimes you got to keep it
without the S.
Sherbert without the S. Amanda, where you at, man? Come through. Come through. Amanda, how you doing tonight?
I'm great.
Here, well, welcome to the Bro Code. Well, we're excited to have you. You are an honorary member.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you for the high speak.
Illustrious.
Intro, yeah.
When you told me the Sherbert without the S, you know, you got me right there. That's
good.
You know.
I know, but then you forgot it.
I did. That's why
eyes
my
got
bros are
back.
here.
Yeah.
That's why my bros are here. We yeah. Glad to have you. I want to hear a little bit more about, you know, the work that you do here, and you know, why did it become important to you? Yeah.
Yeah, so I started working with Refugee Hope Partners right out of college and fell in love with the mission, with the people, mostly the people. The people is what has kept me in this organization for 7 years. Many of them are my family now. That's what I view them as. They're my brothers and sisters and aunties and grandmas from all over the world. And we get to just do life together. And so, you know, once they became family, I was like, this is where I got to be. This is where my family is. So this is where I'm sticking around.
Yeah, yeah. Earlier we asked Michelle this, so I got to ask you, any secret passions? Is there something that some people just don't know that you love doing? Maybe a Zen-like thing? I don't know.
That's a hard question.
Okay.
I always joke that if I ever leave this organization, I'm just going to go work in a bakery and frost cakes and sit in the back with earphones in and or go work at a florist. Yeah. A little creative outlet, introvert time.
Low-key.
But yeah, low key. But for now, I know this is where God has called me to be. And, you know, maybe one day, maybe that's where I'll retire, back of a bakery.
Okay. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Do you have
Something like
some inner Pillsbury Doughboy skills, or you know, like
a little bit? My mom is famous in the area for her cupcakes, so I got that running through my blood a little bit.
Okay.
So
that's good to know.
Yeah.
She doesn't know my weight loss. It's good to know. Okay, good stuff. Well, let's chew the meat and spit out the bone. We want to learn a little bit more about what the work that's going on here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I want to dive a little bit more to what we began the show with, just talking about refugees, who they are, where they come from. I'm hoping you could give us some examples of the professions or the types of individuals that are flowing through either your doors or in this area.
Yeah, so, you know, the refugee neighbors that I have met here, and Michelle spoke earlier that we've been able to serve over 1,000 refugees here in the Triangle. So we've met people from all walks of life and from all social statuses and levels in their country. There are people here who in their countries were doctors, were lawyers. I have a friend who was a news anchor in Afghanistan. She's a woman, and that's actually one of the main reasons they had to flee, was because she was a big target. But that's her. That was her passion. That's what she was so good at. There are people who were, painters or construction workers. There were teachers. There were people. There's one couple, from Afghanistan, and they were doing refugee work in their country. They were serving refugees, and then all of a sudden they found themselves as a refugee in a whole new country. And so now they've been here a couple of years. They're back to helping. They're working with resettlement agencies. They're partnering with us, but they all have different stories. They're not, all coming from one status, one level. Everyone is different, and just like America, if we all got, had to pick up and leave and go somewhere new, we all have different occupations and talents, and that's what's here.
So help me to see something. Do I have time to pack up my home? Because we have a lot of things. Right. Do we get to pack it all up and put it in a suitcase and fly it over, or how does that really work?
Yeah, so I would say the majority of refugees do not have time to pack up anything. For most, the story is that it's a moment decision. It's you're sleeping and you wake up in the middle of the night and there's gunfire in your village. or you wake up in the middle of the night and there's bombs hitting your city. And it's so you don't have this time to say, all right, let's have a family meeting. Let's talk about this for a couple weeks. Do we want to leave? Do we want to stay? Where are we going to go? It's, you got 10 seconds to decide, what am I grabbing out of my house? I'm grabbing my kids. What direction are we headed? And we're going. And for many, that's all they have, is that split second decision and no turning back. In that moment, it's your life. Things don't matter at that moment. So for many, that's the story. It's not a long-term decision they get to make. It's a blink of an eye.
I can imagine the culture shift is pretty dramatic when individuals come here, whether it's from a language barrier or just a way of life. How do you all embrace them and make them, A, feel comfortable, and provide ministries, programs that can help educate them to how to best survive in this space?
Yeah, absolutely. So, we've served people from over 40 different countries, and even within that, there's multiple cultures, ethnic groups, traditions, religions, all of these things that make up someone's identity, and the celebrations their family puts on, or how they decorate their house, the things that they eat, all of that plays into it. And so, one is just taking the time to learn from them, like taking time, hey, like, what holidays do you celebrate? How do you celebrate them? And, if you were still in your country, what would that look like in that town? But okay, now you're here in America, like, what could that still look like? And not projecting what American culture looks like onto them. Like, here are your new holidays. It's okay, like, how can we support you and come celebrate with you? There's a big holiday in your culture, like, we want to come over and, like, eat with you and celebrate with you. And we don't want people to lose that rich, deep culture here. I mean, that's only going to make America better, right? It's having those things in our community. And so there is an element that there's certain things in America that you got to learn in order to be able to become independent, and expectations in society of being on time or communicating in a certain way and things like that, again, we just take the time to become neighbors and friends instead of just coming in and saying, all right, here's what you got to do. We're just going to start as friends. Let's hang out. Let's eat a meal. We're going to go sit on the playground while your kids play and get to know your story. And then through that and through the things that you need help with, being able to walk with them and say, okay, like, this is why, you got to be here at this time, and this is why, and this is what's going to happen if you're late. And then, if they're late, that's okay. There's forgiveness in that, and we're going to walk with them again and say, okay, next time, and walk through that every day. So whatever happens, we're there to walk with them, whether they're taking 2 steps back or a step forward. We're not going to go anywhere.
I love it. Just so people know, Amanda, tell the people the role here that you play at Refugee Hope Partners. Yeah,
so I have worn many hats over my 7 years. Right now, I'm the Director of Communications and Staff Development. So I get to, one large piece is just getting to communicate to the world, to all of you people, your viewers, our audiences, local churches, local partners, just the work we're doing, and just storytelling, giving refugees a voice and a platform, right? I also don't want to share people's stories for them. I want to put them on a platform that they can speak for themselves, and I can give them an audience to listen to them. And so that's something that I get really passionate about, sharing stories and getting people excited about the work, but then also staff development side. We have a staff of almost 30 people now. We have 10 college interns, and just getting to oversee everybody, staff culture and training, and there's always ways for us to learn and become better. And so getting to lead our team in that.
Many hands make light work. I love it. So Amanda Herbert, right here with Refugee Hope Partners on the Bro Code Show. We'll be right back.
God threw me the alley-oop. I believe I can fly. Let me mingle with the angels. Heaven's in my peripheral. I see it from an angle.
Tonight's show is sponsored by Angel Oak Creative. The #1 mission of Angel Oak Creative is to amplify the voice of nonprofit organizations through marketing, branding, digital design, and multimedia strategies, providing their clients with a proven strategy for success. Angel Oak Creative is currently celebrating the 10-year anniversary of Love and Impact. Angel Oak Creative has been blessed to partner with hundreds of nonprofit organizations who are changing the world by taking on difficult issues like homelessness, addiction, hunger, poverty, education, and also living with developmental disabilities and so much more. Stay tuned for a new segment on the Bro Code Show called The Rehash. You'll learn more about the bros personally and what drives them as men and community leaders. The Rehash will be available on YouTube and all audio podcast platforms every Friday evening at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tap in to the Bro Code.
Grant me the courage to change the things that I can, and grant me the wisdom to know the difference, just for today. Amen.
We're back with Refuge Hope Partners, Amanda Herbert. What you got, Bro Kurt?
So in the last couple of years, especially during the pandemic, mental health has become a big topic in America. And so the Bro Code, bros, we really believe in therapy. We believe in all aspects of trauma and things like that. I'm curious, how does this show up for refugees coming from a different country? The traumas, and Michelle was speaking about it earlier, but we'd love to hear what you have to say about the traumas.
Yeah, you know, every single refugee has gone through trauma. Mm-hmm. It's not just a subgroup within it, you know, the large group. It's every single one of them. If you again go back to that story of that, you get seconds to decide what you're going to do, and that's also not just the one moment that they go through that trauma, but it's that whole journey. There's refugees who flee to a jungle and live out in a jungle for years. There's, you know, crossing borders. There's people living in refugee camps and the situation there, and no food, and all of these things that they're going through, the loss of family, friends. So many of our refugee friends have lost children, have lost parents, have lost brothers and sisters. You know, we see a lot in families. There's gaps in ages of kids, and you can see where those children would have been if they had made it. And so that's a huge need. And I'm sure, as many of you know, resources are lacking. Resources are lacking in a major way here in RDU and just in America for meeting those needs. And especially now with COVID and everything happening the last 2 years, the need has only risen with the American population. And so, you know, for me, who's dealt with my own mental health struggles and me trying to find resources, and I'm like, if this is this hard for me, you know, it's even harder for our refugee neighbors who don't have the privilege that I have and the access I have to certain things that they don't have. And so that's something that we're always looking for resources. We're always looking for partners, for ways that we can grow as a team and be able to walk with people through trauma and support them, but also knowing like we're not licensed professionals in that area. And so we want to find people who can walk professionally with refugees in that way, so they can find healing. We see a lot of parents with trauma, and then that affects the way that they're able to be parents. We see dads disconnected from their kids. We see mothers disconnected from their kids. We see all of these issues that really the root of it is the trauma that they've gone through. And without that support and without being able to hash through that, they're never going to be able to break that cycle. And then we see the kids then dealing with it. And so yeah, we're just, you know, we're always looking for resources. So if people have resources they think could be helpful, we'd love for them to shoot them our way. And yeah, just want to dig in deep with people and not be scared of that, because, you know, we want to see people thrive. That's kind of our tagline, is so that all may thrive. And we don't want to just see people thrive physically because they have the, you know, the house and the clothes they need, or educationally, but we want to see the whole body, mind, body, spirit thriving. And so we can't forget about that mental health piece when we're tackling those other issues.
I can imagine there are a lot of needs. How can people, find out more about the work that you all do? And what do you need? Outside of possibly money, you know, how can people contribute their time, their energy, or volunteer to be a part of the work that you are getting accomplished?
Yeah, well, you kind of touched on all three of them. So first, we have a website. It's refugeehopepartners.org. We're also on Instagram, Refugee Hope Partners, and Facebook, Refugee Hope Partners. Easy. Use the same word, no matter what you're looking. If you Google it, we'll come up. So you can find out more stories, more of what we do. With our programming, we have 4 pillars that we really fall under, and it's education and enrichment, health and wellness, community and faith, and advocacy and equipping. And so we've got our 4 main pillars that we're working on in our community, and there's ways in every one of those pillars for people to get involved. We need volunteers to come show up, whether it's an hour a month, maybe whether it's 2 hours a week, if you're like, I want to do this all day, every day, there's a spot for you. You know, if medicine is your passion and you want to help people with healthcare, you know, navigating the healthcare system, there's a place for you. If you want to come work with a kindergartner and help teach them how to read and do puzzles after school, there's a place for you. So we really need volunteers, especially the number of refugees is only increasing in our city. And so the number of volunteers we need is increasing every day. Welcoming people, walking with families. If you pray, we need prayer, right? We need prayer behind what we're doing, because if it's on our strength, we're gonna die out yesterday, right? And so we need God to come behind us and sustain us and really bless this ministry. So we need prayer, and then we do need giving. We need resources. Our whole organization is funded on private donations, on partnerships, and so everything we do costs money, right? That's America, and so. Being able to pay for staff to run programs, to have a space like this that we're able to open is because of generous giving. And so we need people to come behind us in their giving as well.
What are the hours of operation?
24/7. So we do have programs that run on a consistent schedule. And so there's programs that start at 8:30 in the morning, and we have programs that run until about 9 at night. But it all depends on what's going on. You know, we have tutoring programs after school, but in the mornings we have ESL for parents. We have preschool programs. We have all of these things. We have a teen night every Friday night to give a safe place for teens to come hang out, play video games, play board games, all of those things. So there's all different types of opportunities. But again, you don't put a clock on being neighbors and friends with people. So when you get that phone call at 2 a.m. that something's happening, you show up. Or when it's a Saturday afternoon, you show up. And so that's part of doing ministry in life, is you don't turn the clock off.
I don't want to overlook the space that we're in. One, we've talked about this being the welcome center. Talk about more the location, if you can, the address, and what kind of hub or what type of light this looks to shine on the community, and how you look to do it as far as the impact. What impact are you looking to make because of this welcome center here?
Yeah, we're really excited about this Welcome Center. And we are located in Falls Village, right off of Falls of the Neuse, at the corner of Sandy Forks Road, Falls of the Neuse. There's a TJ Maxx in here, a Chick-fil-A. And so we're kind of tucked behind that shopping center. It's kind of nice, we're a little hidden. And we just got the keys a couple weeks ago. So we are still in upfitting, construction, painting. We're hoping to be open in a couple weeks. And this just to be an anchor in the city in Raleigh, where every refugee knows that they can come to and feel welcome, but also a place that even if you're not a refugee and you're like, I want to get involved or I want to know more, they can show up here. This is a safe place. And so we want to use this space for classes, for community building, for especially adult refugees, doing citizenship classes, parenting classes, driver's ed, you know, just like a men's chess club, just things that are going to build community, that no matter where you live, you can come. But then also a place that we can bring in volunteers, we can bring in churches, we can bring in anyone who's interested and equip them and do trainings and say, hey, we're going to talk for an hour about this hard topic of what's going on in Afghanistan. Come and learn. Hey, we're going to tackle mental health and, you know, especially in the refugee population, come and join that discussion, and having book clubs, and it also be used as a tool to educate people in, you know, Americans here, and then be able to equip them and then activate them out into their neighborhoods, because most people probably have a refugee living in their neighborhood and they don't know it. And so we want to be an activation point that this isn't the only place a refugee is going to feel welcome, but eventually we want people to feel welcome wherever they're living, right? We want them to feel welcome by their neighbors and by their communities, by their churches. And so we're here to equip and activate, but then just be that anchor here, that we're there to walk with people. We're here to walk with refugees, and we're here to walk with people who are walking with refugees and need that support as well.
Equip and activate, I like that. Yeah, I like that. You may have already answered this question, but I'm curious, you know, what's next? You know, what do you see in the next 5 to 10 years when we talk about making an impact on those that need it most in that space? What does that look like?
You know, it's easy for us to dream of 10 years down the road, but we also have learned in this work that tomorrow could look so different than anything we ever expected. And we've seen that with the crisis in Afghanistan. You know, one day life was normal here, and the next day we're having an emergency staff meeting and saying, okay, this is what's happening, and this is what it's going to mean for Raleigh. And then preparing immediately for that wave. And, you know, we've now seen thousands of Afghans come to our city that originally that wasn't a part of our year plan, right? So we are constantly pivoting to what the need is. And so what's ahead is being able to be in a position to still respond to whatever happens next. Right now, Ukraine, we don't know what that's going to mean for the United States yet, but we want to be ready. And we're going to be on the front lines of welcome, regardless of what happens, and be ready for that. And knowing, you know, next week something else could happen. Numbers can change, resettlement numbers, all of these things. And so we just want to be prepared. We want to be ready. And, you know, in the future, we would love to see maybe more welcome centers, more population around the country, around North Carolina. Again, that we don't want to be the only people welcoming and just being accepting and bringing people into our community. We want to see it spread like wildfire.
That's it. I love it.
Yep.
Refugee Hope Partners, Amanda Sherbert without the S.
Sherbert without the S.
I got it right this time, didn't I? I love it. Amanda, we did a little bit of research, you know, when we talk about that Instagram page, we went on that Instagram page, and we always talk about a picture being worth 1,000 words, and we saw a few pictures that kind of resonated with that love and that hope and that grace and that space that you guys feel for those that have been displaced, have been torn away from their homes, and now to a foreign land. Yeah, so we're gonna share these pictures. This is what I need from you, Amanda. So I want you to let us know who's in the picture, what you were doing, and then why you found it important to share it with the world. So we're gonna start with this one right here.
Awesome. So this is a group of our students, refugee students, have started taking violin classes, viola, violin, and cello. It's through the Raleigh Music Collective. It's a local nonprofit. She just started, a friend of our ministry, and she came in and said, this is my talent, and this is my passion, and now I want to use it to serve refugees, and knowing also that strings is a very privileged instrument. A lot of kids don't have access to that, and so she wants to break that stereotype. She wants to break those boundaries. And I want to give these kids the access to this and the chance to explore this passion. And so we've had 30 kids be a part of that program, and I'm always surprised when I walk in during rehearsals that I'm like, they sound good. Like, okay. And it's second graders through high schoolers who are in there, and some of them are really passionate about it and are really good. So they have concerts throughout the year, and it's been really cool to see kids find that niche that they love.
I love it. We always talk about access, right? The last two cornerstones of the work that we do in our nonprofit Y4C is opportunity and exposure. That really is a difference maker. It really is. You see them light up. I saw you light up, so I'm sure they lit up too. Tell us more about this one right here.
Yes, so this was Meet the Teacher Day. So one of the things that we love to do is partner with schools here. All of our kids are in public schools, elementaries, middle school, high schoolers, and so we partner with all of their schools. We know the teachers and the faculty, and we want to be a support system to the schools, and then also a support system to our families, so helping coordinate parent-teacher conferences, things like that. So every August, they have a big Meet the Teacher event where the schools open up, invite all students to bring your parents, come meet your teacher, see your new classroom. Well, most refugees don't have, their families are not in a scenario where they can do that. Parents are working, or they don't have transportation. Maybe they have 7 kids, high school, middle school, elementary, it's all happening at one time. And so it's always a really fun day. We get vans, we load all the kids up, and we take them to their schools and let them have that moment just like every other kid in their school. And so those pictures are just from that day, getting to go with other kids in their grade, meet their teachers, see their schools, celebrate the balloons, all of that thing, and get them excited for the school year.
Yeah, that's good, right? Almost a pep rally, right? To get that enthusiasm back to education. I think that that luster has lost its dim, or COVID has caused that. So it's good to give them a little bit of that hope. We always talk about hope plus options equals success.
Yeah.
You know, so being able to paint that picture means a lot. Now, we've talked about the kids a lot, and children are our burdens. We could dig it, but trauma rolls downhill, and these children, you know, have to go home. So this one hit a little different. Talk to me about this one. This one kind of resonated with me.
Yeah, so Marion Wilkinson is in the middle, and she is our Cedar Point ESL coordinator. And so she is passionate about walking with the adults in our community, specifically helping them learn English, but also just helping them just build community among adults. And so we see a lot of parents isolated in their homes. So they go to work maybe, and then they come home. Or a lot of our moms don't work, they're home with the babies, but they're never leaving their homes. And so this specific night, she held a craft night in our community center and invited women to come. They made tea trays. Tea is huge in most other cultures. We don't appreciate it in America, but a lot of other cultures, tea is a big deal. And so they got to come and just enjoy each other's company, paint tea trays, decorate them, laugh, and just build that community and meet their neighbors. These women live side by side in an apartment complex but have never met because they're too scared to walk out of that door. And so we want to facilitate these moments that feel safe to them, but then be able for them to then take those relationships outside of us and continue on.
We say everything starts with the conversation, you know, creating a space where that can happen organically and people can feel safe, not belittled. It's important, and I believe that's what the world is missing. So the mere fact that you guys are creating spaces like that means a lot. We admire that. We share that same heart. So good stuff.
Yeah.
Now, before the show, we say, you know, words matter. You know, we've used a lot of words to, you know, define ourselves, how we motivate or think of ourselves. And we asked you, like, hey, what is a word that you use to do the same? And again, we talk about giving people flowers. We want to do something nice for you.
So your flowers are centered around the word capable. But first of all, when we asked you, tell us a little bit about the word, why capable?
Yeah, so my like life motto that I recently declared over myself is just, I can do hard things. It's so easy when something hard comes up to run away from it, to choose the easier option, but you're not going to see growth if you choose the easy option. And so telling myself I'm capable, I can do the hard thing, and then, you know, it's going to get easier from there. So.
Yeah. So we want to give you one of our You Matter $2 bills. Your name's on it, your word, capable, and all of us, our whole team has signed it. And we just also want to say that you were sharing earlier that you could have done many of the things, but you listened to God and you followed your path, and look where it's taking you. So we really appreciate it. And I'm sure you're making a lot of people feel like they matter. So
yeah,
we're going to give this to you.
Thank you. I'm pinning it at my desk.
Uh-oh, I love it. Rare, unique, just like that $2 bill.
Thank you.
Before we go, you are a young professional. You have arguably found your purpose. I can honestly say the same, right? I've found my why, the thumbprint that I want to leave on earth. I would love for you to leave breadcrumbs for other young women that are thinking about traveling in this same space, but maybe are stuck in the what ifs. Right? What would you leave them with?
I would say the rewards are bigger than the what ifs. That, you know, it's going to be hard to take those steps and to drown out certain voices. Listen to the voices close to you that you trust. Take that step, and you're gonna see reward that's bigger than those what ifs and the what could this look like, what could that look like, and God's gonna take care of you if you're following His plan.
I could dig it. I'm right there with you.
Yep.
I appreciate the confirmation, removing the what ifs. You know, this is a conversation we had earlier, so thank you for that.
Absolutely.
Now, we always end the show the same way, on something positive. Tonight's no different. Tonight's quote says, small acts, when multiplied by millions of people, can transform the world. It's your boy, Bro Troy.
Bro Smith and Bro Kirk.
And we are the Bro Code. We all we got. Another one. Your segment, you'll hold up the $2
On the corner where the thugs be, and Rock said, be careful when the world start to love me. I've been getting recognition, a lot I'm starting to work.
For tomorrow, you ain't promised today. Or could you walk on water if you don't stand on faith? It's like I'm going through circles, I'm in that same old place. I see you closing the curtains, but I got something to say. I got something to say. GTD stands up, mean I just don't get it, as if they can't see you making the way. City lights, what up? He's preparing the way. City lights, what up? How could you live for tomorrow if you ain't promised today? Or could you walk on water don't stand on faith. It's like I'm going through circles, I'm in that same old place.
Tonight's show is sponsored by Angel Oak Creative. The #1 mission of Angel Oak Creative is to amplify the voice of nonprofit organizations through marketing, branding, digital design, and multimedia strategies, providing their clients with a proven strategy for success. Angel Oak Creative is currently celebrating the 10-year anniversary of Love and Impact. Angel Oak Creative has been blessed to partner with hundreds of nonprofit organizations who are changing the world by taking on difficult issues like homelessness, addiction, hunger, poverty, education, and also living with developmental disabilities and so much more. Stay tuned for a new segment on the Bro Code Show called The Rehash. You'll learn more about the bros personally and what drives them as men and community leaders. The Rehash will be available on YouTube and all audio podcast platforms every Friday evening at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tap in to the Bro Code. In the Bro Code Show.
Now we don't want to zoom past our partnerships.
Oh yeah, we got to talk about that, man. Partnerships and relationships are key.
Right.
We talk about a fist, not a finger. We can do more with more.
Yeah.
We can do more collectively together. So clearly, we got to shout out our sponsors, Papa Murphy's Pizza. We appreciate the relationship, continue the relationship. They understand the value of not just partnerships, but voice and amplifying that in a spirit of excellence. And we do that very well here on the Bro Code Show. For those that may want to connect with the Bro Code Show, talk about those partnerships, how we can market your brand, your idea, your vision, and your business, please connect with us at 919-714-9905 or go to @BroCodeShow on Instagram. We look forward to what's next. It's your boy, Bro Troy.
Bro Smith. Bro Kurt.
And we are the Bro Code.
We all we got.
My name is Yolanda Barnes, and everybody knows me as Yogi with 2 eyes, and I'm from Fayetteville, North Carolina. I say that because my dad was in the military. We lived all over the place, but this is home. Okay. This is home. Frankfurt, Germany, Heidelberg, Germany, Virginia, Petersburg, Fort Lee. We were in South Carolina for a second. We were all over the place. All over the place. Just kind of wherever Daddy went, we went, and wherever that was home. Life was honestly, it was different. Like I didn't know about things like race, things like that, because we lived around communities where everybody was together. And it didn't matter who you were, everybody got along. I did not realize about like having the same classmate for every grade, like things like that I kind of missed, but it was fun growing up, seeing and experiencing different places and lives and people, cultures and language. I think that played a big part in how I am and who I am today. Mm-hmm.
So if you were to label yourself something, what would that be today?
Unique. Yeah. Eclectic. Just different, you know? And proud of my different. Proud of my different. I'm not gonna stop being who I am to make anybody else comfortable at this point. It's like, Like it or love it or leave it. But you're gonna get the quirky, the fun, the serious, the mama, the sister, the cousin. You're gonna get the auntie. You're gonna get the best friend. You're gonna get the, you're gonna get that mix. And I love that because that's just who and how God made me, and I just want to be everything He made me. Wow. So it started off as little things here and there, like writing and drawing, and kids do that stuff. But then for me, it just started growing into so much more. And I was doing event planning and sewing. I was writing raps before poetry. But then as I grew up, I just realized everything comes together. So I've made wire dresses not knowing anything about wire. I've done, large scale paintings without knowing anything about it. But everything that I've done from day one to now has been training for whatever comes next. And I think writing, the drawing, the painting, the cooking, all those things that most people are like, wow, okay, that's everyday life, right? It's basic, but it's all a part of the big plan. And what I'm finding now that I'm older is they all come together so that I can event plan and do things. And I don't have to put my hands on everything, but I know how everything should look to let somebody else explore their talents and their skills. Well, like I said, I was rapping. I had a red notebook. It had full of raps. And then one day I wrote something that I couldn't get it to do what it was supposed to have done. And I showed it to my friend and she was like, hey. This was Marsh. I showed it to my friend and she read it and she was like, girl, this is good. This is poetry. I said, it ain't doing right. It ain't nothing. It ain't rapping right. I was mad, but I was mad. And she was like, no, this is poetry. You should keep doing this. Don't stop. And so, kind of at her encouragement, that rap notebook turned into poetry notebook. And I still have that rap notebook, I think, to this day, somewhere at my mama's house. And even those could be poems, but I remember how they go. And I just kind of started writing in it. I was writing at 13 at a very mature, like I was writing about funerals. I'd never really been to a funeral before like that. I'm writing about drugs and how they're bad for you, and I'm going, I ain't never experienced any of this. So, and I wasn't one of those kids that watched a whole bunch of stuff on TV. It was like crazy. Like the most hardcore it got was Rap City in the basement. Like it was like, you might hear something, but like the way I'm writing versus the life I live, two totally different things. And I soon realized that I was able to tap into something beyond me when I write. And so that was the beautiful part. And I just started exploring it more. Then there came a time when I let it go. I just didn't write anymore. And from not writing, then coming here on campus to Fayetteville State, I kind of sparked it up again because they have all kind of poetry events on campus, they do stuff. So I'm on stage, cutting up, making up stuff on stage, and I'm like, oh, okay, I kind of like this again, okay. And then it was another break. After the last break, it was no more. I had a breakup with a young man who was the love of my life, and I kept hearing this commercial about this poetry show on the radio. And I said, I'm gonna go to that. I went to the wrong building the first time, and I turned around, I got it right the next time. But when I went in, it was like I was home. And I wrote fresh ink every time I went to the show. I never reread anything. That's how I wrote my first book. I wrote every time something fresh to go to the mic with. I was just that excited. It was like I had missed so much time writing. like I had to catch up, and nothing was going to stop that. So I'm excited about where I am, where I've been, and where I'm yet to go. It's such an interesting. Let me tell you. Okay, so after I finally graduated from here, took a long time. Kids graduate. I was dead set against getting a job because I figured I'm so creative, nobody will hire me. I'm not even gonna put myself out there to be shunned and put, the story I was telling myself was nobody would want somebody like me. So I started my own little business. Had my business. I just dove right into it. And so I would be using the free computer here on campus in order to do everything I got to do, like make it happen, right? So I would come here almost every day, so much to the point where they thought I worked here. Not quite, but okay. So about a couple months in, they were calling on me to do like little flyers and stuff, and they were asking me to do stuff, and I was like, cool, not a problem. I'm alumni. I don't pay my dues, so I'm gonna pay these dues, okay? Blood, sweat, and tears, people. Blood, sweat, and tears. And so, so I positioned myself so well that when they were getting ready to do a fundraising event, they wanted me to direct it. So I ended up directing the first murder mystery. Oh, I'm not working here. And so after I did that, and it was such a success, I was working with faculty and staff, and everybody came out. They paid top dollar for tickets. Everybody had a blast. Somebody said, now it's time you work for us. It's time to get paid. So when the opening became open, well, it really wasn't open. It was a closed position. They had a hiring freeze. I made it past the hiring freeze. I made it past a messed up resume, which they threw out. And then somebody said, no, get that out the trash. That's her. Her resume may not look like that, but she knows what she's doing. They pulled it out the trash and got me and gave me an interview. By the second time they interviewed me, I had a job. And I've been here ever since. Yeah, I think as long as they have people like me on the campus, job security. I think as long as they keep giving the students an opportunity to explore. See, college is more than just the books and the classes. It's the experiences. And as long as they have the experience, hands-on, like I want to do a DIY day with them, and I want to do teach them to paint and do the poetry workshops and all the things that bring out something in them that doesn't get tapped into much, their creativity. Now, y'all can't see it, but they up there right now doing a fashion show. Those are the kind of experiences that not just make memories, but change lives. Because somebody might be in the wrong field and walk by and say, can I do that too? And just on a whim, tap into something that was deep in that they had pushed down. So I would say Fayetteville State is one of the best HBCUs in which for creatives to go to, but just any place you go. Like, allow people to be who they are creatively. And if you do that, we open up a whole new world of everything that we haven't even seen yet. Whew! Right now, these workshops are everything right now. I am doing 2 different writing workshops, open mic slams here on campus. So that's for my babies. That's for the babies. And then off campus, I'm doing a lot of online events for Poetry Month, National Poetry Month. Of course, doing the basics with the shows that are already out there and featuring and different things of that nature. But I'm thinking I'm ready for that next book. Because I've helped a lot of people get theirs, because I do graphic design, so I've done covers and I've done layout and I've done plenty of stuff for everyone else. But my pen is ready, and I've been going to workshops and keeping my pen game strong, but it's time for the next book. Like, not workbook, not little play book, not a chat book, but the next book. So I'm working on that in the cut. So if you are looking to find out more information about becoming a creative here at Fayetteville State, you can call me at 910-672-1096. Once again, the number is 910-672-1096. That's the free advertiser for Fayetteville State. Now, if you want to contact me, Yogi with 2 Eyes, on all your social media platforms, you can contact me for information on shows, events, books, how to write books. If you need someone to help you organize your thoughts, organize your ideas, organize your creative, because sometimes we get a little all over the place. So call me at 910-779-9738. And you can always email me at Yogi with 2 Eyes, YOGIIW, the number 2, IS, @gmail.com. I look forward to hearing from y'all creatives out there. What y'all doing? Let's do something together.
Thank you, Yogi.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Tonight, I'm here with Eric Celine, part of the Bro Code, with the Avery Proctor Report. We'll be here every week, so look forward to seeing me here with the Bro Code, and we are going to go take a look at the Fab Lab. So what is a typical day here in the Fab Lab?
Typical day in the Fab Lab are a lot of requests for different types of designs. Okay. So since we're back here, it looks kind of crazy right now, but this is a stencil that a couple of art students put together. They're actually making a print. So this was one of our test runs on it, just to see how this paper could hold up. And as you see, the paper didn't hold up too well. Wow. But this is just one of the things that happen. So an idea comes in. Okay. So we either process that idea, like let us know the dimensions, size, things like that. If it's not that, it's us working on a project that has already come in the lab. Love it. Yeah, so that could be it. It could be training. Okay. Like every day in the lab is different. Right. So it's always a new experience. Right. So one thing I like about the Fab Lab is that every day is not the same.
Got you.
Yes.
And me being a fellow fellow Eagle, you know, this was not here when I was here. I graduated in 05, 09. And so what do fellow alumni have to look forward to? Like, how can they support this cause? How can they support the Fab Lab?
So one of the things we're trying to do in the Fab Lab is give our students skills on the machines. There's both hardware and software. Okay. So you can, if you got a project, like we have some alumni who are entrepreneurs. Yes. They might need some marketing and promotional materials.
Okay, I need
so you might be able to come in and get some stickers or some signages. Okay. Some of our alumni in the jewelry. Okay. So I have some metal cutters and things like that you may be able to cut some things to to
Y'all better holler at the
some,
Fab Lab.
some trinkets, or it just might be an entrepreneur that needs a prototype.
Okay.
You need to help develop. You know, that might be web page development. It might be something with circuits.
Wow.
Like we say, we can do almost anything. So if you can think about it, yeah, come to the Fab Lab, and we try to help you.
Yes, y'all better holler at the Fab Lab. You can dream it, he can create it. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
So when it comes to the day-to-day, I know we talked a little bit about what's going on, but what is the typical day for a student here in the Fab Lab?
Typical day for a student. So that really depends on the individual student.
Okay.
So let's say you are a student and you are into electronics. So I have a student that wants to create what he's calling an Overwatch.
Okay.
So we have these blue light stations that are on campus that if you press them, this little light shows and security can tell you where you're located. So he wants to create a button where you click it.
Okay.
It's on a bracelet. You click it, and that sends a signal to the public safety office.
Wow.
So something that he just recently did for me was this thing. This is my ADT home security. So this is my camera. Right now, when I pull the internet out, but it's hooked into the internet. It senses motion. So anytime the camera senses motion, it starts to record.
Okay.
And it sends that video recording to a Google Drive. And then that sends a notification on my phone that it has just recorded video in the lab, which lets me know we had some motion.
I love it.
So he's trying to build off of that to create, again, the device that students can wear on their wrist.
Wow.
That they can press the buttons to let security know that they're in trouble.
Wow.
Yes.
That's amazing. And this is my alma mater, being a Central alumni, this is amazing to come back and see this, see how much Central has grown, to see what the students have and what the school has to offer the students now.
Yes.
This wasn't here. So this is amazing and super dope. So let everybody know how the Bro Code and Avery Proctor can support the Fab Lab and how alumni can support the Fab Lab. So what information can you give us to let people know how they can support, how they can get in contact with you?
We are probably at NCCU Fab Lab across all of the platforms, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. One of my students just started a TikTok.
Okay.
We are on TikTok at NCCU Fab. I think it's TikTok.
Okay.
But if you want to reach me, I am at ESALIIM, and that is at nccu.edu. That's ESALIIM at nccu.edu. Alumni, we'll be happy to bring you into space, even if it is just you got a creative idea, like I'm going to show it. I don't know if y'all remember, like back in the 70s, people used to have these forks and spoons and things hanging on the wall. So individual wanted to create something similar, but they wanted to do it out of Afro pics. So this is a mock of an image that we're going to do for them to create it large so they can hang on the wall. So it could be something just as simple as this that we could kind of help you out with.
Love it, love it. And Avery Proctor is all about being an entrepreneur. I'm a serial entrepreneur, author.
We love
so definitely want to make sure that we continue to support, small businesses, small entrepreneurship, and supporting NCCU as an alumni and as a fellow Eagle.
Wonderful. We can do this poster too.
Yes, exactly. He can upgrade me, okay?
Yeah, we can do that poster too.
This is Avery Proctor with the Proctor Report here at the Fab Lab, NCCU, Eagles.
Oh, yes. Yes.
The Bros just got stronger. We've added a new member to the team, A. Ruth Proctor. The blonde bombshell herself will be hosting this new segment called the Proctor Report. This segment will share behind-the-scenes footage and engage questions from our listeners from a female point of view. Tap in to the Bro Code.